with manga and anime and video games.
Oh, you mean the controversy that some people say it doesn't exist when it totally does?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Before we get into it, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We're almost at 125,000 subs.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, guys. Thanks for the support. And we do only talk about what interests us. And we could go back to the well and talk about a lot of different stuff again and again and again, but that's not us. This, however, is very interesting because we're going to see that Japan, in particular, is not going to put up with a lot of the censorship that's going on in the U.S. And in fact, they are concerned. Manga artists, video game developers, anime creators, they're concerned about the amount of censorship that the West seems to be foisting upon them.
Right, and you have to understand too that over here, manga and anime are kicking everybody else's butts, and of course, we can't have that, can we? If we can't control it, and we have to either own it or put parameters on it.
Yeah.
To make sure we control it.
And this is problematic for manga because manga has always been open to freedom of expression, but the West has gotten censor happy, especially over the last couple months.
Right.
Everything has just gone insane. So before we actually get into this article, which is on Crunchyroll's website, believe it or not, a couple days ago we did a video talking about the Record of Lodoss War author being concerned that because an episode of Community was pulled due to Chang being dressed as a drow.
A drow, guys.
A drow. This is
Clearly he's not doing blackface there.
He's not doing blackface, because if Chang is doing blackface, then all of the Klingons on Discovery
That's right.
are also doing blackface. But he's actually a drow. Nobody had a problem with this episode until like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So the creator of Record of Lodoss War is concerned because he's got dark elf characters, and there's been a lot of backlash against tanner Asian characters, and he's like, oh my god, they're going to come for Record of Lodoss War, and they're going to try to censor my characters because they're too dark-skinned, even though they've been around for like 30 years.
Right. It doesn't matter.
Right, it doesn't matter. Everything's problematic now. So we had some commenters, and I'm not naming who they are, but we had some commenters on our last YouTube video basically saying that literally nobody was talking about censorship. It was just the Record of Lodoss War guy.
Also, it says our core audience is all racist, which is funny because most of you aren't even white. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, we actually have quite a diverse audience here on Clownfish TV. A lot of black folks, a lot of Hispanic folks,
me.
A lot of people from other countries. But
if
you want to believe that we're just a bunch of alt-right Yahtzees, white supremacists.
No, that's what they do. I'm gonna try to discredit your argument, even though I know it's valid, by calling you that, and your audience is all that too. So, it's a typical BS. I didn't actually listen. I don't actually pay attention. Load of crap argument.
Yeah. So anyway, cut the name out, and I think it's funny because literally an hour after this guy made this comment about how, it's just a Lodoss War guy. Everybody's 99% of manga artists think everything's fine. I can just check their Twitter and interviews. Well, here we go. From Twitter, an hour later, Love Hina manga creator discusses manga's freedom of expression with the Japanese government. It's gotten so serious, and we'll talk about that too, because there actually are candidates who are fighting against censorship in Japan right now. It's gotten so serious that manga creators are discussing it with the government. They're concerned about outside forces, i.e. America.
Oh, so it's just that one person's upset so much so that people are running on a campaign and the government's getting involved.
Yeah,
but no, it's just one person.
Nice.
So here's a tweet. Here's from Twitter. You got to go check Twitter to see what the other 99% of authors think. So this is Ken Akamatsu, who is the creator of Love Hina, which we freaking love, Love Hina, and also Mao-chan, I believe. Mao-chan with the little girls and the tanks.
Pinky Boo loved Mao-chan. Oh my goodness, she loved it.
I love Mao-chan. It's so it's such a mellow show. Anyway, the creator said on June 29th, an hour after I posted this, he'd recently been summoned by the Japanese national government to discuss manga and how it can succeed in the next 10 years. Akamatsu has been involved as an informal advisor for the Japanese government in the past on matters relating to manga from a creator's perspective. This is what he said. This month, I was invited to participate in a House of Counselors witness questioning session, but instead a member of the Diet Japanese government asked me what measures are needed for Japanese manga needed to survive in the world. I replied, first and foremost, freedom of expression.
Yes.
Compared to other countries, Japan's forte is its freedom of creativity. However, with foreign platforms becoming more and more dominant,
Where's King's Rest?
I would like to avoid a situation where Japanese works are regulated by foreign standards.
So would we.
Translation. I am worried about America going on a censorship spree, and as manga and anime become more mainstream in America, I really don't want Americans telling me what I can and can't draw.
I don't want Americans taking their sensibilities and putting it in our culture because we're not them. And we don't have a right to tell them what they can and can't do.
So Akamatsu went on to say that to preserve manga over the next 10 years, the raw manuscripts of manga series should be stored, exhibited, and monetized at a national manga center, basically an archive, a data bank of manga. According to Akamatsu, all the government members in attendance agreed with the idea. In the past, Akamatsu spearheaded the Daojin mark for the cover of manga volumes, showing the original creator of the series approved the series being used for fan work. So basically, like, you're making fan art, fan comics, I approve. So this is kind of big news. This is the Japanese government being like, quick, we've got to have a meeting because the Americans are censor happy.
It's preserving culture.
Yeah,
that's what it is. We have to have a meaning to preserve our culture because, you know, other people are trying to put their parameters and dictate our culture. And it's and that's a load of shit. I these people are against cultural appropriation and things like that, unless it benefits them.
So we've seen it more and more with, I mean, look, in the West, there's been a lot of censorship of anime in particular. Look back at the 80s, 90s, and you look at even stupid things like Pokemon and the rice balls being jelly donuts and Sailor Moon.
I was going to say Sailor Moon with the cousins.
Right, but, we've come further than that. But again, this is what's going on. When some kind of medium, some kind of art form becomes popular, it is ripe for the co-opting by people who want to use that platform to push ideology. And that's kind of what's going on with anime and manga right now, where it's blowing up again. It's sort of, it was big in the 2000s. Manga was big, and then Tokyo Pop imploded, and then it sort of went dormant for a while. But now with American comics being trash, a lot of them.
Basically, these guys are outselling American comics. You don't think the American comic people aren't trying to do what they can to get a piece of that?
Yep.
And control it?
So now with, they had a big presentation for all the librarians and junk over the summer. They were like, oh, manga's where it's at, guys. This is where it's at. So, of course, you've got people like, well, all the kids are reading manga, so we got to change that. We got to inject our ideology.
Got to make sure that's the right politics to make sure that they're trained the right way.
Make sure they're trained the right way. We have to do this. And the Japanese won't have it. They're actually concerned. You know what's going to happen? They're going to stop licensing stuff out to America, or they'll just be like, fine, we'll give you guys the weak sauce stuff, but we're gonna kind of pull into ourselves, and we're gonna do whatever the hell we want to do over here, because your politics and your sensibilities should not affect us at all, any more than some of the censorship, in the Middle East or whatever, should affect American audiences. We saw there was a lot of backlash over Gravity Falls taking Grunkle Stan's emblem off of his fez. They did that because they said it looked too much like the flag of Turkey. Well, fine, don't run those episodes in Turkey, but on Disney Plus, they were running the edited episodes, and even Alex Hirsch had a fit about it on Twitter. He's like, I don't see why this is even an issue here in the States. But that's what's going on here. America, I mean, you want to talk about arrogance. These people working in the entertainment industry, Hollywood, thinks that its goal, its divine mission is to bring its own political enlightenment to the rest of the world, and Japan won't have it. Good. I mean, it's gotten so bad that we've got candidates running for office in Japan fighting against censorship of manga, anime, and video games. He won. This guy won. We talked about that before too. It is an issue. Patreon's been banning anime style artwork because they're saying that the characters look too young, that they could potentially be underage. but then they're overstepping. It's not just like you can't post this kind of artwork on Patreon. We're going to dig into your Google Drive.
Right. Yeah, that's messed up.
And see what kind of artwork you're producing. And I'm like...
Well, why is it their business? How is that their business? How that, that they don't have that right.
It's for the greater good. Think of the children.
They don't have the right. They can only control what's on their platform. They have absolutely no right or no say in anything that you do outside of that platform. They just don't. I'm sorry.
So what's going on now is Patreon's taking a huge hit. I mean, this is
good. They deserve it.
Yeah, this is on top of them banning people for their behavior on other social media platforms. But I did a video last night talking about Reddit and YouTube and Twitch, and it seems like all of these social media platforms are kind of in cahoots with each other to purge the internet of people they deem to be problematic. It's almost like they have like some sort of Sele council behind the scenes, like Evangelion, where they talk about certain problematic individuals and how they need to purge them from every platform. And it's scary because it starts with the extremists. I mean, they'll start purging extremists, they'll start purging extreme art or whatever, and eventually they're going to keep creeping that line up.
Right. Until they control everything and it's all the way they want it. And my next question is, okay, when they're banning stuff, they're banning stuff just because it had to be something of a questionable nature? Or was it they banning stuff that just anything that looked like an underage person?
Well, okay, so Patreon makes the bulk of its money from lewds.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Yeah, and
you want money, you do nudes.
And there are people. I see people with their webcomic Patreons. I'm like, how are these people making like $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 a month? It's like, they're doing porn.
That's right. We could have made a heck of a lot of money with 50 Shades of Crimson with our character.
Yeah,
but we didn't do that.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. But anyway, they're saying that they're banning like anime style characters in lewds because you can't vet the age. I'm like, well, there's a couple things going on here. One, they're cartoons. They're cartoons, so you don't know.
Obviously, it's obviously a child. I can understand.
Right.
But with anime, it's you can't always tell.
Right. So what was going on is they were, any anime style character in a lewd situation, they were banning, but then they were overstepping and trying to like dig into people's drives and be like, you're not sharing this work, are you? But then How
could they even do that? So wait. They demanded access to your personal drives and then told you what you could and couldn't do.
Yep.
What the hell? That's beyond privacy issues there. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they said, here's the text, and they said even if the characters had big anime titties, which a minor's not going to have, they said that they consider that because their face looks young, that they're underage. Now, I want to point out, and this isn't to throw shade at any particular cartoonists or animators or whatever, but Rebecca Sugar was lauded for lewd artwork of Ed, and Eddie.
Yes.
That is how she came kind of to prominence on Cartoon Brew, the Cartoon Brew website. It's like, look at these fantastic pornographic drawings of Ed, and Eddie. And then she wound up getting Steven Universe a couple of years later. So even less than a decade ago, people were like, wow, lewds of minors and Ed, and Eddie are legitimately like 14 years old, but in this case, it's like, well, anything that looks anime-like, and we saw a lot of pushback in Australia. They tried this too, where they're like, anime characters are all problematic. And it just is from my point of view, it's just a war on anime, because they're already trying to tie anime to the alt-right. If somebody has an anime avatar on Twitter, that means they're alt-right, unless it's Ghibli.
Well, it's funny because a lot of these people that were saying that they post animation stuff, or I've seen people that are far left that have animation avatars. So that's dumb. But my question is on Patreon, how many people were putting up art of Katdora? Yeah. And if they were, I expect it fully be banned because they're underage.
Yeah, they're underage. They're canonically on the new show. They're 16. So. Golly gee willikers, I don't know. But yeah, to say that manga creators aren't concerned about this when they're literally talking to the freaking government about outside forces putting pressure on them to censor manga and anime.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. So I guess we're going to wrap this one up.
Yep.
Okay, so please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Hey guys, thanks for watching Clownfish TV. Please consider supporting the channel. Go to clownfishsupport.com. That's clownfishsupport.com. And if you want to join our community, go to clownfishtalk.com. That's clownfishtalk.com. Please subscribe, ring the bell for notifications. We will talk to you next time.
Thanks for watching this episode of Angry Video Game Nerd, which is about a game based on crash dummies, the kind that are used to test car accidents. But the real accident is having your unencrypted private data harvested by hackers, governments, and corporations. ExpressVPN creates a secure private tunnel between your devices and the internet, keeping your private information private. I use it every time I go online, especially at home, which is where we're all spending a lot of time nowadays. You can even change your location, which is great for unblocking country-restricted content. You can watch TV shows that aren't on Netflix USA. For example, you can watch Impractical Jokers. So you can set your location to Canada to watch it with the click of a button. It's so easy to use, and it's fast. Plus, at less than $7 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee, it's no wonder why ExpressVPN is the #1 rated VPN in the world by TechRadar, The Verge, Wired, and many more. Take back your internet privacy today and find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description. Head to expressvpn.com/cinemassacre. Today we have the NES game, The Incredible Crash Dummies, based on the cartoon, based on the toys, based on the public service announcements. Yeah, it may be hard to believe, but in the late 80s, early 90s, this was a big franchise. And for a very brief period of time, I was into them as much as Ninja Turtles. Yeah. It began with the public service announcements, or PSAs, which seemed to be all over the TV at the time. When you sit down and watch cartoons on Saturday morning, you'd also get to see Pee Wee Herman telling you not to do crack.
This is crack.
Nice.
Dude, Pee Wee Herman is holding crack! And when Pee Wee is serious, it's scary. Most kids at that age didn't even know what drugs were. I have a friend who learned about marijuana from the Ninja Turtles PSA. No joke. Can you imagine that conversation? What's a marijuana, Mom? Where'd you hear that, son? Oh, from the Ninja Turtles? And with that, he was never allowed to watch Ninja Turtles again. True story. Sometimes PSAs were actually part of the show, like at the end of G.I. Joe. You just watch 20 minutes of guys shooting lasers and missiles at each other, and then one of these assholes starts going off about good sportsmanship, not playing on thin ice, or how to escape a house fire that you also caused. So some cartoons had PSAs, but one PSA became a cartoon. The Incredible Crash Dummies, Vince and Larry. These characters were created by the National Highway Safety Administration to resemble real crash test dummies, the ones used by vehicle manufacturers to test what would happen if someone were in an accident. But the Incredible Crash Dummies were the spokesperson versions who would say, "Don't be a dummy, buckle your seatbelts." It was a reasonable safety message. Of course, everyone should buckle their seatbelts. But then the dollar signs kicked in and the toy line started.
It's the Incredible Crash Dummies! I feel like a wreck. Free! When dummies get behind the wheel, it's their job to crash.
I just love going to pieces.
The Incredible Crash Dummies! Each car comes with special dummies.
Now, that was a pretty lame cash grab, but I gotta admit, I loved these toys as a kid. I used to get out the Sears catalogs and circle them for my Christmas wish lists. Now, why were they so awesome? Well, what other toy can you think of where the whole point is to break them? The dummies' heads and limbs pop off, and then you can put them in a car and set up an epic stunt scene. Ooh, that was pretty damn cathartic, man. And then you get to put them all back together and do it again. Oh, look at that! The only downfall, after every crash, you're bound to lose pieces behind furniture and in every corner. I'm going to be finding crash dummy limbs in this room for years to come. When you're sitting there with your friends and they're playing with their Power Rangers or whatever, you're sitting here ramming this fucking car like a maniac, and you look like a crazy person. One time, a friend said to me, "Hey, my parents won't let me play with these." I was like, "Why?" And he said, "Because they make kids think that crashing cars is cool." And that's when I realized these things were a bit controversial. But I knew they were just for fun. I've been in a real accident twice, and it's very different and not fun at all. But these were just dummies, not real humans. Oh wait, there's a dog and a cat? Come on, you don't kill the pets! And there's a baby character called Skid the Kid? Okay, I take it back. These things were pretty fucked up. What were they thinking? And who needs the cars? Let's cut straight to the chase. Just sit them in a chair to launch them directly into a fucking wall. Bam! Bam! Let's see that again. Ooh, brutal! Or if that's not enough, how about put them in the crash cannon? Yeah, when would you ever see a crash test dummy inside a fucking cannon? Just to make sure it's safe for human launching. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, fuck. Or even better, the torture rack. Don't be a dummy.
What?
Buckle your seatbelt while you're living out your masochistic fantasies. Oh, fuck. Or that'll happen. You can also run over a skunk, which would make it a roadkill skunk that I'd rather eat the rotten asshole out of. Anyway, as they expanded out into other media like cartoons, they eventually made their way to video games like the Commodore 64 version. Let's try this out.
Oh no, not the cassette ones.
Oh, wait. That's not a game. It's the band. Okay. Alright, no more dicking around. Let's get to the game. Now, there's one thing about this game that you should probably know, and I bet you guessed already, because I've been holding my finger over this spot here for a reason. You know what's going to happen. I'm going to pull my finger away, there's going to be some dramatic music,
It's
and...
the rainbow.
Well, should I just do it? I'm gonna do it. Oh!
Oh no.
Once there was this nerd who got incredible crash dummies on the NES, but when he saw that logo,
Laughing, joking, numbnuts.
he knew the game would be extra shitty. He said he'd rather smash his own nutsack with a crowbar.
So, it's what you'd expect from good old LJN, and this game came out in '93. By that time, most people were playing Super Nintendo and Genesis, and even the PlayStation came out the next year in Japan. You'd think by now, these laughin', jokin' numbnuts would have given us something halfway decent. But no, it was their trademark, their seal of shit. They make shitty games. That's what they do. They're proud of it. Like a muskox marking its territory during mating season. Their hair gets soaked in their own piss, which gives them their own distinct and profound smell. Even Nintendo Power said it has that distinct LJN feel. They just didn't elaborate on the muskox piss ritual. So anyway, if you play an LJN game, you know what you're getting into. In fact, the real test dummies were us. Because when gamers sat down the couch to play this abomination, it was like strapping yourself into the driving seat of a horrendous, putrid, tragic piece of shit game which is on a one-way course to fucking disaster. It takes place in a dystopian post-apocalyptic world where car crashes have caused the entire human race to go extinct. A group of sentient crash test dummies spend their days trying to create the safest vehicle for the next wave of dominant organic life forms. Nah, the real plot is way more boring than that. You play as the incredible crash dumbasses Slick and Spin. Your mission is to fight against the evil Junkman to save your friends Spare Tire and Daryl. I don't get Daryl. All the other characters have some dumb car pun name like Slick, Spin, Spare Tire, or Lube Job. So Junkman has taken Spare Tire and Daryl, and it's obvious it was no accident. Get it? It was no accident. Pretty funny, huh? Accident like a car accident. Yeah, that's pretty damn hilarious. Even the instruction manual has a page of dad jokes. Look at these knee slappers. What's the one thing a person who doesn't use safety belts will never see? Old age. Wow, that's grim. Here's another one. What's the first thing that goes through your head when you find yourself in an accident without your safety belt buckled? The windshield. Damn! Now, it's one thing in a PSA to shock people to teach them how serious it is, but here, they treat traffic safety like it's a fucking joke. I mean, scientists used actual crash test dummies to make safer cars. Coupled with the PSAs, new traffic laws, airbags, deaths from car crashes dropped dramatically since the 70s. And these shitheads cram more car crash jokes into their game than I cram shit jokes into a script. Well, let's travel down the old Hershey Highway to Schittsburg. Buckle up, buckaroos. The graphics are abysmal. Literally, most of the levels are made up of random platforms drawn into a dark abyss. The instruction manual has more color in it than this game does. It's often hard to tell what parts are in the background and what parts are actually in your way. Everything is just flat and lifeless. The character animation looks really stupid. Everyone walks like they're holding in a huge shit. You know, like when you have to go so bad, it feels like the poop's pressing into your pelvic bone. The game itself is pretty straightforward. You play as Spin, who's always on a unicycle, and Slick, who just walks. I much prefer playing as Slick. His levels are a lot easier because he doesn't slide all over the place like Spin, which is funny because you figure the guy named Slick would be slipping all over the place. But Spin controls like Sonic the Hedgehog, but coated in anal lube. The first time you play as Slick is in the second level, the sewers. So at least they get the obligatory sewer level out of the way quickly. It's another mucus-filled sewer like in Dennis the Menace. Does anybody in video games take a normal, healthy brown shit? Like what's with all this green Boogerman bullshit? Each dummy has a short-range attack that stuns enemies. The manual says it's an exhaust gun, so you're pretty much blasting carbon monoxide into the faces of your enemies, and they're choking on engine fumes. You can also pick up oil cans for a long-range ammo and arms that turn you into a spinning dummy of death. You can collect traffic cones, which give you an extra life when you collect 50 of them, balloons, which make you all floaty when you jump. Steering wheels are kind of like the invincibility stars in Mario. Extra heads fill your life meter, and the worst item in the goddamn game is rockets. The rockets send you flying all over the place and are pretty much a death sentence later in the game. Just look at this right here. I'm trying as hard as I can to control this dickhead dummy, and he just does whatever he feels like. The sad thing is, the game is almost decent. It has some pretty good music composed by Tim and Jeff Fallen, the composers of Silver Surfer on NES, which I have on vinyl! No joke. Okay, so the first shitty mechanic is hitting certain enemies that can cause you to fly back and explode. And I really mean fly back, because you don't stop until you hit a solid wall. This was the very first thing that happened to me when I started playing. It's a huge pain in the ass and makes you feel like an idiot when it happens, like you should know better. It just happens again and again, over and over. While that's annoying, the worst game mechanic is losing your head. Literally losing your head. This happens when either a bomb blows up near you or you smash into a wall while going too fast. This sucks ass because it reverses the controls, and they don't go back to normal until you find a spare head. Sometimes you can find the spare heads easily, and other times you might spend most of the level in reversed mode. I end up getting used to the backward controls. Not to mention, the second you pick up the spare head, the controls immediately change back. You'll do an about face into an enemy's asshole or off a goddamn cliff. And for shit's sake, don't ever get the rocket while headless. You finally reach this annoying puzzle where you have to flip switches as spin. Make a mistake or take too long, and you have to start the sequence over and over. The problem is the little bounce Spin does when he lands from a jump. It messes with my timing, and I start scrambling. The next level is the docks. It looks like a shitty version of the airship level in Mario 3, but it's completely fucked. It's a triple-decker of platforms and long paths. Seagulls drop bombs that take your head off, so you're going to be battling the backwards controls, plus an endless supply of enemies and pitfalls. It's merciless. Next up is this boss with a peg leg that pegs you with steering wheels. And wait, I thought the steering wheels were an item that made you invincible. Damn liars. Eventually, the boss commits suicide, and you save Daryl, who looks exactly the same as you. Seriously, they just did a recolor. Wow, this game sure cuts a lot of corners. Yeah, you get it? Pretty fucking funny, huh? The Car Wreckers level, which introduces enemies who have decoy traffic cone pickups. As much as I hate to admit it, this tricked me pretty good the first time. I wasn't even mad. It's a good trick. But of course, it's one of those enemies that launches you back too. The level is a maze with a ton of cheap repeating beginner's traps. Next, the junkyard. This level can suck my tailpipe. It's filled with fast-flying bombs that take your head off. They're all over these spike pits, too. Trying to get to the top and jump over the barrier is a fucking chore. Just look at this shit. I'm flying all over the place. Fantastic. An underground area, filled with pits and enemies that, of course, send you flying back. They made sure to incorporate all the most annoying aspects of this game into the final level. The final boss fight is Junkman. You have to dodge his tire gun and shoot him a few times to stun him. Then make your way to a switch at the top of the stage to lift up and drop a weight on him. It's kind of fun, and it's at least better than the other boss fights. Once you beat him, Spin stands over the corpse of Junkman and says, "What's the matter, Junkman? Did your mom drop you on your head?" Okay. Then, you launch your friend through a wall, make a final shitty joke, and that's it. Overall, Crash Test Dummies is just another turd on the LJN shit mound. And since it was based on a PSA, I guess it would be the same as making a game based on an airline safety pamphlet. Pretty dumb idea for a game based on dummies, and the song by Crash Test Dummies was in the movie Dumb and Dumber, which also had the song Crash by the Primitives. Crash Test Dumb and Dumber Dummies. There must be a connection. In the movie, there's a headless parrot, just like the headless dummy in the game. And what's the goal? The direction? The meaning of the whole trip? They go to Aspen. 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 That's the direction, the meaning of the whole thing. The game is ass. And when Lloyd gives Harry the laxative so he takes a massive diarrhea dump in a toilet that won't flush, that's the same as LJN giving us the ultimate laxative. This game, the diarrhea, represents the traumatic experience of playing the game, and the broken toilet is your broken childhood, forever filled with shit. But now, it's time to crash this game.
Boom. Oh, yeah.
Many farewells.
On high.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering Room. We are now in day 3 of the investigation. We have reached full tinfoil hat stage. Now make sure that your hat is firmly fixed to your skull, because we are going down the rabbit hole of some seriously weird conspiracy theories around Dr. Disrespect's banning from Twitch. Now right now, we don't know anything about why one of the most popular video game streamers on Earth was banned from the platform. In fact, all we have are vague statements from Twitch themselves around terms of service violations. However, I believe in the next 24 hours we're going to have more concrete answers based on some murmurs that I'm seeing. Now, I cover more than just Dr. Disrespect. Obviously, everything in gaming, music, pop culture, tech, Silicon Valley, everything but politics. 5 to 6 videos a day. And I know a big chunk of my viewers aren't yet subscribed. I'm hoping today will be the day I earn your subscription in the little red button below the video that says subscribe, or on the main channel. Just helps you keep everything organized, helps you check in on my channel, and make sure you didn't miss a thing. Now, as of just a few hours ago, people are still regurgitating the exact same article without providing any new evidence. Now, I've been careful about the 2 videos I've made on the topic because I want to add something to the conversation. I don't want to solely speculate on what's going on. What I'm trying to add to the situation is the removal of clearly fake theories. As it stands right now, there are several things we can say that this is not. I do not believe that this is a hoax. I do not believe that this is a marketing stunt. We can now confirm that Brime is no longer relevant. They are not a part of this in any way and never were. I can confirm, which I will in this video, about Shroud and the other Shroud Ninja and his collaboration on a streaming platform. I'll be able to talk about a lot that we know it isn't. We've even seen some interesting theories around this platform called Sting, a new buzzing streaming platform. They had joined in 2010, and they've tweeted once. And, if you look at who they're following, there's, a wide variety of streamers, Twitch personalities, things like that. Mr. Beast, YouTube Personality Summit, Keemstar. You're not seeing a lot of, here's Dr. Lupo. So they have some of the largest streamers certainly on there. You see Shroud, they're following Shroud, and Ninja, and Dr. Disrespect, which has led to the screenshot that somebody sent. This. Watch Sting is what to keep an eye on. Here is what looks like an immigrant. I think Sting is the way to go, you'll understand soon. Allegedly from Michael Shroud. Shroud deleted this a day before Doc was banned, then deleted it almost instantly. I have not found, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I have not found a single mention from any one of his followers or a comment from Shroud about Sting. The tweet doesn't exist, and there are no mentions of it anywhere. I don't believe that this is a real tweet at this point. Also, you'll notice, I don't know if you noticed, but I did, that the main streaming platform for Brime, it's no longer privated. But it was privated at an earlier point in the day. In fact, I captured it just 1 hour ago. 16 retweets, 191 likes. They had protected their tweets here in the United States. Why? I don't know, but I can now say certainly that Brime has nothing to do with Dr. Disrespect. They don't own Dr. Disrespect. He's not going to Brime. You can see this in their own QA as captured by Mainstream Rap. Thank you. Question: are you planning on combating against banned YouTubers, Twitch streamers, etc.? Will your service uphold bans from others? We will not enforce previous bans from other platforms. If severe, we may do so. Are you backed by anyone that you can share? No, not at this time. Can I be a beta tester? Don't care. Will Streamlabs? Yes. I was led to believe that on speculation of Dr. Disrespect being involved, we cannot confirm nor deny the status of Dr. Disrespect at this time. He's more than welcome to be a part of the Brime service, but we are not in any negotiations at this time. Now, I don't blame the owner of Brime for riding this wave of speculation to get some free pub. From what I can see, they have no platform, no funding, and they literally just started talking about this, you know, a few days after the biggest Twitch bans. No Dr. Disrespect. So what have we ruled out? Brime is out. Sting out. Sponsors still in. Twitch has done what they did with Ninja. Said, yo, remember when Twitch banned Ninja and said he was in another castle? This is Dr. Disrespect's, or is this image just from mobile app ban for landing pages? Well, if we go to Twitch and look for his page, I believe it still shows up as not found. Yeah, sorry, unless you've got a time machine. The standard ban screen. So I don't believe in any way. Oh, sorry. We also proved that, you know, this is not a ban. So what else could it be? What else could possibly have led to his ban? Well, there's a new emerging theory. Now, by the way, I should say, given the timing of the announcement of his ban, it is still, in my opinion, most likely that what we have is a claim of bad behavior with irrefutable receipts and an exchange for privacy and anonymity. However, if that is the case, Dr. Disrespect will, I assume, be able to get that information through court documents because they have to give him a reason for the breach of their contract. Right now, all they've said is it was a breach of terms of service. That's not enough information to term a $20 million contract. There are two things to consider before we go really down the rabbit hole here. Dr. Disrespect did tweet out the other day saying, I don't know. Let's look at this. You see Leon Lush say, well, that was a twist I didn't see coming. Then you see Obi-Wan Jernobi, just a Twitter follower or Twitter user, saying, brilliant post by Doc. I think he's forcing their hand to post something for an update. Part of his contract probably has an NDC or NDA. Well, there is certainly a theory that Dr. Disrespect does in fact know what it is, and it's very bad. And that's why he's saying, I don't know, and maybe he knows Twitch can't say anything, so this way he can just go on and say, hey, I don't know what they're talking about, they never told me. The other likelihood is, the other likelihood is that Twitch really did ban him and told him nothing about it, which has got to be like a 0% chance, right? Effectively 0%. If there is some sort of story about him and a female, you would think it would be out there by now. Was he really working on another streaming platform? I don't know. If you're Dr. Disrespect and you're probably worth $100 million, do you necessarily care that much about a new platform? I don't know. We also saw a lot of theories going around about prepare for the 29th. A lot of people thought that was today, as in the 29th we'd hear something. Well, we didn't hear anything about the 29th, and eagle-eyed followers and users of Twitter pointed out that it was actually talking about the Game Fuel announcement from last month. Now, Game Fuel, as according to Mountain Dew, owned by Mountain Dew, still has him up. Now, here's where things get really unlikely, but there is some precedent for it. So, understand, before I go into this, I don't believe that this is the case, but I will present it as if it maybe is the case, okay? Dr. Disrespect has had platforms call for his deplatforming, websites call for his deplatforming many times. Kotaku definitely has a grudge against him, but also they have called for his deplatforming around talking about, the COOF and 5G, some different things that he said about that. He read an article from The Hill, which that Musk had retweeted, that says the data is in and stop the panic. He was having a conversation with his viewers about theories that are dangerous in some people's opinions. From what I can see, I haven't seen any hard evidence of like the 5G connection and stuff, but you had long articles like this not that long ago. This was May. Okay, this is only a month and a half ago. when Kotaku was demanding he be deplatformed, calling him dangerous because he had talked about some other things like herd immunity and things like that. You can also see there are articles talking about him talking about 5G and the theories around that. These are big no-nos in mainstream media. And again, May 6th. So there is a possibility that Twitch had wanted to get rid of him at this point, and it took a very long time to do so. There are also people that believe his mentioning of David Icke, which has a lot of out there theories. Okay, I am not familiar with him, but Dr. Disrespect was talking about him, talking about how he bought his book, talking about how he would watch his documentary, and that was just minutes before his stream was terminated permanently.
I was watching that documentary on David Icke. Yes, Alex. Yes, I like him.
Gaming and David Icke himself tweeted out, gaming sensation Dr. Disrespect's last streaming mentions David Icke and the film Renegade before being banned. Obviously, the implication here is that that's why he was banned. I am not familiar with him, and I don't believe Wikipedia is necessarily the most fair and balanced source. But you can see that he's a former sports broadcaster, football player, and occupation apparently conspiracy theorist. Critics have accused him of being a denier and having some just very dangerous opinions. His theories about reptilians being a deliberate code, but Icke denies these claims. So I don't know. I am claiming ignorance here, all right? I don't know if what he said is correct or what any of that. But what I can say are the things that people have accused him of, and the fact that Dr. Disrespect talked about him on his stream may have been the final straw. Now, that said, he brought his name up. Now, I don't know if he brought it up earlier in the stream, but I believe when he brings up, unless he talks about it earlier in the stream, he had already been banned by that point. This was in the clip where Dr. Disrespect appears to have received notice of his termination, and then he starts talking about David Icke again. I don't know if they're related, but we know how Twitch is about, in their opinion, misinformation, and we've seen Dr. Disrespect take heat for talking about various theories out there that are not accepted in the mainstream. Maybe it was, okay, he talked about the COOF, being not that big of a deal. Then he talked about 5G. And then maybe he talks about this. That's it. Pull the plug. Permanently suspended for spreading misinformation, according to Twitch. I don't know if it's true or not. That right now is the only standing theory. I think still that the most likely scenario is that anonymity was provided in exchange for irrefutable evidence that Dr. Disrespect was up to some bad behavior. I sincerely hope that isn't the case, but as of right now, that's all the information we have. I feel like these last 3 videos have spent most of the time talking about what isn't the case, and I look forward to talking about what is, and I think we'll find out today. Make sure you've got those notifications on and you click that subscribe button down below, and I'll keep covering as much as I can. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
The permanent ban is really fucked up. I mean, I can understand a ban. Permanent? What the fuck?
No mercy!
My scouts report a dire foe nearby. Kill whatever it is before it can become a real danger.
Today I'm going to do another video request sent to me quite a long time ago actually by the number 3, and it's on Alex Jones. Yeah, I know, we're venturing into the extreme stupid now. As you know, I get a lot of video requests, and I can't possibly do them all. I wish I could, but it's just impossible. So in the next few videos, I'm going to release a video on some rules for video requests, just to, you know, filter some out. Stay tuned for that. So without further ado, let's jump right into it.
A lady called at the end of the last hour saying, for those
Stop
of us joined us,
making
she
the
said,
fucking
Alex,
frogs
you're
gay.
friends with Jesse Ventura. You're consulting on his TV show. He's a guest on your show. He believes in evolution.
Them frogs gay.
Another evolution video, Professor Stick? We're getting tired of it. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I don't believe in evolution, the way it's billed and sold. And I don't believe in the 100-year version of creationism.
100-year creationism, because there are creationists that believe the universe is a few hundred years old, right?
I am a Christian, but this is not a religious broadcast. I believe in science.
I don't think you do, but let's hear what you have to say.
And there has been more fraud from the evolution camp. Remember the famous Piltdown man, the jaw of a pig, found in the U.S., and they knowingly lied for 40-something years, saying it was the missing link?
We were able to prove that the Piltdown Man was a hoax because of our knowledge of evolution. Because we knew so much about it, we were able to look at the Piltdown Man and realize it didn't fit in our evolutionary tree. We had other fossils and other evidence that suggested a specific path of evolution that led to humans. The Piltdown Man simply didn't fit, therefore we discarded it. Creationists love using the Piltdown Man as an argument against evolution, which just simply ends up demonstrating their ignorance.
And there have been literally hundreds of frauds, more than that.
Hundreds? I dare you to name 5.
And now top genetic engineers all over the world, there's famous cases of this, have stopped being atheists because they say, look, we've looked at the DNA, we've looked at supposed evolution, something else is happening here. Species just appear instantly.
Name 5 of those scientists. I'm so tired of creationists doing this. Oh my god, there are so many scientists that don't believe in evolution. Well, no, the vast majority of scientists accept evolution as true and accurate. And it's so hypocritical if you even mention scientists as opponents of evolution. It comes as a bundle. You can't cherry pick the scientists you want to listen to. If you're going to talk about scientists not believing in evolution, you better fucking acknowledge the vast majority of them that do.
150 years ago, when Darwin was a big rock star and his theory, evolution of the species, was first put out, and he was a eugenicist.
What the fuck? You know that his theory wasn't accepted initially? It took years before we started taking him seriously. Where the fuck are you getting your information?
He was really the father of eugenics. They believed that the royals were a greater bloodline. They believed the general public were scum. They believed in social Darwinism, saying, so what if people die in factories? So what if the elite kill the poor? The poor are scum because they genetically didn't get rich and powerful. Therefore, they believe everything is evolutionary, so you deserve to be poor. You deserve to be a slave.
Seriously, guys? Are you literally trying to kill me with these video requests? Now we have a conspiracy theorist claiming that Darwin was the king of eugenics? It can't get crazier than this, right? Like, why would anyone even subscribe to this guy unless they actually believe in this shit?
It's just another religion, and they admit that, and the UN now says they're creating a global religion. They've been planning it for 30 years around Gaia worship, around teaching humans that they're bad, so they'll give up their rights and their property. The globalist has nothing to do with the environment.
Let's skip to the non-conspiracy shit, shall we?
It has become a false debate. I'm not going to have Baptist preachers telling me their own interpretation of how the world was created.
That's good. Please don't swallow up their bullshit.
And I'm certainly not going to listen to the globalist and their whole evolutionary system. See,
globalist? We're called globalists now? Not evolutionists? Not Darwinists? Well, that's a new one. I've never heard that one before. But that's so stupid. Just because we accept science and we embrace the scientific method doesn't mean we're globalists. That's like on a completely different topic.
I don't let people put me in a box. I look at the facts, I look at history, I look at the evidence.
Okay, if you really looked at the evidence, you wouldn't be spewing so much shit right now. It's so funny, there's so much evidence for evolution. How do people not see it? DNA, proteins, fossils, endogenous retroviruses, the list goes on. The only reason people like you deny evolution is because you either had a presupposition on what you're looking for, or you've been brainwashed by creationist propaganda. So which is it for you, Jones?
And obviously, you're not going to have the Sahara Desert, as the old cliche goes, put together a fine Swiss watch. The sands aren't going to fly together to make that.
Oh my god, can you please pick up one biology textbook, please? This is a faulty analogy. First of all, why didn't you just stick to the stupid tornado in a junkyard creating a car? At least in a junkyard, it had the materials for a car. Okay, look, we're not claiming that it's through some random event that created life. Abiogenesis is directed by natural forces. We can map out the exact chemical reactions. For example, here are the reactions that created amino acids. Water, ammonia, and methane along with some energy are able to undergo the 4 symbol step reactions at the top. This is then completed by the 2-step Strucker synthesis at the bottom. It involves obtaining protons in solution, 2 nucleophilic attacks by H2O, and 2 proton transfers, which ultimately produces an amino acid depending on the R group involved. In this equation, it is glycine at the end there. Now, this isn't the only reaction that can take place. We were able to naturally create many other essential compounds of life. This doesn't necessarily prove that that's exactly what happened in early Earth, however. It's more of a proof of concept that these things can happen naturally in certain conditions on its own. Doesn't really sound like a tornado in a junkyard anymore now, does it?
A human cell is 1,000,000 times or more, according to the scientist I've read, complex than a fine Swiss watch.
I doubt any scientist said that. How are you even measuring complexity here? And also 1,000,000 times more complex? Get the fuck out of here.
And they've tried in laboratories to make with simple building blocks of life, with simple amino acids. They've tried to make life. They can't do it.
Sure, we haven't created artificial life yet, but that's because there's still a lot we don't know. We have, however, been successful in creating a lot of essential compounds. We figured out how we can naturally make nucleotides, alcohols, aldehydes, organic acids, nitrites, etc., etc. Half of those you probably don't even recognize, right, Alex? The thing is, we're not just pulling these out of thin air. We even have hypothetical maps that map out the origin of life, how it came from an RNA world, and even the origin of viruses. Just because you're too ignorant to look at our work doesn't make it false. And now we're approaching the 728 mark, which is supposed to be interesting. I can't wait.
And there is just unbelievable design. And now with the electron microscopes, they're finding what can only be called microplasms.
Which isn't a thing.
Smaller bacteria, smaller viruses living in the viruses, in the bacteria.
Nope, you're not going to find that, especially not viruses instead of oh my god, what the fuck am I watching?
They zoom in more, they find little creatures living inside those creatures. They zoom in more, they find creatures living inside those creatures. They zoom even more, they find creatures living inside those creatures. They zoom in even more, inside the cell. You zoom into a cell and you find other creatures living there.
No. The laughter. Come on, give me that face. Give me the laughter face.
You zoom in further, you find more creatures.
Oh, he's zooming into himself.
They have bacterium that can live in radiation. They have bacterium that can live in total zero.
No, they don't. Even if these organisms you mentioned are real, nothing can live in absolute zero.
What is it? 270 something below zero. Celsius. Absolute zero. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. We are living on a planet, a gorgeous planet, hurtling through space, orbiting a sun.
Good to know you're not a flat earther.
We have no idea what's really going on. It's so big. It's so amazing. But instead, people only care about their fantasy football instead of trying to learn the mysteries and secrets of the universe.
Actually, we are learning about the secrets to the universe. That's where scientists come in. But you're too fucking stupid to acknowledge the works of these scientists. There are people who dedicate their whole career to finding out about the universe. Do these people just not exist to you?
And I'll tell you where you start finding out those secrets. It's in the ancient text, like the Bible.
Ancient text? So that includes the Quran then? And all the other ancient texts that exist in the world? Oh, but the Bible, that's the one, right? All the other ancient texts are wrong. Psh, silly me. But for real though, the only real approach to find truth to the universe is by the scientific method. It's the only source that can produce models of high predictive capabilities. But Alex, I wouldn't expect you to know that, since you're anything but a scientist. Today I'm going to do another video recording.
Hey, I'm Fight the Flat Earth, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what the mountain did to Oberyn Mattel's skull. The Flat Earth is full of people that think they are smarter than the smartest people ever to have lived. They think they can debunk the greatest minds that we've ever had on this planet, when they actually have zero knowledge of what they talk about. Episode 14 of Flurfs Are Idiots is about JM Truth, a flurf that thinks he's an expert on everything, says he's a physicist and a research scientist, and claims that film production is a science, while seismology isn't. No, you did hear that right. Film production is a science, while seismology isn't. And that kind of stupidity makes me fear for my mental health, so I've enlisted the help of the incredible godless engineer. Hold on to your hats and have facepalm protection at the ready. The stupid is strong with this one, and the ego is even stronger. This is JM Truth, the savior of Flat Earth.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
So JM Truth, where do I start? Well, I think the best place to start is to tell you about the Dunning-Kruger effect. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias, where people that have no expertise in a field seem to think they know everything about it. This is a representation of the Dunning-Kruger chart, and this is where JM Truth falls on that chart. His channel is full of what he thinks are educational videos, where he acts as the teacher to re-educate everyone away from the evils of what he calls pseudoscience. He even names his videos like college lectures. Frankly, it makes me cringe quite a lot watching him stand there in his lab coat to re-educate everyone away from the evils of what he calls pseudoscience. He even names his videos like college lectures. Frankly, it makes me cringe quite a lot watching him stand there in his lab coat. I'm going to concentrate on a video he titled Physics 103 Gas Pressure, Where Did the Universe Go? Where he stands, for some reason, in a field for 20 minutes and gets things wrong.
What's happening?
Oh, let me translate that for you guys. Flurf can be a difficult language because it seems like normal words. What he just said is, Joshua Michael doesn't understand anything he was taught, so he's going to share and think he is teaching you this bullshit. And in comes the ego. What that just said was basically me, in association with me, science, presented by me. Me!
Shalom, my friends. My name is Joshua Michael, and I'd like to welcome you to jamtruth.com.
I've got so many issues. Straight away, look at him in his lab coat, in the middle of a field. Why? What? Why are you in a lab coat? Are you in a lab? You on a field trip? What scientist has his lab in a field? Come on!
This is the Science 100 series. This class is Science 103 on gas pressure. And I've subtitled this class, Where Did the Universe Go? Because by the end of the class, I'm going to reveal to you that you don't live where you think you do. And that question, where did the universe go, is going to be answered by the end of this class. So,
I will bet you my left nut that you don't answer any questions in this video. It amazes me that you morons are so happy to put your ignorance on display. Let's see what you get wrong. I'm betting a lot.
So let's get started. First, we are told by mainstream science that we live on a globe, that there's an atmosphere, and just beyond that atmosphere, there's a vacuum of space and stars and the sun and all this stuff. So with the
yes, science does tell us that, but more than tell, science demonstrates it. There is so much evidence of this to be the case. But of course, you're the physicist, huh?
I am a physicist that does experiments in lots of them. There is no, and a research scientist, there is no proof of space-time or continuum. None.
Where did you get your physics degree?
First of all, let me ask you this question first, why does someone need a degree in physics in order to be a physicist? Wait. Hold on. Did Einstein have a physics degree? Because if not, then you can't use him as an example.
Again,
did Newton have a physics?
You slipped up big when you said you.
No, your argument.
No, you have no argument. Can I finish a thought without getting another question?
Go ahead.
I'll tell you where you slipped up. The fact that you said weight. The fact that you said weight has nothing to do with gravity makes me wonder. Where did you get your physics degree? You said you're a physicist, and you said you're.
Hey Jesse! Before you ask him where he got his physics, dude, all you gotta do is give us some scientific evidence for gravity. Do you have any? Ready? Go.
You're answering my question with another unrelated question.
Hold on. All right.
So I'll answer your question.
Nathan, I'll concede that. Hold on. You asked me where I got my physics degree. Do you have a master's degree? Yes or no?
Oh, see, you're moving the goalpost.
No.
You're moving the goalpost.
He just asked you a question.
And you're responding.
Jesse,
you're answering my question with a question.
Because your question, again, is a strawman argument. You're asking me about physics degree. I'm asking you if you have a master's degree. Because I can trump you if not. So I'm trying to establish a basis of equilibrium here, and I'm betting $1,000 there isn't an equilibrium here. But you want to throw a degree in my face because you think that establishes some kind of truth.
Yep.
So before you establish that, I have a master's of science degree. Let's just go there. Do you have one?
So you are conceding that you do not have a physics degree and therefore are not a physicist. So you were not telling the truth there, were you?
Hey, Einstein didn't have a physics degree either, buddy.
Wait. What is the Okay, let's go back to elementary school, Jesse. What is the definition of scientist?
Mm-hmm.
What is the definition of a scientist? Do you know?
So are you going to answer my question? Where did you get your physics degree?
Straw man argument.
Or not?
Jesse, straw man.
Your argument's a straw man argument. Yeah. Do you have? In fact, my question is far more valid.
It's a question. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing anything. You stated.
Jesse, stay with me here, buddy. Do you have a master's of science degree? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I asked.
He asked you a question, Jesse. Jesse, answer his question.
You're responding to my question with an unrelated question.
I've already answered your question. I'm asking you to answer
my question. So what was the answer? I missed your answer. I'm sorry. What was?
I don't have a physics.
Thank you.
All this stuff. So with the beginning of the scientific method, you must first start with a question. So here's the question. How do you have a gas pressure, also known as atmospheric pressure, without a container to begin with?
There is your first mistake. Atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are two different things. But please, carry on and be wrong some more.
Folks, I think this is the basis of our understanding, the basis of this course and this class, and we need to really look at this question because we're going to really dive deep into this particular question. So let's bring the board on. So here's the question. How do you have a gas pressure, also known as atmospheric pressure, without a container to begin with?
Well, by having a force. And can you guess what that force is? Anyone? Desert File?
Gravity, you fucking retard! Gravity! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
Folks, in order to start the process, we first need to define gas pressure. So let's start with the definition of gas pressure. The pressure of a gas is the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. Okay, that's from chemistryelmhurst.edu. Let's read that again. The pressure of a gas is the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. Next page.
Oh man, come on, you better be picking up that paper you're just dumping in the countryside. You know what I think is more important, and that is that we define atmospheric pressure. Let's go to the remedial classroom. You could really do with the remedial classroom. Right, settle down. I said settle down. Right, today we need to look at what the actual fuck do you want, Mr. Riley? Yes, it is true the teachers have all placed bets on you being dumb fuck of the year. Don't be sad, Riley. It'll be the first time in your life that you've won anything. It must suck knowing that you can't even win a loser competition. 2 second places in a row. Must sting. But you've been saying some incredibly stupid stuff this year. Like my favourite. Acceleration doesn't require a force, but density is a force. See? Even your peers think you're stupid. Good job, class. Anyway, atmospheric pressure. Different from gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, sometimes called barometric pressure, is at the surface of the Earth 14.7 psi, and as altitude rises, the pressure decreases until you are in a vacuum, or 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is not a negative number, Mr. Thompson. Atmospheric pressure is caused by the gravitational attraction of the planet on the atmospheric gases above the surface, and is a function of the mass of the planet, the radius of the surface, and the amount and composition of the gases and their vertical distribution in the atmosphere. It is modified by planetary rotation and local effects such as wind velocity, density variations due to temperature, and variations in composition. The most important part is that there is a pressure gradient, which requires a force of some kind, and without that force, there would not be a pressure gradient inside the flat Earth's magic snow globe. Now, Mr. Riley, I have a note here from George Musser. It says, "Fuck you, you moron. Stop misquoting me." That's home time. Oh, thank fuck. I want to say a massive thank you to all my patrons. Your support allows me time to focus on my channel and do what's important, bringing you great content and fighting the flat Earth. I want to say an extra massive thank you to my $200 patrons, Christopher Kane and Jeffrey Sloan. If you'd like to join and become part of the FTFE team, go to patreon.com/FTFE. And thank you.
Without the walls of a container, there can be no pressure. It's like having an atmosphere and a vacuum in the same place. It's an oxymoron, folks. You can't have it.
No, it's not an oxymoron. Because no one says we have a vacuum and an atmosphere in the same place. How would you even have an atmosphere and a vacuum in the same place? Is this kind of stupid that makes people laugh at you?
Can anyone see where I'm going with this? Anyway, going once, going twice, no? Well, let's move on.
Why are you asking a question? There's no one... You know you're not live streaming this, right?
So this is from our friends at NASA, folks. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and the walls of the container.
So the thing about using NASA for anything is that NASA tells us the Earth is a globe.
And that's from our good friends at NASA. Of course, someone's going to say, but Josh, you don't believe what NASA says. Technically, that's true. Most of what NASA presents us, I have found to be pseudoscience and not correct. However, in this particular instance, according to what they put out as far as gas and gas pressure is concerned, they are correct in regards to what genuine science has already established.
So what you're saying is NASA are right, as long as you say they are right. Okay, this is what we call cherry picking, Josh, and it's a little bit dishonest. I thought you were JM Truth.
Now, I didn't actually see this until Quantum Eraser on YouTube pointed it out, and then I don't know whether it's just she opened my eyes to it or what, but now I see it everywhere, and everybody...
Oh, you listen to Quantum Eraser? Sake, man.
Everybody is yelling gas pressure gradient in an attempt to explain away the needing of a barrier between Earth's atmosphere and space. Okay?
It is a fair point, though, because I've yet to hear an actual explanation for the gradient in our atmosphere that goes from 14.7 psi to 0 psi, that doesn't include gravity. In a recent debate with Why You Are an Idiot, he did try with an explanation. But my question for you is, how does any of this prove that at one point there was no pressure gradient? And more to the point, how does the fact that there used to not be a pressure gradient explain the fact that there is a pressure gradient now?
Okay, so basically, when Yggdrasil is gone, we're talking about it reached onto the dome. It reached onto the dome. Once it got cut down, how much of, because supposedly, there's a connection between the air and trees and all this. So if you cut a tree that big down, how much are you going to lose? And you can look at the animals. If you look at the animals of the past, and you look at the animals of today,
I'm gonna have to...
twice as big. They're twice as big as in the past. They are twice the size in the past. That requires way more air pressure. And since Yggdrasil is so high, there should be no pressure gradient. You remove it, there is a pressure gradient.
Okay? So this is the problem when people use a term out of context and try to use it to explain something they really don't understand. So people are yelling gas pressure gradient, okay? So let's see here. Answer this question. What comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradient?
Oh, so you're not going to try and explain it. You're just going to ignore it and continue to litter the countryside? The only explanation to a gradient is a force. Ignore it all you want. It's not going away. You know what? Talking to this idiot gives me a headache. Luckily I've got backup.
Hey, Fight the Flat Earth! Thank you for having me on to tear apart a JM Truth video. I figured the best place to start would be his very first Flat Earth video. I really want to analyze him, what he's about, and the disingenuous tactics that he takes. Alright, so first we have something that's become common with the Flat Earth community, and that's his mischaracterization of what exactly is science and what isn't science, or rather, what is pseudoscience.
But if you're really interested in this, I would encourage you to do your own research, encourage you to do good research and not just believe what mainstream science, which I call pseudoscience, I don't even call mainstream science real science anymore.
Ah, so after this clip you might be thinking, well, hold on, what does he consider actual science? What does he consider pseudoscience? Well, luckily, in a debate with Sean Hawkins recently, he elaborated on this.
The reason I said all these other sciences were pseudosciences because the so-called sciences on the right can't perform experiments. They can't even, then the last 6 can't perform a hypothesis. Okay, it's been proven they are not sciences. So I'm not even going to debate it. I'm not going to argue with you. If you can show me one example of a legitimate hypothesis and a legitimate experiment, then we'll discuss it. But until then, we're not going to.
Ah, yes. So apparently, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, apparently all of these are not, in fact, sciences, but they are pseudoscience to him. So it's quite interesting that he uses this, considering the fact that we're about to go over what he considers actual evidence and actual scientific rigor. But to be clear, I want to state that all of these are indeed scientific fields. Just so you know what actually constitutes whether or not a field is scientific, generally it has to meet at least most of these particular characteristics. It has to have clearly defined terminology. It has to have a quality of quantifiability. Highly controlled conditions is also very important, as well as reproducibility and predictability and testability. So any field that stands up to the rigor set forth by these principles can be considered a scientific field. And so all of these pseudosciences that he lists here, it is indeed not pseudoscience. These are actual scientific fields. With the exception of a few on this list, because, I mean, he lists, like, astrology on here. That's obviously not scientific. So let's go on and see what is the foundation of JM Truth's proof for a flat Earth.
Please remember, we were commanded by the Savior to do all things in love.
my
I'm
God,
not telling any of you, you obviously have to believe as I do. I'm simply sharing with you this interesting information and perspective. I'm going to start with the scriptures, and then we're going to look at and move past that to the scriptures into other evidence.
Apparently he uses his own particular holy text in order to lay the groundwork for his entire worldview. And he also uses it for his evidence later. So I guess you could say that he employs pseudoscience, because holy books are definitely not scientific.
Here's a photo that has been split up into 3 levels. Here we see sea level, sky level, and upper atmosphere, first level. Using NASA's own law of curvature, this chart you see here, what we see in this picture is something we should not be seeing.
So here JM is trying to provide some evidence outside of his scriptures, but really, I mean, he's just showing this in order to support his scriptures or to validate his scriptures or to show that his scriptures hold truth in some way. So that's all that he's using this evidence for. But let's actually attack the evidence that he provides. First off, he misrepresents the 8 inches per mile squared, labeling it as NASA's equation. At best, you could say that this is a land surveyor's equation, because the equation is actually only fairly accurate within, like, a few miles, or a very short distance, really. Because it actually maps a parabola. It doesn't map a sphere. And it's real funny, because if you notice on his little display there, he's actually got an Excel equation that you can put into Excel and calculate, I guess, how much distance is hidden by the curve. But if you'll notice there, it's not 8 inches per mile squared. This really gets at the heart of what JM does, and what you'll notice as we continue. JM regularly misrepresents the truth. As you can see on this one, he's misrepresenting what is even on his little figure there. Also, to discuss this whole horizon rising to eye level, however high you go, that's indeed not accurate. There are plenty of videos that you can go to out there that actually have, a drone going up and seeing the horizon drop.
The Earth, according to NASA, drops 8 inches squared every mile. And so as we get higher from the Earth should disappear from our view. But as you can see, this is not what happens here.
See, this part right here is very wrong, because we shouldn't see the Earth disappear as we get higher. And maybe this is a bit semantical of an argument, but I feel like it highlights just how disingenuous he is, because as you get higher up, you should see more and more of the spherical Earth, not that the Earth should be disappearing. So I don't even know why he's saying that the globe Earth should be disappearing on a globe Earth model, but it doesn't. We just see more and more of the surface area of the Earth.
We are told that the sun is about 93 million miles away. We were also told that the sun is about 109 times the size of the Earth. That would mean that the light coming off the sun
and
the light it gives off should dwarf our planet. This means we should not see any pinpoint of light at any point on the Earth. If in fact that is the case, and light travels straight in space due to it being a vacuum according to NASA, then can someone please explain to me how we have such a small hot spot on the Earth?
Use judgment at all.
Being both a cinematographer and a photographer, I understand that a hot spot is created when a light source is directly above or directly on the object being lit up. Again, this seems to defy the laws of true physics. Any takers? Because this picture clearly shows a hot spot on the planet Earth, implying that possibly the sun is just above those clouds, because otherwise there shouldn't be a hot spot. So again, I ask, any takers? None? Okay. Moving on.
Wait a second. Is he actually using a picture of the sun above the Earth and claiming that this proves that the Earth is flat, while at the same time showing picture of the curve right there? No, hot spots, this hot spots that he sees right there is actually just reflections coming off of a highly reflective surface on the Earth, like water, something like that. This isn't a hot spot like you would see in photography or if you were at a different perspective looking at the Earth and seeing the glare from the sun coming off the Earth. Also, he showed a picture of crepuscular rays. That's bullshit. Those rays are indeed parallel, and it's only because of your perspective that they appear to be sort of angled. He would know this if he actually had any kind of like photographic sense, or maybe if he was like a cinematographer or something. Which he isn't. You know, I can't really take much more. There's like 15 more minutes of his video. I'll probably look through it and address it some other time. In conclusion, I have determined that JM Truth is just a disingenuous pseudoscience peddler. All he does is misrepresent evidence that he brings forward and tries to distort the truth of the things that he's actually showing you in order to fit his narrative or his faith to support his scriptures. His entire argument is based on his faith in the Bible, or whatever the fuck it is he might believe. He references the New Testament and the Old Testament. Like, I've seen him reference Matthew and shit. So I don't know what the fuck he is. Thank you, Fight the Flat Earth, for allowing me to come on and address JM Truth and finally put the last nail in the coffin. Oh, I probably didn't do that because he's still going to stick around and he's just going to deny everything. And anyways, he'll be...
These fake virus messages are all too common on the internet, but sometimes it's possible to find out the full details of exactly who's behind the phone number on screen, and to give those scammers a real scare.
This is a computer support company, sir. And let me tell you, sir, in order to run the diagnostic, I will have to connect to your computer remotely.
So I followed this person's instructions and I was told to download Supremo Control. Once he had control of my desktop, he downloaded some further remote access software called Screen Connect. This allows him to blacken my screen when necessary. He also downloaded another bit of software to prevent me from seeing Screen Connect in my list of installed programs. A new tactic I hadn't seen before, and I'm sure will be duplicated by other scammers. And once he'd hidden his remote access software from the installation list, he sent me a contract by email. Scammers use DocuSign and other similar contract agencies so that they can hold on to their money in the event of a dispute. I've alerted DocuSign to this particular company. Finally, he revealed all of this company's details.
So if you open this up, you will have this Technec IT Solutions LLC. That's the name of the company. And here's a toll-free number. This is my name. We will be available from Monday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. with the Eastern Standard Time. Okay?
Like most scams, they will register a completely fake company name and give it a website to make it look legitimate. Their website was more professional than most, and they even had some reviews on the Better Business Bureau. But upon closer inspection, very many of these reviews seemed to have lots of spelling and grammar mistakes, indicating that they were probably their own reviews. I've been in touch with the Better Business Bureau, and hopefully these fake reviews will be removed soon. But as always, I use the scammer's connection in reverse so that I can see what's happening at the scammer's side. So as Jay was trying to get me to pay $280 for nothing, I was watching what was going on Jay's computer.
I'm getting this option. You have two cards.
Oh yeah.
One is the card ending with 1028, and one is the card ending with.
There might be an old one there somewhere.
I see whether I can do it with.
So let's have a closer look at what the scammer's doing here. The screen in the center is my own PC, but surrounding it is ConnectWise control. The various buttons around this are what the scammer uses to freeze or blank my computer, or indeed take control of the keyboard and mouse. Behind all of this is a web page showing the most recent Screen Connect contacts. These are the names of the people who have recently been scammed. I've reported their account to Screen Connect, who always take very rapid action to shut them down. However, I'd really like to see the blank screen being removed from this software. The scammers were using Skype to communicate with each other. They seemed to be quite a small organisation, only about 3 or 4 of them, and the boss's name was Archit. Archit was the only one who was using his real name. The other scammers were called Paul, Tintin and Jay. And it was obvious that these scammers were working from home, as was evident whenever Jay called his boss Archit, and I could hear baby crying in the background.
Where he... Okay, question. Either customer will receive code on his cell phone or on email. हैं? अबे कहीं स्कैमर को तो कॉल नहीं कर रहा, ये कौन सा कोड वाला बात आ गया बे?
At this point, I tell them that the bank have called me to tell me that the whole thing is a scam, and that usually puts them off. But Jay tries to convince me otherwise.
If you check, okay, do one thing, sir. If you really don't believe me, you can check the reviews. You can check the reviews from our customers. We have got A1 reviews, A+ reviews in, from Better Business Bureau.
It seems they're using the Better Business reviews as a way to appear legitimate. The quicker these can be removed, the better.
Well, fine, sir. I'm gonna do one thing. You can go ahead and do the research, but I did what I have to do on your computer. I help you out. So, you just got a call from your bank saying that this is not legit, and all of a sudden, everything has just changed. So, I was just speaking with the manager regarding about the service that you took from us, security. You said you will have to speak with the billing department, and if the billing department doesn't agree with that, then we'll have to, I'm sorry to say, I have nothing in my hand, I'm just an employee. We'll have to disable the security for you.
So as Jay was trying to convince me that they were legitimate, I was having a look closely at one of their 2 websites. On the second website, called technax.us, there was a designed by Artico Media Sky in the bottom right. This would turn out to be the real company name. So as I watched them run the identical scam on this person who's called Lloyd, I thought I would call up the various members of this team and challenge them. And as they were scamming Lloyd, they noticed that a file had been left from a different scamming organisation. This guy had been scammed before. They looked at the MyTech text file sitting in the corner of his PC, and it looked like it was a company called Premium Tech Support with a different phone number, so they pretty quickly deleted that file. And this is what I find quite a lot. If you fall victim to one of these scams, your phone number will undoubtedly work its way around hundreds of call centres. The victims will then be bombarded by other scams, including the refund scam. This happens so much that scammers now have a password system. They instruct their victims that if the person on the end of the phone can't quote the agreed password, to hang up the call. They will also warn the victims that they're likely to receive other calls. This is because they sell their victims' own data. I'll show more on this password system in a future video. But I wanted to call the number on the pop-up to speak to other members of the team. This time I ended up speaking to Nitin or Tintin.
Thank you for calling. How can I help you?
Yeah, hello. I've got a support alert here. I can't get rid of this. Who is this, by the way?
What were you doing? Sir, we get support for computer problems. What were you actually doing on the computer when you got a problem?
This question's always part of the script. It implies that the user did something wrong, not that they set this up. So like his colleague Jay, Barry got me to download Screen Connect, where he could remotely access my computer. I went along with it.
Okay, come on, it's connecting. Okay, cool. Now I have your screen. I can look at what you're looking at.
Okay.
See, I'm moving the mouse. Or
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. So this is what you got.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not going now.
No, it doesn't disappear.
No. Does anyone else use this computer apart from you, sir?
Not really, no.
And what do you do mostly on the computer?
You know, I track down scammers on the internet using this computer. And when they connect to me, I can find out where they come from. The kind of people who put fake JavaScript error messages on your computer. You know?
And what else?
Well, when they connect to my computer, I can find out exactly who they are. Now you're checking, is it a VM?
Now, how long you been facing this problem?
Oh, I've been doing this for years, and I put the results onto the internet.
I mean, how old is this computer? That's what I'm asking.
Well, it's a virtual computer, but you'll not be able to tell from looking at MS Info 32. So, yeah.
I understand. I'm asking you, sir.
Oh, I've probably had the VM for about 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Just 2 years, yeah.
What is happening?
Yeah. How long have you been doing the scams?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been doing the scamming?
Sir, I'm not scamming you.
No. Well, of course you are. That's
I'm
a
trying
fake.
to help you out
It's
here.
a fake virus message, so of course you're scamming me. Undoubtedly, you'd have.
You're calling now. I'm here to help you.
No, you're going to show me the stopped services and try and convince me that that's a problem.
How do you assume everything when I haven't done anything on the computer? I did not ask you to do
anybody
anything.
competent would have said that this is fake. So
No.
obviously you're trying to
Okay,
scam me.
fine. So if you assume that, can I assume something about you?
Go on.
If I assume that you are a terrorist, will you accept that?
Depends how you define it, but you'd be very wrong in the normal sense of that
That's
word.
right. That's right. Now, how can you define me that I'm a scammer?
Because you've been lying to me the whole time.
Because you don't know who I am.
I do.
Same way like I don't know who you are.
I do.
I can assume anything.
Well, okay. I'll ask you then. Where are you?
I'm sorry. Where am I?
Where are you?
I'm in my room.
Where? Which
I'm in my
city?
room.
Obviously, but so am I. Doesn't tell me anything. So which city are you in?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have a go, will I?
In California.
No, you're not. See, you're lying again. You're in Gurugram.
Now, what's the point of asking me if you cannot believe or if you cannot
Because I know you're in
understand what
Gurugram.
I'm trying to say?
I know you're in Gurugram.
Gurugram? What's
Yes.
Gurugram?
Oh, you know exactly where Gurugram is because you're sitting there.
I don't know what's Gurugram, sir. You're calling for help. I'm here to help you. If you don't need help, you don't have to waste your time, right?
How much do you get paid for trying to scam people?
Sir, I'm not here under some interrogation. If you want to do your job, you do your job, fine. You've been trying to track down scammers, great. Go ahead, do that.
How much does Artico Media
But you
pay
cannot
you?
just categorize me.
How much does Artico Media pay
I'm
you?
sorry?
How much does Artico Media Sky pay you?
I don't work for Article Media.
Oh, okay. Right, that's not what I can see. You've gone very quiet for some strange reason.
Well, this is up to you, sir.
Why would that be?
I'm sorry?
Why have you gone all quiet?
Sir, I think you better hang up the call because this you're calling
Are
up.
you going to
you're
report
not
this
calling
to?
for the
Are you
computer
going?
help.
Are you going to report this to Archit? Yeah, it's quite spooky whenever somebody knows exactly who you are, where you are. Yeah. After a little exchange, it was interesting to see the Skype conversation between Nitin, Jaden, and his boss, Archit. He noted that my call was a prank call, and he said that I was trying to track fake tech support. Obviously, they weren't taking me seriously. So I called them back once again, this time typing in my name as Tintin. That should start to make them worry a little. And this time I would challenge everything that the technician said.
We have to assign some technician in this who's gonna work for you and help you out in this. So you have to tell me like what exactly you want to do. If we're gonna fix the things for you, secure the things for you, there will be technicians who are gonna work and fix the things, but there will be a technician fee for that, okay?
Oh, a technician fee. Is that how the scam works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry?
Is that how the scam works, the technician fee?
Mm-hmm. So you have to tell me like what exactly you're gonna do. You're gonna fix it by yourself, what exactly you're gonna do.
Are you a technician?
No, I'm not the one, sir. We have to assign a technician who can work for you.
Right, so what do you do?
We just go ahead and see what exactly is going on, and we can.
Right, so
check
what
the things and we can
is
help you out
going
in
on
that.
with this message then?
So you just tell me what exactly you want. If you can do it by yourself, we can do it, sir. I'm not just
No,
here
I'm
to
just wondering
waste your
with,
time or mine.
with you, what
You
what
do you want?
think
I
this
can
message
just.
is?
I want to the answer. I told you that there may be some security breach in your network. That might be the reason it came up.
Well, how come?
You better tell me like you want to fix it or not. Just yes or no. That's enough for me.
Well, I actually use this computer to find out if people are scamming, and you're definitely running a scam here.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that.
Yeah, and you seem to be connected from Gurugram. Sadly for him, I don't have a webcam. Yeah. So am I right or wrong about that?
Okay, sir. That.
Yeah, and you seem to be working in, yeah, it's definitely Gurugram. And you've given me a fake name. You're not Barry Christian, are you? Who do you work for, Barry?
Thank you then, sir.
Who do you work for? Oh, actually, I kind of know this already. You work for Artico Media Sky, don't you?
No, sir. We don't.
No? Oh, okay.
I do believe you're trying to get something at the wrong place or something like that.
Oh, are you going to report this to Archit? He hung up the phone, but I was still keen to keep badgering them. But all of these conversations must have really got them spooked, because the boss then ordered everyone to delete their Skype conversations. So I called them back one last time to confront the original scammer, Jay or Jaden. Yeah.
And now you're trying to play smart.
Yeah, you did, and I want you to return all of your victims' money.
Yes, just go ahead and take it for time now, and just go ahead and report us, okay?
Yeah,
There's nothing you can do about it.
To the Gurugram police, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead and take your time and report us, okay?
Oh, I've already done so, and they'll be knocking at your door pretty soon.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, it's good. Thank you so
You'd
much.
better
Have a
get
good day.
you better
I
get
have no
Tintin's
business
call
with you,
because it's
okay?
very important that you speak to Tintin.
I'm not going to speak with Tintin.
Well,
With Tintin.
well, it's the guy who also gives himself a couple of different names, but Tintin's messaging you about an inbound call, and it's quite urgent. I think you better speak to Tintin. You better speak to him.
Okay, Tintin.
Yeah.
All right.
Speak to him. It's urgent.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he calls himself Barry sometimes as well. He's got a bit of a strange personality.
Barry?
Oh, he calls himself Barry too. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I know you called yourself Jaden, but That's not your real name, is it? I knew exactly who he was because of one of the files on his computer. It was a receipt for travel, and it included his name, his mobile, where he was working, and what the final destination was, his homeland in Nagaland. His distinctive name also let me see what he looked like, courtesy of Facebook. Yeah. Do you want to tell me your real name?
I want to sleep very well, okay?
Yeah,
I'm not going to give you my name.
Well, why wouldn't you do that if you're genuine? If you're not trying to scam people?
Oh, God.
Well, if you're not scamming people, why wouldn't you give me your real name?
Because I'm not here to give you my information. You said
Right.
you already have my information, right?
Okay, Son Lamo, I don't need to know.
Okay,
It's a
cool.
very unusual name, isn't it? You're from Nagaland, aren't you?
Yes, I'm sort of right, yeah.
Nagaland, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nagaland.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Woka and Nagaland.
Have you been there?
Yeah.
Have a good day, sir.
And with that, he promptly hung up, I would imagine, in a bit of a panic. There then ensued a Skype conversation with his colleague Tintin or Barry. I had difficulty translating some of what they were saying because they speak Bangla and I don't have anyone who's able to translate this for me, so I've only kept in the English.
Yesterday, la customer inbound there, at least name. So he knows your real name, Shalamon. Tintin, to no problem. That's not my name now. Sure. That is what I'm calling up to tell to you because I just got one call. You see, I share one thing called Pran. He is trying to track fact tech support. You see, is that the same number or what? Even this one is a void number, which means voice over internet protocol, VoIP. Maybe.
Jay then asks if they should involve their boss, Archit.
No. Archit is maybe busy with a vendor. Okay, how do I add now? Add Archit. This one first.
They can't quite work out how to add the boss, so they call him.
What's the number?
Hello, Jaden. Tell Archit your story. Apart from that one.
What information? Your IP address. How come he has your IP address?
He told you that you have your IP address what? Or not?
तो अपना remote disconnect करना internet से अपना laptop को.
My aim with this whole exercise was to try and spook them enough into closing down their operation. Hopefully, this might have worked. I've certainly not seen any more activity from that group, and with any luck, it will put them off this kind of operation for good. So I'm leaving you with some of the contents of Jay's laptop. If you'd like to support me in my fight against scammers, perhaps consider supporting me on Patreon. There's a link on screen. I'm also on Twitter at JimBrowning11, and thanks for watching.
his madness. Strike him down.
Wow, nothing but garbo.
For an old god who claims to see everything, you are blind to the threat before you.
What has the wind brought? I think I do. And which lower do you bargain with? May the lower bring you fortune.
This video is brought to you by ExpressVPN. When it comes to discussing topics for my weird episode series, I admittedly ham it up a bit. Oh my god, Jenny with her exoskeleton. It's just so scary. Oh, Ozzy's pregnant. Good lord. Carl has an alien in his butt. Alright, that one was actually kind of weird. But nothing, absolutely nothing, has hit me harder than the K&D episode called Pink Eye. I forgot about this. It's like my memory wanted to defend me from the existential dread of knowing that this episode actually exists. And being the fool that I am, I decided to rewatch it. I had to pause multiple times while watching this. I had to look away. I actually felt my skin become clammy and my blood run cold. I know. I said that Dark Harvest, the Oregon episode of Invader Zim, was the worst. I want to make an annulment to that, if that's the right word. I want to make a change. This episode of K&D is so much worse. And if you don't know what I'm talking about,
oh my god, this dude is
you might
such
want
a
to turn back
fucking
right
pussy.
now. And if you do know what I'm talking about, then you know my pain.
Joe, speak to me.
Okay, the series rundown. K&D, Kids Next Door, was created by Mr. Warburton, who previously worked on the production of Beavis and Butthead and was also the lead character designer for Pepper Ann. I first recall hearing about Mr. Warburton through a pilot series called Kenny and the Chimp. The pilot for that was released in 1998, but then Mr. Warburton released his pilot for K&D in 2001, which got picked up by Cartoon Network. The full series was released in 2002 and would run until 2006. The synopsis for the series is basically you've got a bunch of kids who have a tree house. It's like a connection of kids across the world who are spies. Their entire purpose is to combat and hold back adult oppression across the globe. Most of these adults with their characters are like borderline superhero villains, comic book villains. I haven't forgotten about you, Count Spankula. And that's the main gist of the show. Kids with their 2x4 technology trying to combat the evil of adults with their oppressive eating your broccoli, going to bed on time, do your homework. And for what it's worth, I like the premise. I thought the show had a lot of fun. I think that it grew in very interesting directions. I will never forget the Star Wars Battle of Yavin, parody. We've got these kids riding their school bikes through a principal's hallway. It's ridiculous, and yet Kid Me loved it. It spoke to me on a very, no pun intended, childlike level. So much so that when I became a teenager, I actually thought about K&D and I was like, oh no, I'm the bad guy now. And now I'm an adult, so I guess I'm very much so a bad guy. Well, to be fair, I'm not mature, so maybe that's my saving grace. Speaking of not mature, how about you let this grown man-child tell you about this episode and why it's so diabolical and gross? So this episode plays out like a detective noir story, where you've got the black and white, the self-narrating private investigator who, for us in this episode, is being done by number 2, aka, and I found his full name, by the way, it is Hoagie Pennywhistle Gilligan Jr. That's one hell of a name. So number 2 is at the school, talking about his delicious apple crumble, talking about being a detective and how difficult it is. You know, the typical noir spiel. It's not easy being a detective. Or the entire, she walked into my office, long, tall, in a coat of water. I don't know noir. What the hell did I just say? A coat of water? What the? I would be the worst detective. All right, so the entire premise of this episode is how Hoagie is trying to find out why there has been a pink eye epidemic at the school. Somebody's going around shooting these water balloons, and somehow these water balloons can give kids pink eye. But Hoagie can't find out who is the person behind these water balloon attacks. There's some other investigator. Hoagie knows him. Hoagie says, you don't know what you're doing, kid. You're just going around being a pathetic detective. Let me do the work. Get out of my way. You're just slowing me down. So you got a bit of a a pushback between these two.
She was in my office 5 minutes ago.
Was she now?
Listen, Joe, don't try pinning this on me.
But then, oh no, the girl character who's Scottish, I believe, she gets put into the nurse ward because she caught pink eye. She even went to number 2 being like, wait, actually, she didn't need him for anything. She just needed paper towels because Hoagie's sitting in the janitor's closet because he's a complete dork like that. All right, so the plot thickens where all these kids are getting pink eye. Number 2's trying to find out. He follows the breadcrumbs, I guess, or the apple crumbs, and eventually arrives at the nurse's office. We see the nurse early on in the episode. She's going around picking up the kids whenever they get pink eye and takes them back to the nurse's office.
Now don't you worry, little missy. Nurse Claiborne knows just what to do with ya.
Hiya, Miss Claiborne. Good batch of crumble this week.
But while at the nurse's office, Hoagie, who's like talking to the nurse about her apple crumble being like the tastiest dessert ever and how he looks forward to it, well, he opens a door he probably should not have opened, because on the other side is something that is so nightmarish, so gross, so awful that I had to pause the episode and walk away. It was that bad. I was literally watching this with a friend, and I looked at him and I said, how was this allowed on television? How the hell did this get past the censors? This is one of the nastiest things I've ever seen. Like, I know, again, I ham it up, guys.
Because
I
you're
really
a
do,
fucking
but
pussy.
No joke, watch
That's
the
how.
following and tell me that I'm wrong. What the hell? So the nurse is giving kids pink eye, which, by the way, pink eye is typically transmitted because someone's picking at their butt and got fecal matter in their fingers, and then they brought said fecal matter to their eyes. So that means the water balloon is full of fecal matter, most likely. And the nurse is going around giving the kids pink eye so she can, and then not just pink eye, not just like, oh, my pink eye's a little bit crusty. I'm talking full on, their bodies are coated, this crusty eye garbage crud surrounding their body. It's almost like a cocoon for some of these people. And then the nurse uses the pink eye crust as the topping for her apple crumble. Oh, God. What were you on, Mr. Warburton? This is awful. This is terrible. And I'm so glad that my brain shielded me from this for so many years. But of course, I had to face the truth all over again, and it's looking me right in the eye, right in the pink eye. Even number 2 can't get over it. He has this first initial wave of like, this is disgusting. And then the nurse starts to monologue. And he's like, are you serious? Like, look at this. This is awful. I'm not over this yet. Because he's been eating it. The kids around the school have been eating the eye crust on the dessert. Oh, that is nightmarish. That is like the stuff of nightmares.
Can we just go back to how totally disgusting this is? I mean, I'm lucky I didn't just have lunch.
So the nurse is like, you'll never take me alive, aims the water balloon gun at her head, which I was like, are we really getting at this right now too? The nurse then shoots the water gun, disappears in an explosion of eye crust, and you can hear her running away, so I guess she escapes being captured. And then the kids are saved from the eye... I can't even say it with a straight face. The eye crust extraction room, and fortunately the kids were liberated, thank God. K&D came by and saved the day. But then they have to hit you with this at the end, of course. What's the
Of course, he
actual
still
base
eats it.
the filling of the apple crumble made out of? I wonder.
So, if the crumble topping was eye crust, what was the filling?
Oh.
Just awful. Guys, no joke. This is legitimately hard to watch. I know I I get crazy and I'm like, oh, these are all so terrible. These episodes with all their
What the fuck is he? What the fuck is he even talking about? I mean, was disgusting. Yeah. But the fucking Invader Zim episode is downright insane. It's just the episode is mental AF. I still love the what was it? Body Harvest? Or I think the episode is called Body Harvest. That episode, well, most of the Invader Zim episodes are just fucking insane, but the Body Harvest episode is just off the charts. I mean, Zim literally steals organs and basically eats them. He steals organs from people and just stuffs himself with them. This is nothing.
strange comings and goings, but for real, this one takes the cake. Hey, it takes the apple crumble. It is insanely hard to watch, and if you are queasy and you don't like this kind of stuff, then I don't know why you're watching this video, and never watch the episode either, because it is awful. At this point, I don't know what potentially could top this as a weird episode as far as extremes go. I really don't, and if it does exist, I don't know if I want to meet it. So guys, don't let me know. Keep your suggestions far away from me. So a big shout out to this video's sponsor, ExpressVPN. For way too long, I went without a VPN service, thinking it wasn't necessary. Good God, I was wrong. I know, a bunch of content creators go along with a sponsor saying that they're awesome, but I mean this. Every person should have a VPN service, and ExpressVPN is the way to go. It's an awesome tool that gives you private and more secure access to the internet. It also allows you to secure a connection and also encrypts your data without slowing down your computer's speed. In this day and age, online security and privacy is a must. And this is a smart way to protect yourself. You also get access to server locations in over 90 countries and have full access to a variety of shows and movies that are region locked. As of late, for me, I've been watching Dragon Ball Super on Japanese Netflix. Plus, ExpressVPN is the #1 VPN service rated by TechRadar. It's very intuitive and works on multiple devices: Windows, Android, iOS, Mac, and many others. For less than $7 a month, you can get the service. Trust me, that is absolutely worth the cost for having this amount of protection and freedom. Again, there's a lot of region-locked stuff, such as a variety of anime on Japanese Netflix. But with ExpressVPN, I was able to access it. Super easy stuff. So go to expressvpn.com/Saberspark to take back your internet privacy today and find out how you can get 3 months for free.
Alright. Here's the plan. Today I'm actually going to try to get gold, okay? I'm actually going to see if we can get gold, because then we can do 2 out of 3 in ranked. That's what I want to see. So I'm going to be trying. Hopefully we can find some good matches and get there. He's like the Predator, man. That's scary. Alright. Oh, big overhead. Oh, God. This is hurting. Ah! Beat my parry. Okay, big damage. That evens it back up. Okay, you got the break. Whoa, see, these teleports always get me. But I felt the timing on that one. No! I missed my shadow counter. I had it, boys. Alright, it's fine. Alright, miracle block. Miracle block on the cross up there. I'll take that. Hey, Mark is money. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome, my man. Oh, how did I drop that? I guess I needed to do a crouch pierce. Here, now we'll do that to get out of the situation. Interesting trade. Oh no! This could hurt a lot, actually. No! That was a big throw. Okay. Ooh! Okay, one more hit. Yes! Oh my god, that was hard fought, man. I thought I was gonna lose that. Alright, we're getting warmed up a little bit. There were a couple drops there. But we ended up getting the dub. Oh. Alright, GG. Alright, it's Orchid. All I know about this character is that she has that slide kick. That is like a major neutral tool that you have to watch out for. Good break. So yeah, you'll see like I default to blocking low from full screen just because I'm kind of scared of that kick. Looks like this guy likes to jump, so I'll try to watch out for that. Got as many heavy hits as I could there to try to get that damage. Here's a throw. She can combo off of that throw, but it is techable. See what I mean about that kick? You definitely got to be alert for it. Oh, she has these overheads though. Oof. Oh, lights. Alright. Alright. Gotta watch out for the overheads. That's the only thing that is really getting me. Big damage. Big damage, boys. Woo! Ah, I messed up. Oh, good. It's good that he's cashing in for a lot of damage. Oh god, I dropped the ultra. It's fine. It's fine. I guess I had another chance to do it there. I could have just done throw into ultra. I always forget about ultra and then I choke. I choke when it's time to actually do it. I always forget the input. It's just quarter circle back 3 punches, I'm pretty sure. I feel like TJ combo seems fairly common. I don't know, this might be the same guy. I didn't really pay attention. So it's possible it's the same guy, but from what I've seen, he seems like a popular character. Maybe I should do the wall bounce ender there. This seems like the same guy to me. Seems like he's mashing breakers like that last guy. I need the counter breaker. Oh, what a drop. See, there's the corner one, because we get this wall bounce. Guys. Is that a perfect? I mean, listen. Listen. I'm sure he's not that experienced in the game, but I still feel good about getting that dub, dude. Perfect! Oh, I feel good about it, man. What can I say? Sometimes... I'm a new player, too. I've only been playing this game for a month, okay? Let me revel in my perfect a little bit. Okay, so this is usually a matchup that I fail at. What I'm really going to look out for is that big overhead. Hey, TAC Opportunist? TAC Opportunist? Thank you for the 3-month sub. Welcome back. So we're doing the wall bounce one again. I'll go for another throw reset. The meter was too high. This guy's just holding the back button. What's the deal? Yeah, that move is plus. Woo! Big damage. Big damage. Yeah, so that's generally... That's like my entire game plan with Kim Woo. Is basically she has this plus on block double kick. And against people who aren't good at dealing with it, you can kind of spam Arena. You're vulnerable to shadow counter, though. That's the one thing you have to look out for. Yeah, third Rekka, unsafe. Oh, I tried. I was a little too slow on that. A little too slow on that, too. I guess this is unsafe, so there's not much point in me shadow countering it. Oh! I really want to get throw into Ultra. But he's walking. There it is. Okay. Okay. Alright guys, promotion match. We're finally ready. I failed the last one. But I think this time I might have it in the bag. I've improved a lot. Alright, I'm pretty scared because this guy's master rank and this is a matchup that I find hard. But let's see. I'm just going to be looking out for the big overhead. See if I can get a block and punish. One of the reasons I find this matchup hard is it's hard for me to play footsies when I get outranged with my normals, you know? See, like that. Was that unsafe? Maybe that wasn't the overhead that's unsafe. Okay, nice. Big damage. I'm gonna go for throw. Ooh, nice. Alright, we got round one. It's possible that that was a waste of shadow meter. I just really wanted to make sure. I'm not that experienced with how much damage stuff does, so I like really wanted to be sure. Didn't block the overhead. Missed my breaker too. This could be bad. Ah, these cross-ups. Whoa, the ghoulies! Okay, the ghoulies got me. I don't really know how to escape that. Do you just have to avoid it for a while? Oof. Okay, he's bringing it back. Uh-oh. This guy's getting locked out a lot. Nice break, though. Oh god, I thought that might hit. Ah, I was gonna counter break that. Okay, nice, he got it. nice punish. Well, not really a punish, but minus frames. Oh, God. Okay, okay, don't panic. No, I locked myself out. No! No! I'm still in it. No! Come on, I panicked. Ah, man. I was really trying to land command throw. I wanted to land command throw because I wanted to go into ultra. I definitely panicked too hard, man. It got scary when I was in the corner like that. Feels bad. Feels bad, but we'll get another chance today. We'll get another rank up chance, I believe. Alright, boys, we have another shot. Last promotion didn't go so well, but I've won a bunch more, and now it's time for another promotion chance. Let's hope it's not another master rank, okay? Okay, well, he's killer rank, which I believe is the highest rank, so that's not good news for me. Alright, so I've played this matchup one time before, and this guy is much higher ranked than me. So maybe I don't have a chance here, but we'll see. I'm gonna try. Wow, he got locked out so fast. Maybe I can counterbreaker this guy. He didn't do it. Miracle block. Is that an actual DP? I should have built the dragon, actually. That was the wrong ender. Ah! Sometimes you just make the wrong read, guys. Oh, nice. Good bait. He knew. Miracle breaker from me there. Now watch this damage. Pretty decent. Oh, that was supposed to be command throw. He seems like he's not very good at handling cross-up. So maybe I can take that to this last bit of victory here. Oh, we got it! Wait, I actually won! How did I win? I'm actually confused how I won. Okay, but it's fine. I mean, we take those. We take those. I mean, I know how I won. He got hit, but I thought I was gonna lose, but he just kind of got opened up a lot. So I'll take it. We're gold boys now. Yo, thank you for the gift sub, so kitschy. Look at that, boys. Gold rank. Our last 10 were 7 and 3. Yo, PDX today, thank you for the gift sub as well. Guys, okay. Listen, again, I'm not, you guys know, I don't like to flex. I don't like to flex. I will just say I'm proud of my record, okay? 42 and 18, not bad. And 7 and 3 in my last 10, and I'm pretty sure 2 of those 3 were rank up chances. Oh wait, no, I guess just 1 was, because I won my second rank up chance. Anyway, we're gold now, so we get 2 out of 3. We get 2 out of 3, not bad.
Dude, what the?
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you.
Beware.
Two.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Three, two, one.
Beware. Beware.
I need a target.
Beware.
Three, two,
Beware. Beware. Beware.
three, two, one.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Three, two, one.
Beware.
You'll be in pieces.
Beware. Beware.
You'll be in
Four,
pieces.
three, two, one.
Master, take your parts.
I have many lucky to you like.
3, 2, 1.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
3, 2, 1.
Beware.
Three, two, one.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
3, 2, 1.
Beware.
You die with me!
Whole town in pieces again. No matter. I can rebuild here. But when you die, there will be no coming back.
I have many, many wares. May your feet find good trails.
succeeded in strengthening my hold on the temple. Impressive. You made it farther than I thought, but I will still be drinking your blood.
I need to get closer.
The Tsar will awaken soon, but you will not live to see it. I will tear your soul apart.
Beware. Beware.
I will tear your soul apart.
I'm out of range.
Beware.
Your blood is mine. I will tear your soul apart. I will put your blood to good use. Now that you no longer need it.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And don't you know that superheroes are problematic?
That's right.
They are problematic, and just like cops, we need to get rid of all superheroes or at least reform them in movies and on TV and in video games.
Like Captain Marvel?
Like Captain Marvel? No, I think she's exempt.
Because she took the part away from a person of color.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to talk about this article on Time. Time, of all places. This isn't the Mary Sue. This is Time Magazine.
Well, they're all desperate for hits. So.
They're all desperate. So before we get into it, please subscribe for more pop culture, news, views, and rants, guys. We're at almost 125,000 subs. Thank you for that. Make sure you hit the bell for notifications, because a lot of you are saying you're not getting notifications, and I have to wonder if it isn't because I talked about censorship on Reddit, Twitch, and YouTube the other day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but people have been having trouble before that.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. So make sure you hit the bell. Check back often on the channel. I'm working on another solution right now on clownfishtv.com to give you notifications, so you can actually go to the website to get the notifications when new videos upload, and I'll have more information on that hopefully later this week. So before we get into this, I want to give a shout out to Fleece Johnson, the Booty Warrior.
Ooh, Booty Warrior.
The Booty Warrior.
That's fun.
Fleece Johnson, the Booty Warrior, who gave us a tip on Twitter. Thank you so much for that. This, again, coming from Time Magazine, talking about superheroes being problematic, talking about racism, and I just want to put this out there. Again, don't contact her, but this is who's writing the article.
Okay.
Just keep this in mind as we read the article, and she talks more about black representation, because this does seem to be very much par for the course, doesn't it?
Yeah.
White women speaking for minorities.
That's right.
Nothing new under the sun. Anyway, she's a blue check, so you have to listen to her. But don't contact her. This is Time Magazine, though. We can talk about this. We're re-examining.
Well, don't put stupid things out.
Yeah, don't put stupid things out, and then we don't have to comment on them. We're re-examining how we portray cops on screen. Now it's time to talk about superheroes. So they're talking about superheroes and how they don't have to obey the law.
That's true, because Captain Marvel mugged a guy, and that was completely fine.
That is true. That is true. So they're talking about cops, and the good guy cop narratives are rarely balanced out with stories of systemic racism in the criminal justice system. So she goes on to say, again, just keep in mind, the bad guys they pursue are often people of color. Their characters underdeveloped beyond their criminality.
That isn't true.
In this period of reckoning, the long-running show Cops and widely watched Live PD have been canceled. Actors and writers who contributed to police procedurals are criticizing their own work and donating money to defense funds.
Oh, I'm sure they were told they had to.
Parents are protesting benevolent portrayals of canine cops in the children's show Paw Patrol.
What the hell?
And they're talking about a law enforcement accountability project. But as we engage in this long overdue conversation about law enforcement, it's high time we also talk about the most popular characters in film, the ones who decide the parameters of justice, and often enact them with violence.
Which was actually a topic in the Avengers movies.
Well, they actually bring that up. She brings that up in Captain America.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but she says they're cops with capes. Cops with capes.
Yeah, I never got that from Punisher. Just
Yeah, they're beacons of inspiration. Protesters dressed as Spider-Man and Batman have turned up at Black Lives Matters demonstrations. Yet, what are superheroes except cops with capes?
How dare you people dressed as those characters and show up to the protests?
Cops with capes who enact
Terrible
justice
people.
with their powers. With a few notable exceptions, Wonder Woman, that's the only one she has. More on those later. Most superhero stories star straight white men who either function as an extension of a broken U.S. justice system or vigilantes without any checks on their powers.
Of course, I said most because that's not true.
Right. Usually they have some sort of relationship with the government. The Avengers work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Batman takes orders from Gotham Police Commissioner Gordon.
Not really.
And even the villainous members of the Suicide Squad execute government orders in exchange for commuted prison sentences. And when superheroes function outside the justice system, they're sometimes idolized by police because they're able to skirt the law to get the job done.
Well, a lot of times the story is the police are trying to catch them because they are out there doing things they shouldn't be doing.
So now now she's talking about the Punisher because, obviously with the Punisher...
Who's the one that has the most bloody whatever? The Punisher, clearly we have to use that one.
Well, because cops, I guess, have been using the Punisher logo on stuff.
Yes.
So we have to talk about that. They said that it does come up briefly in Captain America Civil War and Dawn of Justice, but they said, once they get past that, they just get into CGI fistfights. What's more, given that the creators and stars of these movies have historically been white men, it's hardly surprising that so few reckon with the issues of systemic racism, let alone sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and other forms of bigotry.
Basically, the whole damn list of things they throw at everybody if they don't agree with them. You know that one.
Oh, God. A new kind of hero, Black Panther. Might I remind you that Black Panther was actually created by 2 white men?
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
It doesn't count. But they actually, she actually brings up that Blade was problematic because it was directed and written by white men.
So basically, this is sum this whole damn article up with. Superhero movies are shit because it's white guys. That's basically this entire article. I think in a nutshell. That's basically this whole article seems to be in a nutshell. Superheroes be fine if they weren't white and they weren't men. Is that basically what this article's about? Because I'm listening, reading when you read this, and that's basically what I'm getting from this.
It's basically
white man
yes.
bad.
If superheroes weren't
Almost
white
as
men
bad
in
as Orange
positions
Man.
of, law enforcement.
But any superhero is going to be in a position where they're going to have to act, and whether or not they have permission.
Well, if we're talking about Black Panther, I just want to point out that he was acting to protect his country, which I guess could be kind of like law enforcement.
Well, so is Captain America.
Right, and the villain. The villain was kind of, a lot of people have likened him to a sort of SJW terrorist, Killmonger. I mean, his motivation was pretty iffy.
What is her damn point?
She doesn't really seem to have a point.
She just wanted to complain and
yes.
on an article in time. Okay.
Yes. Basically, we're talking about Black Panther, talking about how, again, we're going into talking about the oppression that black people have felt throughout the decades. And speaking for minorities, because this is how these journalists operate, right? So they talk about that, and I don't know what this has to do with cops. So we get down to Miles Morales, and she's disappointed that Miles Morales, that the original Spider-Verse movie didn't focus more on his race. The second one should.
Wait, why would that matter?
Because this is all people
not,
are obsessed with.
Oh my God! You
politics,
shouldn't
race,
address the fucking skin color at all. You fucking racist.
She basically writes about culture, society,
and
feminism.
God, well, that's all you need to know.
Right. So I think what shocks me is this is a Mary Sue article.
Oh my God.
Posted on Time.com.
Yep.
This is the mainstreaming of the Mary Sue.
Skin color should be completely.
That's kind of a weird thing to digest because we spent the last couple of years being like, God, these people are, as you call them, fringies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't use that for a long time. The fringies.
The fringies.
Yes! Fringies.
And we're like, well, they've been quarantined to Tumblr, they've been quarantined to Medium.
They've been quarantined in general, so now they're extra crazy.
Right, and they've been quarantined. Yeah, that's just it. And I think that has a lot to do with a lot of things going on right now. But they've been quarantined to these ridiculous blogs. But now, this article could have very easily appeared on the Mary Sue. And it's been mainstreamed on Time.com.
But was it it's probably one of their op-ed pieces that they bury and don't actually put in anything important?
I don't think this is going to see print. No, I don't.
Because I doubt it.
But she goes on and on about Watchmen. Basically, it's, the way forward. Here we go. This is, I think, her point.
Okay, I was waiting for her to have one.
Yeah, there really isn't one. It's basically a bunch of examples of, and we're not even really talking a whole lot about cops. We're basically talking about racism in superhero movies.
And how I want to see more non-white men superhero movies. That's is basically what it sounds like.
That's fine, but what does this have to do with cops with capes? So here we go. Here's a way forward, according to aspiring Mary Sue writer. If Hollywood is to do better in telling these stories, more creators of color need to be given the reins to tell them. It's worth noting that while Lindelof of Watchmen employed a diverse writer's room, it likely took his name and cachet as the creator of Lost and The Leftovers to get such an ambitious story greenlit. While the director of Spider-Verse, Peter Ramsey, became the first black man to win an Oscar for animation, Sony initially approached the 2 white men who ended up producing the film, Lego movie directors Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, with the opportunity to make an animated Spider-Man.
Here's the thing, though. This is not unusual. A lot of studios are afraid to take chances on things, so they want somebody with a proven track record or IP that have a proven track record before they'll agree to it. That's nothing to do with racism or any of that stuff. I mean, if you have someone who goes back for it that has a lot more clout, it's gonna go over better. And you could argue in reverse that they're using their privilege, quote unquote, to go and make sure these other people get the chance to go out there and shine.
Yeah. So here's basically where it comes down to. This doesn't have anything to do with cops. It has nothing to do with cops. Only when the creative freedom is encouraged and Hollywood offers more opportunities to buy POC creators and white creators use their capital to support creators who are overlooked.
Oh, you just got done saying that was not okay.
Yeah, okay.
You just got done saying that how dare they go and ask these other people first when they turn around and leverage their power to help other people. And then you just got done saying that when white creators use their, power to do something, they were. They were.
I don't know what her point is. It's just a bunch of buzzwords. Only then will we get more superhero tales that adequately grapple with the complexity of justice in America.
But according to your argument, there should be no superhero tales because they're basically cops with capes.
That's
so what the hell is it?
I've actually seen better written articles on the Mary Sue. Because her headline has nothing to do with her point.
Right.
Her headline is about, are superheroes just cops with capes?
And the whole article is about racism and how, at the end, you wrap it up with basically white superheroes bad, other superheroes that are women or people of color okay, and we need to let people that are white need to leverage their power to make sure more of these superhero movies get made. We just get done saying that it should be superheroes are the same as cops, how we portray cops on screen. Well, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of cops that were in these shows that weren't white.
So, including Miles Morales' dad, a black man. He's a cop.
It doesn't matter. Now that cop shows are being taken off, we need to look at and change. We have to look at the superhero narrative and change it too. It's basically the argument, but the argument what she's arguing doesn't meet. She ends it in a completely different way than what she's arguing.
So yeah, I think this is just clickbait. I think it's just clickbait at this point. It's like, what are the buzzwords? Superheroes, cops,
propaganda,
protests. Race relations and entertainment.
Well, Henry Cavill's been in the news about maybe come back as Superman, so we use that.
Henry Cavill.
Batman's in the news because of Michael Keaton.
Of course, the Snyder Cut. All of these things are problematic. Now, Wonder Woman. Now, she does praise Wonder Woman. It can be argued that Wonder Woman was kind of a cop too, because she went all vigilante, and Steve Trevor tried to get her to stop. Said, "You're not judge, jury, and executioner," but she thought she was. And he actually tried to get her to stop killing the bad guy, because she thought she was all that. But again, this goes back to everything when we're talking about voice actors, we're talking about anime, everything we've been talking about the last couple of weeks is, if you look for problems, even the Golden Girls is offensive. Mm-hmm. And now we're going to tear down superheroes. And where does it end? It doesn't. As long as these journalists can keep kicking up outrage. Again, I just want to remind you who actually is writing this article, speaking for people, of color. As long as these journos keep writing these kinds of articles and they keep getting paid for them until the ad revenue dries up, we're going to keep seeing shit like this. I'm just floored that this is on time.com and not the Mary Sue.
Yeah.
So we're going to wrap it up.
Yep.
Okay, so please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Hey guys, thanks for watching Clownfish TV. Please consider supporting the channel. Go to clownfishsupport.com. That's clownfishsupport.com. And if you want to join our community, go to clownfishtalk.com. That's clownfishtalk.com. Please subscribe, ring the bell for notifications. We will talk to you next time.
beam go.
It's too far away. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Dude, I'm not a fucking demon hunter. Stop running away.
Beware. Thousands of years ago, a blood contagion almost wiped out the Zandalari. As the dead choked their temples, golems were constructed to dispose of the diseased bodies. I'm sure
I'm out of range.
problem disposing of you. This temple is under Gahul's power.
I need to target something first.
Oh. Kappa. Don't want them stinky feet. Oh god.
I need to get closer.
Shit.
of lies! I spent my life resisting your master, only for you to bind me to his will and death. These intruders will die, but I need not listen to your prattling while I make it so. Complain all you like, my king, but you should have realized there was no escaping Gahul. Zul is merely a puppet in a larger plan. Even now, his master gathers power. Zul will not rest until all the world is in the Blood God's grip. For the sake of Zandala, and for your kingdoms as well, you must stop him.
Where's my key? Where's it hiding? Oh. Gas Puesto. What? Okay.
Cha-ching!
Can I lighten that coin purse for you?
Holy shit, what's happening? Oh my god, that's why it's lagging so bad.
I understand the Faithless have hidden several of our people's artifacts somewhere in the bazaar, just before the temple's heart. Bring me these relics, and you shall be rewarded. This temple is the resting place of Sephiroth, a powerful Loa that protected my people from destruction.
science themselves.
Yeah, but
So
that
the
doesn't
core-
mean you can't apply scientific principles to things that are made. And that's my argument, is that to say that a natural effect cannot affect a man-made thing is a ridiculous statement, right?
isn't
Science was used to develop the microwave, as it says. The microwave itself isn't science, but science went into developing how our microwave works. Science went into figuring out how much energy you need to heat the water molecules in the food to be able to eat it properly. Science went into creating that.
You just said it. The microwave is not science. Well, in the same, if you agree that the microwave's not science, you have to accept that the light switch and the generation of the power at the power plants and the circuitry around the house, that's also not science. It's the technology and the skill of electronics, right? It's not science.
Yeah. So how would you test, how would you test the strength of a magnetic field, for instance? In your version of science, how would I determine the strength of a magnetic field based on something that was running? How would I do that?
Why would you think that measuring the strength of a magnetic field is science? It's a measurement, right? We can measure how fast cars go. We can measure how hot something is. That in itself isn't science.
But what? Yeah. Okay. So what about the question of what causes a magnetic field to increase? What about the question of what causes a magnetic field in general? How do you test that? How do you manipulate the thing that you want to test?
Right, so let's take an example of something that we know that is magnetic, that we can increase its magnetism on. The big junkyard or scrapyard, like electromagnets that they put on cranes and they stick them on the roof of the car. They press the button and it current through.
Electromagnets are a great example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So what causes it? Well, for a start, man made it, right? So it doesn't happen in the real world. So it wouldn't actually be science, would it? Because we created it. But if we saw something like that in the real world and you go, I wonder why that's sticking to that, and you worked out it was because of piezoelectricity caused by the running river nearby, and then you stopped the river from running, and then you could say, hey, actually, that stopped moving that thing then, and that was the cause. It was the flowing water through the river nearby that was creating piezoelectricity, which created the current, which amplified the magnetism in that locality. That would be science. Because you're establishing what causes that increase.
Well, yeah,
especially
but to say that you can't do science on something man-made is still wrong. Technology isn't science. Technology was created by science. There is scientific technology, and science was used to create technology. But that doesn't mean you can't do science and create a hypothesis around man-made things.
So this is where I'll read my final sentence. It says on that link I sent to you, it says, in short, science often leads to technology and it often uses technology, but it isn't technology, and in fact can operate quite independently of technology. We use technology all the time, we measure things all the time, but that doesn't make it science.
24/7 again.
Right, okay, but it goes back to my question of how would you... So let's just say you came across an electric generator, right? You didn't know what it was, and you pressed the button and it turned on, and there was a magnetic field. How would you do tests to determine what was causing that magnetic field, or would you not be able to?
And what was the scenario, the setup?
You've just come across an electric generator. You don't know what it is. Let's just say you're an alien. You've never been here before. Whether aliens exist or not is irrelevant, okay? And you just come across an electric generator, right? You press a button, and it creates an electric, a magnetic field. How would you determine what was going on?
So there's a real world example that we can talk about of technology that we find and we don't know what it does, right? You've come across, there's numerous examples, but let's go with the pyramids, for example. You realize the pyramids are not tombs, right?
Well, I don't really know about exactly what the pyramids were, but they were definitely tombs in the pyramids.
No, there was never any dead bodies in the pyramids. All right, that's a bad example. If you don't realise they're not tombs, then we can't go with that. If we find a piece of technology, right, a motor or something, and we don't know what it does, and we've never seen it before, why would you think that would be science when somebody's clearly made it to do a task? it's not naturally occurring in the physical and natural world, is it? It's in the
But
definition.
it doesn't have to be occurring in the physical and natural world to be science. And yeah, we can go back to your definition, Riley, and it says science is not technology. But again, that does not mean that you cannot do science on technology or with technology. You know, if I wanted to figure out how to adjust the electric field, generate the magnetic field generated by an electric generator, I would have to do tests to figure out how many coils of wire were needed around the induction coil to, and have the electric current going around it to induce that field. I would have to experiment and do science to figure out what A was causing the magnetic field and B how to adjust it and what was causing it to be adjusted. You can do science on technology, and you can have science with man-made things.
You can't, Craig.
You can.
You can't, because it's clear. Science is, I'll read it. The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and the behaviour, and then it says, of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Let's just say we've got observation and experiment sorted. We're arguing over the meaning of the words physical and natural, right?
Yeah.
Physical means it exists, and then natural, it's the opposite of synthetic, and it's the opposite of supernatural. No. It's not just the supernatural that's excluded, it's the opposite of synthetic as well.
No, it's not. In science, they're not talking about excluding synthetic things. It's as simple as that, Riley. You are wrong with that claim. Science, when we say the physical and natural world, we simply mean physical things that are not supernatural. So we're not looking at things like God or miracles. We're not. That's not what science is about. That word natural there literally means not supernatural and nothing else in that context.
Okay, so I'm going to use Brenda's example. Do you know what example I'm going to cite now from Brenda?
Possibly. I've not had that much interaction with Brenda.
The shoe. The shoe is a man-made thing that you put on your foot, right? And it protects your soles from punctures from glass and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a man-made device. Do we need to do science to establish the cause and the effect of the shoe? Or do we accept that it's man-made, so you don't need to even see that there was a fact, you don't need to know where or what country it was made in. You know that the shoe was man-made, and no matter where it was made, there was somebody somewhere that created it. So the cause of the shoe was some system that some man made somewhere, and the effect was we've got a shoe. We don't need to do science on it because we already know that it's caused by man.
How do you then replicate that? How do you get another shoe to test and verify against? I mean, it's a bit of a strange example using a shoe, but if you wanted to then determine the limits of the shoe, or how far the shoe would walk before the sole ran out, and how to make the same shoe based on the materials, you would have to do scientific experiments to determine those things.
These things are not scientific. These things are created by man. They are designed and created with technology.
You missed my point. If I wanted to determine something about the shoe, like how long it's going to last before the sole wears out, I would have to perform a scientific experiment to do that.
How? A scientific experiment is a hypothesis test.
Yeah.
It establishes the cause of an effect. If you want to test the durability of a shoe, yeah, you can do some testing on it, but it won't be a science test that you'll be doing. It's a durability test to see how far whatever it was that you said.
No,
but science is
you're wrong, because you would have to test a lot of things. You would have to test the types of materials it could go on. You would have to test the temperatures that it could cope with. You would have to alter a lot of the variables and test a lot of things. And it would be a scientific experiment. The observation could be that after 30 miles of walking in the desert, that shoe, the sole went away. Right? Now, my hypothesis is that the sole was worn away by walking in the desert. I would have to then design and perform an experiment to test that hypothesis. That is a scientific experiment. A scientific experiment can be done on anything, any question, any observation that you have. You can create a scientific experiment to try and disprove the hypothesis that you've created. It doesn't matter if it's a man-made thing or not. Honestly, Riley, it is a claim that you guys need to stop making, because natural simply means not supernatural, not man-made.
No, right. So definition of experiment and then definition of hypothesis. An experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. Now, in the experiment, you have the hypothesis. The hypothesis is the expression of a cause and effect relationship. We're not interested in the durability of something. We're not interested in the cost effectiveness or the efficiency of something. We're trying to establish the cause of an effect. That's it. Anything else that goes beyond that is pretty, poetry, lovely, whatever, and it's good design, it's good technology, it's whatever you want it to be, but it's not science. We don't need to. We need to stop you guys from using it as a conflating tool to confuse people.
But we're
to
not.
think
That's
that
right.
our
We're
technology,
not the ones
our
that are
science, we're
conflating.
not.
We're not the ones that are confusing it and conflating it. We're using it correctly. We are applying
You're not.
the scientific method the way it's supposed to be applied. And part of the scientific method is to test, like you said. And to test, you need to have a hypothesis. And the hypothesis is basically a question about the cause and effect. What caused that? So let's go back to the example of the shoe. After 30 miles, like I said, the shoe has worn out. The sole's gone. Right? That's an observation that I've just made. Okay? Now, my hypothesis... okay, what's wrong with that?
Well, the thing is, you know what the cause was because you just walked 30 miles in them, right? And
That's
and
an
the soles
assumption.
were worn out.
That's an assumption you've just made. Science doesn't make assumptions like that, right?
You just said
my
you walked 30
observation is that after 30 miles, the sole on the shoe wore out. Okay, so my hypothesis in that case is that the act of walking 30 miles with that shoe in the desert caused the sole to wear out. Right? That's my hypothesis. That is I'm looking the cause of the effect of the sole wearing out is walking 30 miles in it. So I now need to design an experiment to test that cause of the effect. Right?
Craig, listen, it's a false dichotomy to claim that it's only physical and natural but not supernatural.
No,
it's
it's not.
It's a trichotomy.
That is the fact of how it is, Riley. And you guys need to stop getting it wrong. In science, natural means not supernatural, not man-made. You guys are getting it wrong. That is the end of the discussion about that. That's literally how it is. And you try to use dictionary definitions to argue about science when science is already defined in certain ways. And people that know science, people that have studied science and physics, like me and like Tony Purcell and like anyone that has taken a physics course, knows that this is the way it works.
Listen, you're making a false dichotomy. It's a trichotomy. You have to include synthetic in your discussion.
No, you don't, because that's not what it means.
Yeah, it does.
No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Inside, Riley, no matter how many times you say it, you're wrong. It does not mean not synthetic. It doesn't mean that. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're wrong. You are wrong. Right. No matter how many times you say it, you're wrong.
Let's move on, because we're spending a long time on this. We don't agree, but I don't think it changes anything on gravity. Let's move forward. Where were we with gravity?
I'm getting myself back on you a bit there.
We were talking about we talked about space time, and I said that it was conceptual. I remember that bit, and you said it was definitely a real thing.
Oh yeah, because it's been tested.
Oh yeah, so we got to the experimental part. So we were talking about experimental, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so you mentioned Eddington, and we all know what Eddington's observation was. He spotted He said that if Einstein was right, we would see the emergence of a star from behind the sun during a solar eclipse, and what do you know? We see it.
Yeah.
Would you agree that that's observation? That's part of it, but where's the experiment bit? Where's the demonstration?
No, observation or experimentation. An experimentation, it can be either. An experiment can be an observation, Riley, as I explained.
How, when it hasn't got any independent variable that's manipulated?
It does. The independent variable could be the time and the place of what they're doing.
Time and place can't be an independent variable, do you?
We've been there. We've been this before. Time can be an independent variable. In fact, in most cases, when you use time in science, it is an independent variable.
Time has never caused anything in any test ever.
Incorrect. Time in science is most of the time an independent variable. That is a fact of science. You will not find me one citation that disagrees with that.
Time doesn't even exist. The only thing that exists with regards to time is the passage of time. But time itself doesn't cause anything.
The passage of time is time.
Time is time, yeah. It's time.
The passage of time is time. And
Craig,
the passage of time can be an independent variable.
One example. Give me one example of where time caused anything.
I've done this with you before, right? I want to make an experiment to figure out what the perfect cup of tea is for me, right?
Okay.
So,
So-
I get 5 cups in front of me, and
Yeah.
I put tea bags in, and the only thing I change in each of the cups is the amount of time that the tea bag has been in the water. Time in
Yeah.
that case is the independent variable.
No, the independent variable was you creating the cup of tea. Remember, a hypothesis test is what science is trying to do. It's an experiment. Your hypothesis
And what would
is
the question be around the cup of tea?
what cause of an effect. So the cause of your perfect cup of tea was you, because you made it. Now, there's other factors that go into it with the right amount of milk and the right temperature and all that.
No, Riley,
They're
that's
all
all so wrong. The cause of the perfect cup of tea is the amount of time I left the bag brewing. I
No,
did.
it isn't.
I put the tea bags in all 5 of them, right?
No,
But the
Craig,
only
that's not
thing-
true.
the
There are,
only- no,
there
wait,
are several factors
the
that make
only
a tea.
thing, like, no, in this experiment that I'm talking about, right? I don't take sugar. I don't take milk. I just want to know how long it takes for me to have the perfect cup of tea. My observation is that the longer the tea bag's in, the stronger it is, right? So I want to test if that's the case. I want to see if leaving the tea bag in for longer causes it to
Yeah.
get stronger. So I get 5 cups of tea, and the only thing I change is the amount of time a tea bag is in each cup of tea. I have manipulated time in that experiment.
Yeah, you have manipulated time. Well, not really. You haven't manipulated time. You've manipulated the duration of time by putting the bag in for longer and shorter. But
That
here's
is
the thing,
manipulating
Craig, you're not understanding what an experiment is. It's a hypothesis
understand.
test to establish the cause of an effect, not the perception of the best cup of tea. Yeah, there's factors that go into making the tea, the temperature, the right size cup, and all that. Who cares? The cause of making the perfect cup of tea was you.
No, the cause of the perfect cup of tea was the time the tea bag was left in there.
No,
And
there's
that's
several
the thing. I
causes.
mean, so if the cause of me making the perfect cup of tea, one of them isn't going to be perfect. I didn't change me. I stayed exactly the same. Riley, the only thing that changed in that experiment is the amount of time that the tea bags were in the cup. Therefore, the thing that I am manipulating is time. Therefore, time is the independent variable because the amount of time the tea bag is in the water is the cause of the effect of the tea getting stronger.
What you're actually doing is correlating the diffusal rate of the specific tea leaves in question inside the bag, and as they diffuse into the drink, you're correlating time as the cause, but actually it's the dissolving rate relative to that particular strain of tea bag. That's it.
No. That wasn't my hypothesis. That wasn't my question. My hypothesis was that leaving the tea in the cup for longer makes it stronger. My observation is that the longer the tea bag stays in the cup of tea, the stronger it is. My hypothesis is that leaving the tea bag in for longer makes it stronger. My test is to alter the amount of time that the tea bag is in each cup of tea.
But you know that at the time it's causing the tea to dissolve or to diffuse into the water. The cause of it is the fact that it's soluble and you've poured water in.
That
and
wasn't
if you
what I
want
was
to measure
testing
the
for.
effectiveness, yeah, but if you want to measure the effectiveness of it and claim that there's a perfect cup of tea out there, and you're claiming that time was the thing that did it, again, go back to what the independent variable is. It's the thing that you manipulated.
Time.
You can't. You're not Doc Brown. You can't manipulate time.
No, I
you
just
can only
admit, no,
manipulate.
Riley, that's wrong. You can manipulate time because you're changing the amount of time in the experiment. Therefore, you have
You're
manipulated time.
you're changing the duration of time, not time itself.
That is what
You'd
time
have-
is. What is time? Time. How do you measure time? What's the shortest amount of time that you can have?
Time is a concept that we denote for
No,
our
time.
existence.
Time is not a concept. Time is a real thing. Time. There's
Time's
something
not
called
a
the arrow of
concept.
time. That time moves forward, and the passage of time is something that we can manipulate. The amount. We can't manipulate the physical passage of time, but we can manipulate the amount of time in an experiment, right? And that is what time is. Time is the passage of time. So if I am
No, time's
manipulating
not
the
the
passage of
passage of
time,
time.
Riley, no, you're coming up with other causes for the experiment, which is the opposite of what you do with your egg thing. With your egg thing, you say, I put the salt in, that is the cause, and to assume any other cause is outside the scientific method. So in my teabag experiment, my cause is the amount of time, and to assume anything else, according to you, is outside of the scientific method.
But the thing is, I did manipulate something,
So
right?
did I.
I did some. I poured salt in, right? But in your case, what you've done is you've poured the tea bag into the water and watched the dissolution of the tea leaves.
And change the amount of time that each cup has. What don't you get about that?
Craig, remember, again, I'm going to say it again, and then we might have to move on, just agree to disagree, because the hypothesis is a cause and effect relationship, right?
I went through that.
The cause of your perfect cup of tea wasn't the passage of time. It was you putting the tea bag in.
Yeah, but I need to manipulate the time to actually get the perfect amount of time for it to brew. Riley, my observation was that leaving the tea bag in for longer makes it stronger. All right?
Yeah.
From that observation, I have to follow the rest of it. Right?
Yeah,
that observation of leaving it in longer is what I then create my hypothesis around.
For the 5th time, and I could do what Tony Purcell did and lose my shit with you and swear at you. What you actually do in a scientific experiment is a hypothesis test where you establish the cause of an effect.
And
now,
that's what I'm doing.
The effect is the concentration of the strength of the cup of tea. But what's the cause? It's you putting the tea bag in.
No.
If you didn't put the tea bag in and then take it back out, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but the amount of time is what I am seeing to make the perfect cup of tea. Riley, that's what you don't get. You are jumping from the observation to something else completely, right? My observation needs to then be what the hypothesis and that is based on. My observation, the thing that I am observing, is that leaving a tea bag in for longer makes the tea stronger. Therefore, my hypothesis is that leaving a tea bag in for longer, for a certain amount of time, will make a perfect cup of tea. So I need to create an experiment to test that. And how do I test to see what the perfect amount of time is? I manipulate time as the independent variable by changing the amount of time the tea bag is in each cup of tea.
Okay, so University of Southern California, independent variable is referred to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It's the presumed cause. The presumed cause in your tea bag, the concentration of your cup of tea, the presumed cause is you putting a tea bag in.
No, it's not. That wasn't my presumed cause. You're saying that, but my presumed cause was that the amount of time that it's left in alters the strength of the tea. You are changing what my experiment is.
Do you agree that time is a concept? Yes or no?
No, I don't agree that time is a concept. Time is something that can be measured.
Yeah, not passage of time. Time is a concept.
They're
the passage of time
They're the same thing, Riley.
They're not. Time itself is a concept. The passage of time exists.
Can you please show me a citation that says time and the passage of time are different things?
Say that again?
Can you show me a citation that says time and the passage of time are different things?
Well, time itself is conceptual. I think everybody understands that.
Well,
Do you not agree?
Can you give me a citation to back that up?
That time is a concept?
That time and the passage of time are different things.
Well, time is a scalar, and the passage of time is a duration. I mean, I don't really see how this is even contentious.
They're the same. Time, the passage of time is time. That's what time is.
No, the passage of time is not time.
No, it
time
is. Riley,
scalar.
Can you present me with a citation that says time and the passage of time are different things? And while you're at it, can you present me with a citation that says time cannot be an independent variable?
Yeah, because it can't be manipulated by the researcher.
No, well, can you show me a citation that says time can't be an independent variable? Because I can show you hundreds of citations that says that it is. Sorry?
Can you manipulate time, or do you manipulate the passage of time?
That's what manipulating time is.
No, manipulating time is going back in time or going forward.
No, it's not. You're making that up.
Yeah,
You're saying that. That's not what it is. I've asked you if you can provide me a citation that says the time cannot be an independent variable. Can you do it? Because I can provide you with hundreds of citations that say the independent variable can be time.
Yeah, I know you can. I've done it myself on Google. The problem that you've got, Craig, is the definition of an independent variable. I've done 10 of them before, and I don't plan on going through them again. But you have to manipulate time itself, not the passage of time.
No,
time.
That's what you're manipulating. You're making that up, Riley. I'm sorry, but that's what manipulating time is altering the amount of time in an experiment. All right? And again, if you cannot present me with a citation that says that time cannot be an independent variable, then you have no evidence to back up what you're saying, and Hitchens Rager says I can dismiss your claim.
And okay, so then I'll have to cite my 10 citations that tell you what an independent variable is, and then you're going to have to try and work out does it apply or not. Okay, so let's start with let's try number one.
No, Riley. If you can't provide me with a citation that says time cannot be an independent variable, then you have nothing to back it up. You citing what an independent variable is, not understanding it, does not change the point that I can get many more citations than you that says time can be an independent variable. You have you have no evidence to say time cannot be an independent variable. Therefore, your claim is dismissed.
No.
Yes.
Let's go with pick a number between 1 and 10, quick.
7.
Let's use number 7, right. Practical physics, the Institute of Practical Physics based in England. Independent variable, it says, the variable that is deliberately changed by the experimenter. Craig, what I want you to deliberately change, it's now 10 o'clock. I want you to go back to 9 o'clock for me.
That's not what that means. As an as an experimenter, I can manipulate the passage of time. And that's what that means.
Oh.
Your citation backed me up, Riley.
Yeah, but passage of time is not the same as time. You want time to be an independent variable. I want you to demonstrate that you can manipulate time.
Citation, you just made a claim, citation about that, please. If you're saying that time and the passage of time are completely mutually exclusive, I want you to back that up, or again, I'm going to dismiss your claim.
Just dismiss it and let's move on. You're a moron if you think time's an independent variable. But if you want to think that, you can...
Sorry, no, you are the one that likes citations, and you would not be able to find me a single citation that says time is not an independent variable. Why is it, Riley, that you will go with citations when they back you up, but when they don't back you up, you will fucking ignore them?
You can't manipulate time, Craig.
Now, answer the question. Why is it when citations back you up, you're happy to use them, but why when they don't back you up, you completely ignore them?
I'm not completely ignoring. I'm applying them, Craig.
No, get me a citation that says time can't be an independent variable then. Just one.
What?
Get me one single citation that says time cannot be an independent variable. Just one.
Well, Craig, can you manipulate time? Yes, or no?
Absolutely.
No, you can manipulate the passage of time, but you can't manipulate time.
And that's what it means, Riley. That's what it means.
No, it doesn't mean that.
It does.
When it says time, it doesn't mean the passage of time. Otherwise, it would say passage of time. Now, if you're going to say that the passage of time can be an independent variable, I would say that's still not going to be an independent variable because it's a factor that may control.
Well, then you're redefining science at that point, Riley, because every citation in the world disagrees with you. So unless you can back up what you are saying, it means nothing. Time, in science, when it's used, 99% of the time is an independent variable. There are a few cases where it can actually be a dependent variable. But in science, when used, time is most of the time an independent variable. And you cannot get any citation that disagrees with that.
You can't manipulate time. That's the answer.
Please.
It's in every citation for independent variable.
No, it's not.
It is every single definition for independent variable.
I've explained to you what manipulating time is. In my teabag experiment, I am manipulating time by adjusting the amount of time in the experiment.
You're lying, Craig.
No, I'm not lying.
And you are trying to mislead your audience.
Stop saying I'm lying. When I am telling you what science is.
It's one statement of fact. You cannot manipulate time. You are not Doc Brown.
It's not
Get me one citation that says time cannot be an independent variable then. If you can, then your claim is dismissed. Right? You cannot back up what you are saying. End of story.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm backing up. It's the definition of independent variable. Listen, any citation that you cite saying that time's an independent variable will be from a blog site written by somebody like M.
Let me see.
Find me an EU citation with it then.
Sciencefair.math.lib.edu, nces.ed.gov, researchnet.gate.net, scienceline.ucsb.edu.
Put them on screen. Let's see the EDU ones, not the net ones, not the blogs, just the EDU ones.
All right, let's get this one up from. It's an EDU. It looks like it's actually for kids even. So let me just get that up so people can see that. 1 second. See, this is part of my problem, Riley, is that you guys insist on redefining what has already been defined in science.
Yeah, you can't manipulate time. You can only control the passage of time. I know you're conflating and trying to claim a victory. No, it isn't manipulating time. You don't understand what time is, Craig. It's a conceptual scalar.
Why can't that come up?
No, you don't.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I've lost my desktop capture. Alright, okay, I'll just get up the website. I'll post you the website so you can see it as well, Riley.
So whilst you're doing that, I'll just address Thinbox Dictator in chat. In my chat says, you were Googling stuff before. Why don't you Google independent variable, you po chicken? Well, just for the benefit of that one guy, if you just slowly scroll through these are 10 citations of independent variable, and it tells you that you must be able to manipulate it. Now, time, by definition, is conceptual. It cannot be controlled by anybody but Doc Brown in the conceptual program called Back to the Future. So unless Craig is Back to the Future and Doc Brown, he can't manipulate time. He can control the passage of time, but he can't manipulate time. No matter how much he argues it, he can't.
Well, that's because you don't understand about time in an experiment, Riley. As I said, manipulating time is simply changing the amount of time that's in an experiment.
That's manipulating the passage of time.
Same thing. I don't care how many times you say it's not, but you wanted definitions. The first one that I sent you, it's sciencefair.math.iit.edu. If time is one of your variables, it is the independent variable. Time is always the independent variable. The other variable is the dependent variable. In our example, time is the independent variable and distance is the dependent variable.
Okay, so let's apply it. Let's apply it, Craig. If time is one of your variables, it is the independent variable. So it's the cause of an effect. Let's see in this example, whatever the example is, let's see whether or not time caused whatever it says. Where is the example?
Well, it actually has that in it. Let me just get that so I can see it full screen. So it says, how can I figure out which variable is independent and which variable is dependent? There are a couple of ways to think about it. The variable you started with is the independent variable. The variable you got as a result is the dependent variable. Which variable is input? Which variable is output? Input is the independent variable. Output is the dependent variable. Ask yourself the question, does variable 1 depend on variable 2, or does variable 2 depend on variable 1? This determines the independent variable. If time is one of your variables, it is the independent variable. Time is always the independent variable. The other variable is the dependent variable. In our example, time is the independent variable and distance is the dependent variable. Now, I think they're talking about a distance over time experiment.
What is their example? Do you know what their example is?
I think it would be in the page before this one. It's on that page before. They're talking about an experiment where they're using time, right?
Yeah, it'd be helpful if we need, because like you said with your teabag, right? Remember, a hypothesis is a cause and an effect relationship, right? You demonstrate the cause of an effect. Now your teabag, the cause of the teabag was you putting the teabag into the cup of tea and leaving it there for a period of time that you think is going to make you the perfect amount of tea. But it's the cause, right? You've put the tea bag into the water and allowed it to dissolve. You've controlled it. You were the cause.
Yeah, but I've changed the amount of time that the tea bag is in the water, Riley. Do you disagree with that?
Or passage of time. Yeah, okay, you can have passage of time. But you haven't manipulated time.
That I have, because that's what it is. Right? What else have I changed in that experiment?
Craig, let's move on. We're not going to agree on this, are we? Let's move on.
Just one more question about it. In those 5 cup of teas, right? What is the one thing that I've changed? What's the only thing?
Of course, they're not going to agree on this. He's spouting this bullshit for over
you've put the tea bag in and you've left it in there for a period of time. The passage of time.
A different period of time for each one, right?
Always the same.
Not time itself. Passage of time.
But in science, time is the passage of time. That's what we're talking about. We are manipulating the amount of time in the experiment. So time, in that case, is the independent variable. But that was just one .edu example. I can get a lot more. I got a list of them from scienceline.edu.
Craig, we don't agree, and I'll just concede for the sake of moving on. Time isn't an independent variable. It can't be manipulated.
Wait. You just said you concede, but then you said that it isn't. Do you concede or not?
Yeah, I'll concede. I want to move on. I want to get back to gravity.
Cool. As long as you understand that conceding means that you actually agree, that's cool.
No, not concede.
No.
Concede doesn't mean admit. I'll never agree that time is an independent variable. Well, but I'm not prepared to spend any more time on it because I'm not going to be up till 1 o'clock arguing all the time.
You're going against every citation that I could find, but that's cool. But yeah, let's get back to actually gravity. Just before you do, I want to say there is 1,068 watching, which is very close to the record amount of people I've ever had watching. So thank you, everybody. If you do feel like it, Sleeping Warrior does have his own channel, and I will link that in the description of this. He has a lot of videos. That feel free to please go and check out Sleeping Warrior stuff. He has a lot of valid questions that people need to answer. So if you would like to check out Sleeping Warrior, you can find him just by typing Sleeping Warrior on YouTube, and I will put it in the description as well. But thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. Riley, gravity.
Gravity, right. So, Eddington experiment is, I think, where we got up to, and I asked you what was the hypothesis. Or did I? No, I said it wasn't an experiment, it was an observation. And you said observational sciences are still science, or words to that effect.
An observation is an experiment.
An observation is that's that. All right, that's the first part of scientific method. Observe a naturally occurring phenomena. So we notice that there is some kind of light appearing from behind the sun. Okay, there's the phenomena. What causes it?
What causes the light from appearing behind the sun? Well, the hypothesis in that case was that the uneven distribution of mass, i.e., the planet in the sky, or sorry, whatever it was, the moon in the sky, the uneven distribution of mass was causing the light to follow the curvature of space-time. That was the hypothesis, right?
That was almost perfect. Yeah, the uneven distribution of mass causes space-time to bend, and we perceive that through the bending of space-time, right? I can agree
in this case, we perceive that through seeing light in places we wouldn't expect to see it. So we perceive that by light bending.
Okay, and now I'm going to say, okay, so how did we prove that the cause was that, and it wasn't atmospheric refraction, or it wasn't like temperature or variables that we can't control? I mean, don't forget, Einstein's bending of the conceptual medium of space-time, it isn't just caused at the point that we observe the thing, it's caused continuously throughout the solar system on his model, right? So how can it be that it's the bending of the space-time that's caused it, and it's not some other bending of some other issue that's coincidental?
Well, you can rule out refraction by saying that normally, when you're looking at that spot, the star isn't in that position. So during normal, throughout the rest of the time, when the body isn't bending the light, the star is in one position. Only when that body is there does the light appear to bend. So you've ruled out atmospheric refraction because it never changes any other time. Can we agree with that?
No, not really. Atmospheric refraction is always there. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, and you can argue that it's non-existent at certain times of the day. Fine,
okay,
but how did you
but
prove...
looking straight up, what kind of atmospheric refraction would you expect?
Who cares? My point isn't about the rate. My point is about the point itself, that refraction itself is something that can influence the perception, right? Now, here's the thing. We have to manipulate the presumed cause to prove that it is the perception that we perceive, right? It is the cause of the effect. How did the Eddington experiment manipulate the independent variable?
By looking at that point in the sky at the stars when there wasn't a body warping the space-time.
Yeah, but that's correlative, though, isn't it? Correlation is not causation.
It's not. It's an observation, and as your screenshot says, that the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study and structure and behaviour of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Observations can be experiments. So the normal observation is that looking at those stars, when the body isn't there, they don't appear to be in a different place. The hypothesis is that when that body is there, the warping of space-time will make the stars appear to be in a certain position. Now, that's what they then observed. And that matched the predictions of Einstein's relativity.
Yeah, that's correlative. If it's matching the predictions, it's correlative, right? But we want to know the cause. So I'll say, just for argument's sake, let's just suggest that it might have been hyper-infrared magnetic distortion that caused it. And you're going to go, what? And I'm going to say, yeah, well, you can't prove that it wasn't. And you're going to say, yeah, well, it was exactly in line with Einstein's field equations or whatever. And I'm going to say, yeah, but you can't prove it. It's correlative. And it's affirming the consequence. You think that if Einstein's gravity is correct, then this star will appear at a certain time. Ooh, star does appear at a certain time, therefore Einstein is correct. And that therefore makes it an experiment, Craig. No, that's not good enough.
Well, you say it's not good enough, but it really is. That's the thing. When there is no other explanation and it matches the predictions of the model, then that's at the point you start taking the model seriously and saying that maybe it's an accurate reflection of the things that we are seeing. And it wasn't just that one experiment. There's been many different experiments of relativity, to experimentally verify or disprove Einstein's theories. And every time they do an experiment, it turns out Einstein was correct, that his relativity, field equations hold correctly.
You keep using this word experiment, but there are no experimental tests that can validate or invalidate Einstein's.
I mean, I've just told you one. You can
general.
deny it's an experiment all you like, but that doesn't change the fact that it was.
No, there's no independent variable to manipulate,
Oh
Craig.
my god.
You're not going far enough. You're correlating. You're not manipulating. Now you can
Okay.
claim that that is experiment, but it isn't.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you can keep claiming that, Riley, but again, you don't have any knowledge around science. You have a dictionary definition knowledge of science, which isn't appropriate to talk about the nuances of science. You don't understand that Einstein and Newton were literally talking about the same thing because it breaks down to the maths around it. And when you
No,
look
but
at the maths and you then test the maths, it turns out right.
I can't. Yeah, because maths isn't part of science, Craig. It's
No,
observation and experiment. It's nowhere is maths mentioned.
Maths is the language of science, Riley.
No, it's not the language of science. It's the language of mathematics.
No, it's the maths is the language of
my
science.
God.
It's how we describe things that are happening. It's how we
Can you show me
mathematically
anywhere in
create.
scientific method where maths appears?
Well, maths is the language of science. I'm not saying it's in the scientific method. I'm saying maths is the language of science. You use
Craig,
maths to describe
scientific method.
things that you see.
Yeah, you can describe anything mathematically.
Yeah,
In science,
and
you've got
maths is the
like
language of
cause and
science,
effect.
and that's why
Like-
that's what you guys forget and ignore. And this is where you fall apart in your Newton-Einstein thing, because when you break it down to the maths, they described exactly the same thing. And no matter how many times you say they didn't, you need to explain why you can derive Newton's law from Einstein's field equations if they're not describing the same thing.
If you give me a chance to respond, I can deal with everything that you say, Craig. The
I
problem you've got with the
messed
Eddington
it up
experiment
again.
is it does not have an independent variable. It has a valid observation. It has the valid hypothesis, perhaps,
Dead.
if you can identify an independent variable. But as you can't manipulate the independent variable just because you've identified it, you can't manipulate it. It isn't an experiment. Now, you can bleat on as much as you want that it is, but it doesn't change the fact that there was no manipulation and it was simply an observation.
As
That
I
does
said,
not mean science. That means
the
it's
independent
pseudo-
variable is the time and place that you do it, Riley. It's really simple, and that is a valid independent variable, whether you deny it or not.
Time is a concept. Place
No, it's
is
not.
also a concept.
No, neither
Yeah,
of them are
place-
concepts.
Place.
So when has
What?
place ever caused anything, Craig?
All the
For
time?
instance, Tony's thing with the gravimetric meter, a different place on Earth is going to be an independent variable because it's going to cause a different result in the gravimeter.
Not gravity, not the pulling force of gravity. Then no.
That again, you're not letting it go into the next explanation, right? So yeah, the position on Earth is an independent variable, right? That's what you're manipulating to test the hypothesis of different density variations underneath you having a different result. So it all goes back to the pull of gravity, but the independent variable in that case is the position on Earth.
But there's only one independent variable,
Do
right?
I try to get?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there can't be
Could
things
do
behind the
tank
independent
and
variable.
maybe get a better.
Well, it does, because if
weapon.
there's other things behind it,
No,
then you haven't got one independent variable.
That
You
would
have a
also help
correlation.
with
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean you can't have things behind
Or
it.
I could
You
get-
can't say,
could
right,
get
like in
me a
your
nice
egg experiment, right?
retribution
Adding the salt made the egg move. But there's more to it than that. Right? It's not as simple as that is the cause. The salt was the cause. No. The cause was the manipulation of the variable in the buoyancy equation.
In the buoyancy equation, it's got little g, and the acceleration due to gravity would be a force, and we know gravity is not a force.
I've
If
explained
gravity's
to you
not a
what it is. It's
force,
an emergent
what does that
property.
do to the equation for buoyancy, Craig?
Well, the G actually stands for an acceleration of gravity.
Yeah, the Fed, the acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, and the
So
acceleration's there. That's what is in the buoyancy equation. The G stands for the acceleration due to gravity.
That's right. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So if you
And
haven't
that
got the
acceleration's
acceleration
there.
to
You have-
gravity, because
you do
of the
have the
effect of
acceleration.
Craig, stop speaking over me, for God's sake. If
Well,
you haven't got the acceleration due to gravity because it's not a cause, it's an effect, then what does that do to the validity of your maths that you're applying for the buoyancy equation?
But you do have the acceleration due to gravity.
You do. You're breaking up badly. You do have the acceleration due to gravity.
Yes.
How does gravity accelerate something if it's the effect?
Oh my! Have you not listened to the last hour and a bit we've been talking?
Well, we haven't really got to it. How does gravity cause something to happen if it's an effect?
I explained that to you because the effect of the warping of space-time makes things accelerate towards the larger mass. I explained to you in basic terms with a trampoline and a bowling ball.
Yeah, but it's not when the warping of space-time occurs, it creates a change in the geodesic from our perspective. It isn't actually changing,
And that
it's still
causes an
traveling straight.
acceleration. Yep, but then it causes an acceleration.
Not an acceleration, Craig. No, it's not an acceleration.
Oh, it absolutely is. You can't deny
listen.
there's an acceleration.
Listen, it's changing, it's warping space-time, right?
Which
And that
causes an
warping of
acceleration.
space-time creates the perception that there is a change in direction. There isn't actually a change in direction, Craig. It's perception only.
In general
Now,
relativity,
space-time-
the gravitational effects between masses are a consequence of the warping of space-time, Riley. That's what you're missing here. The gravitational effects, i.e. the acceleration that you see, are a consequence, an emergent property of the warping of space-time. You just bleeping out it's an effect, therefore it can't do anything, is moronic. The effect is that it causes an acceleration. That's what it does. It's fucking simple. I honestly don't know how you can't get this. Well, I do. I mean, you don't understand science, is basically. You don't understand physics. You haven't the slightest clue about physics because you've never taken the time to actually study physics. What you do is look at dictionaries and go, I know more than you because I think this definition means that. No, you don't know more about physics than any of us. Conspiracy Cats isn't lying. He is teaching children basic facts about the universe, and that is that we need to treat gravity as a force because there's a fucking acceleration there that makes an emergent force. It's simple. It really is.
Are you done?
Yeah?
You are done.
Yeah?
Right, you're choppy as hell, but I can make the gist out of what you're saying. The bending of the conceptual medium known as space-time causes what we perceive to be an acceleration. It's not actually an acceleration, Craig. It's a perception. Now,
No, it is an acceleration.
Space-time needs a definition because space-time itself is a concept. You know, like time, that's a concept.
It's not a concept, though. It's been experimentally demonstrated that relativity is real, so...
It hasn't. You claim it's been experimentally demonstrated. There is no experiment, Craig. You've got observations.
There's many, but we just went through
observations.
one. There's many. I mean, we could talk about the GPS experiments with satellites. We could talk about the atomic clocks in planes, literally proving that, demonstrating that relativity is correct, that Einstein's theory of relativity works. There is so many experiments that show that relativity is a valid thing. And if general relativity is a valid thing, then Einstein's version of gravity is a real thing. And that means that the acceleration is there. Because Einstein built upon Newton that made an observation of that acceleration. They are the same thing, no matter how many times you deny it, Riley. They are exactly the same thing. Because mathematically, they describe the same thing.
Are you done?
Yeah?
Right, we need to drop this call and pick the call up again, Craig, because you're really inaudible on my side. You're very choppy. Can we disconnect and reconnect?
You stand on mine and I'll disconnect and call you back. Oh, wow, guys, this is fun, huh? 1064 watching. I don't know what to say.
It's as dumb as ever. Or it's as dumb as it has ever
Right, let's
been.
try that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah, it's probably just Discord being dodgy.
Space-time, Craig.
Yeah.
It's a mathematical construct. It doesn't have any physicality. It doesn't exist in the real world. It doesn't exist in science. It only exists in mathematics. And in mathematics, by definition, because it's abstract, you can do anything you want with it. Now, if you think that space-time is physical, real world, you're going to have to demonstrate it. And there is no demonstration of space-time, Craig.
Apart from all the experiments that demonstrate relativity is correct, of course. I mean, you're going to... you're just going to deny that the experiments are there, but there is many
There's no
experiments to demonstrate that relativity is a thing.
No independent variable.
You're wrong, Riley.
Let me deal with them now, because you said a lot, and I'll let you speak, and I waited for you to finish. I'd expect the same courtesy in return.
Mm-hmm.
The Eddington observation has no independent variable. It doesn't prove cause and effect. The Cartesian clocks experiment that was done in planes that planes test, how did they prove that the cause of the time duration change was caused by time dilation?
You don't prove things in science.
What's the point in doing it then?
To disprove. You do know that, right? That science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, it proves the cause of an effect,
No,
Craig.
no. There is no such thing as scientific proof. You do understand that, right?
Have you got some other thing running in the background that's taking bandwidth? Because you're really choppy, Craig. Really choppy.
It might just be your end because you sound absolutely fine to me.
Yeah, you're coming through very choppy my end. It's okay. Let me see if I can do something to make quality of that. I'll drop that right the way down to there. Hopefully that'll improve. It might be me. I'm not sure whose fault it is. Right. What was it you were just saying then? Do I realise what?
That science doesn't prove things. There is no such thing as scientific proof.
Scientific method does demonstrate the cause of an effect. And if you're working within scientific method, by definition, you're doing science. If you work outside of scientific method, you're doing pseudoscience. It's in the definition. Yeah. I'm not going to cite it. I know that you know that.
Yeah,
now,
but like I said, you do know that science doesn't work with proof, though, right?
So what is the purpose of manipulating the independent variable if it doesn't prove the cause of an effect?
To try and disprove a hypothesis.
You try to disprove as many things as possible.
Stuff. If you don't know that science
whatever is left at the end is most probably the thing that's
what is the purpose of manipulating the independent variable if you can't prove anything in science?
30
What's
years
the purpose
later,
of it?
some guy comes around and finds out that whatever you discovered wasn't quite right. That's how fucking science works. Science are basically guess. Well, it's a guessing game. There's no proofs. 100% at least.
To disprove a hypothesis.
No, you're not disproving a hypothesis.
That's what an experiment is for.
No, you're not trying to disprove a hypothesis in an experiment, you idiot. Why would you try
and... No. Here is a fact. If you are saying science proves things, then you are practicing pseudoscience. Science does not deal with proof. Proof exists in one place, and proof exists in mathematics. That's it.
Okay. So now we need a definition for right, PSU, pseudoscience.
Yeah, I know what the definition of pseudoscience is, but if you are saying that science proves things, then you are practicing pseudoscience. Because science doesn't prove things, Riley.
So you're a science denier, Craig.
No, you are. You are, because you're saying science proves things, and it doesn't.
Why are you talking over me?
Because you're wrong. Science doesn't prove things. Proof exists in maths, and that's it.
I might be wrong, but why are you talking over me?
Because you're just ignoring me.
I'm not. I'm disagreeing with you with citation to support my position that you are incorrect. You are demonstrating pseudoscience if you don't comply with scientific method. It's in the definition. Mm-hmm. Scientific method requires the manipulation of an independent variable to prove the cause of an effect. Now, it can be superseded with a refinement of somebody else doing a better experiment, but until that happens, you do prove the cause of an effect. Otherwise, there would be no reason to manipulate it, because you could just correlate everything.
Do me a favour, Riley. Just go and Google, is there such thing as scientific proof?
I just said that it could be superseded by a subsequent experiment that demonstrates something else.
No, just do what I've asked. Just go and Google, is there such thing as scientific proof?
I agree that you don't prove absolutely something, but in scientific method, you do prove the cause of an effect. So, for example, you can prove that at atmospheric pressure, water will boil at 100 degrees Celsius.
No, you would disprove something else, Riley.
Also, that's not right. That's wrong. Water does not boil at 100 degrees Celsius. Water does not boil at 100 degrees Celsius all the time. Oh my god. Celsius. Depends on, well, where you are. depends on the atmospheric pressure. Pretty sure if you're higher up, the water boils way faster, or at lower temperatures. So that's wrong.
Science does not deal with proof. It's as simple as that.
What-
There is
what's the point
nothing in
doing it
science
then?
that deals with proof. Science is about
So,
disproving a
Craig, what's the
hypothesis.
point?
Science does
What's the
not prove,
point in it?
science disproves.
What's the point in not proving anything then?
You disprove things.
What's the point in disproving something?
To try and see if a hypothesis holds true.
So you're not trying to prove it, but you're trying to see if it holds true.
Yes, you're trying to disprove a hypothesis.
You're not. You're trying
You
to
are.
prove the cause and effect. You don't
No.
understand what a hypothesis is.
You don't understand what science is, because if you say science proves things, then you are practicing pseudoscience.
Craig.
Proof exists in maths, and that's it.
Proof exists in maths. Maths is abstract. It has
No, it's
absolutely nothing to do with
Proof
scientific method.
Proof exists in maths, and that's it.
No.
Oh, okay,
The
it
only-
also exists in alcohol and baking bread, but no, science doesn't deal with proofs. It's as simple as that. If you are saying that, then you are literally practicing pseudoscience.
So the definition of pseudoscience on screen is a collection of beliefs or practices, in this case, mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Now, within scientific method, we have an observed phenomena. We have a hypothesis. We have a null hypothesis. We have an independent variable that requires manipulation. And we have a dependent variable that requires observation to confirm that it validates the phenomena that you've seen. Now, if you follow those things, Craig, you do demonstrate the cause of an effect. That's what science does. It
But
demonstrates.
it doesn't prove things. No, right?
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No,
Because
no,
if it didn't, Craig, you could just correlate anything like what they call a cockerel of the morning correlates with the sun rising, but it doesn't prove it. But if you don't prove that and you just correlate it, then you'll think that cockerels cause the sun to rise. You wouldn't want to do that, would you?
I didn't realize it was as basic as you not realizing one very fundamental fact about science is that it doesn't deal with proofs. Proofs exist in maths, and that's it. I.e., Newton's law of gravitational attraction. It's called a law because it's a mathematical proof of an observation. That's what a proof is. Proof exists in maths,
Do you know what
not in
abstract
science.
is?
It's
Do
not
you know what
think
abstract
it is.
means? Do you know what abstract means?
Yes, I know what abstract means.
It wasn't a rhetorical question. What does abstract mean, Craig?
It means not. It means a concocted version of something.
Yeah, something that's abstract would be art. That it exists like within its own world, but it doesn't have any other purpose other than existing within its own world. It's independent, if you will. Maths is abstract, and yes, the maths always works out, but that doesn't mean that it correlates with reality unless you can prove that it causes something. And maths can't cause anything.
I'm not
in the
saying
same
maths
way
causes anything, but maths is where proof lives. Maths is what you use to prove something. Science isn't in the business of proving things. No matter how many times you bleat that, oh, you have to prove the cause and effect. No, science isn't about proving things. There is literally no such thing as scientific proof.
So tell me, Craig, what is the purpose of science if it's not about proving things?
To try and disprove a hypothesis. That's what the purpose of an experiment is.
Right. So if you're trying to disprove a hypothesis, you're never going to prove anything, right?
Yeah, because science doesn't deal with proofs. Science disproves
So
things.
then if you can't ever prove anything in science, then your concept of gravity or the whole thing to do with gravitational pulls of planets is never going to be proven, right?
But science doesn't prove things. We look at evidence and follow where the evidence
So why
leads us.
is your
All
science
the evidence around gravity works out.
Craig, why is your science teaching children that gravity is a force when it isn't proven?
Because
Sounds like fun abuse to me.
because we can measure, as I've explained to you, Riley, there is a calculable force. All right, whether that is a physical force or not is irrelevant. All right, but there is a calculable force. All right, That's
Right, a
as
calculable
simple as
force
that.
doesn't mean it exists in reality. I can calculate anything, Craig. I can calculate the force required to remove the horns from your head.
No,
You
you
don't have
can't.
horns
Go
on
on
your
then.
head.
Go on and do it.
Calculate it.
Go on, do it. You just said that you can calculate the force needed to remove the horns from my head. Can you please show me the maths behind that?
Yeah, so F equals ma. If I remove your horns at the rate of, I don't know, 8... What?
I don't have horns.
Yeah, exactly. So,
you,
what
so you
if
can't
you can...
mathematically prove it, can you?
Yeah, of course I can, because I can calculate the acceleration of the mass, the horns, and if I can calculate...
How much do the horns weigh?
17 grams.
Right? But I don't have horns, Riley. All right? There is
No,
no horns
that's
there.
my point.
There is no horns there, so you can't calculate an acceleration or a force. But there is an acceleration in real life. There is an acceleration in real life that you can calculate a force from.
You've just hit the nail on the head. You don't have horns, right? But if I could calculate, if I really wanted to, the force required to remove them, right?
No, you couldn't, because I don't have horns. But I can calculate acceleration because there is an acceleration.
Listen, when you described that there was a mathematical force, that doesn't, or that you can calculate, that doesn't mean there's a force there in real world, Craig.
Riley, I have no horns. Therefore, there is no acceleration or mass that you can do a calculation based on. However, there is...
Gravity doesn't...
Wait. However,
nothing to calculate for.
There is an acceleration. Right? There is an acceleration and things have mass. Therefore, we can calculate a force.
Give me an example of general relativity demonstrating an acceleration.
Give me an example of general relativity demonstrating an acceleration.
Yeah, so are we going to go with, let's say the orbit of the moon and the Earth?
Pick something up, anything that's in front of you, and let it go. There is my demonstration.
Yeah, so your so you can calculate, because your mass has accelerated from a nil velocity and it's accelerated up to whatever 9.8 meters per second squared. Because it's moving, you can calculate a force, right?
Yes.
Right. Does that mean because you can calculate it, does that mean you can demonstrate it real world?
Yeah, absolutely. I can build something that can deal with a certain amount of force.
Okay, stop. Wait. So if you can demonstrate it real world, the force in this instance would be what?
It would be an emergent property of the curvature of space-time.
An emergent property of the curvature of space. So in general relativity, when you drop something and it starts to accelerate, the cause of that is defined and we know what it is, and I'm trying to get it from you, I'm trying to squeeze it from you, and you didn't give me the cause as within general relativity. Try it again and tell me what the cause is in general relativity.
I told you. It's the curvature of space-time caused by mass.
No. The uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah.
The uneven distribution of mass.
As
So
I
how
explained, I gave the definition to you just now.
So how would we demonstrate that the uneven distribution of mass did cause the acceleration?
By changing the mass.
Okay. So what mass might we change to demonstrate it?
You can change whatever mass you want.
No, we're talking about the cause of the change, the change in acceleration of the object that you've dropped. The change in acceleration.
You can change the mass underneath you by moving to a different place on Earth with known density underneath.
Oh, right, okay. So this is when we're back to our friend, Tony Purcell. Now, when you do that, you also change pressure, you also change temperature, you also change humidity.
Yep.
How would you
Those
keep
things
them
taken into account for?
How are they taken into account?
Well, a gravimeter is a self-contained device, for a start.
It's still subject to pressure changes, and it's still subject to humidity changes, and it's still subject to temperature changes. And what's it on pressure? So how would you say it's self-contained when it's...
All of those things would be taken into account in the device. It knows forces that are applied. It knows resistances due to temperature.
Bollocks.
How is it bollocks? How is it bollocks? You can measure the temperature where you are. Then you can do a calculation based on kinetic energy to see how that would affect the elasticity of the spring.
Yeah, but the pressure is also changing.
Then
the barometric
you record the barometric pressure, and then you do a calculation how that would affect the.
And then the humidity of the atmosphere.
Yeah, and then you can do a calculation based on the humidity and how that would affect the device, Riley.
Right. So now you've got three things that you can't control, and you can try and control them, but you're not going to get them the same. But you've got three things there, plus a fourth, which is supposed to be the Earth. You've now got a correlation. You haven't got a
there's no
cause.
correlation. What you miss is that the effects of things like humidity and pressure and temperature are known. We know how energy is transferred between things, so we can do calculations based on the temperature, humidity, and pressure to then remove those from the equation. And then when you get what's left, the calculable force that shows you there's different densities underneath, and again, this works because Tony gets paid a fucking shitload of money to actually do this and find shit for people. So it works.
Well, it's not science, though, Craig. It's mathematical corrections and calculations based on correlative effects that he believes he's observing. It isn't science.
No, you're
Technology.
saying it's not science, but it is.
It isn't, Craig. He hasn't got an independent variable to manipulate.
Yeah, he has. The position on Earth that he's on.
Right, positions on Earth are not a cause in a scientific test. In the same way that time
It's an independent variable, and it is the cause of a different effect. If the different positions on Earth have a different density distribution underneath, then that is going to be the cause of the effect of the spring moving differently, isn't it?
But do remember that he was describing gravitational as gravity as a pulling effect at the beginning of the handout.
Yes, he was talking about Newtonian classical physics because, as George Musser said, in general use, we have to think of it as a force. Because if I was to build...
We must think of Newtonian for gravitation as a force. That doesn't mean it necessarily is a force, but we don't need to work at the really is level. That was the full citation.
Human
If I build a bridge, Riley,
right,
do
I got it on.
Ignore the
Wait, did I get it on my Paladin or on
do
my
I calculate that force when I'm taking
my
into account
Draenei?
how I'm building the bridge?
If we're not working at the really is level, Craig, what level are we working at?
Answer the question, Riley.
Because I want to go back to the point. If he's working on Newtonian principles that are outdated...
Come on, answer my question first. It's a very simple question.
It's not a fucking force, is it, you idiot?
Okay, so I'm just going to ignore that calculation when I'm building a bridge, am I?
Yeah, it's not a force.
Right, so let me just clarify this. You're saying if I build a bridge, I am to ignore the acceleration due to gravity.
Correct.
Right, okay, I'm fucking glad you don't build bridges, because you would kill people.
Oh,
you
really?
have to take it into account.
Really.
You physically have to take it into account when you're building things. If you don't, they don't work. You have to take the acceleration due to gravity into account when you're building bridges, buildings, boats, planes, anything. If you don't take
there is no acceleration due to gravity, Craig. You can complete it as much as you want.
You go
It doesn't
fucking
exist.
build a bridge and you ignore the acceleration based due to gravity, and see how many people sue you when you die, when they die. All right, you have to take it into account, and you need to explain why engineers do take it into account when building stuff.
They don't. They just build it, Craig. They design it, build it, and if it falls down, they try and find what causes it.
I'm a fucking nuclear engineer. You absolutely do take the universal, the acceleration due to gravity into account when you are building things.
There is no acceleration due to gravity, Craig.
Then why do engineers take it into account? You can't say they don't, because they do.
They take it into account mathematically, not in the real world. There is no consideration in the real world. You build a bridge, it'll either stand up or it won't.
If they don't take it into account, then the calculations around the bridge won't be correct, and it will fall down on people, will die. What don't you understand?
Right, have you got any evidence where somebody has not taken into account gravitational pull and then the bridge just fell down?
Every single bridge ever that is made is created using in modern engineering anyway, if they want to calculate the loads that the bridge is able to take, they have to take the acceleration due to gravity into account for their calculations. They have to.
Do you have any evidence where somebody did not take into account the gravitational acceleration and the bridge fell down?
No, because they do it.
No. Have you got any evidence where somebody did not take into account the acceleration due to gravity and the bridge fell down? Yes or no?
No, because they do take it into account. And there is an architect in my chat, Frank Bauer, who I've spoken to before, says, I'm an architect and FTFE is absolutely right. Riley, the fact is engineers do take it into account. If they don't, their calculations are not correct.
Yeah, who cares about the calculations? Unless you
People
can
that build
demonstrate that
bridges do.
somebody did not take into account the effect of gravitational acceleration and the bridge fell down, you haven't got any evidence to support your assertion. And if we're going to apply
Hitchens Razor actually backs me up because the evidence supports my suggestion that engineers use the acceleration due to gravity in their calculations. Hitchens Razor supports me. I would ask you to show me a bridge that was built not using the acceleration due to gravity as a calculating factor in the load-bearing properties of the bridge.
Hitchens Razor states that assertions that are made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
And my assertion has evidence. My assertion is that every engineer that builds a bridge uses the acceleration. No, you're misquoting me, Riley. You're misquoting me. Right?
I'm not misquoting you.
The acceleration due to gravity it's something that engineers will take into consideration. All engineers take this into consideration. That is my evidence. Therefore, Hitchens Razor applies to me. You are making the claim that it is not taken into account. So I would ask you to get a citation or an engineer that does not take the gravitational acceleration due to gravity into account whilst building a bridge. Otherwise, you do not have evidence for your claim. It is not taken into account.
Are you done?
Yeah. I'm right, you're wrong.
Right, don't interrupt me, Craig. I'm losing my patience with you. It's not on. I haven't interrupted you. I've kept my mouth shut and I've allowed you to spiel your bullshit every single time.
Well, if you can get me one architect that does not consider the force of gravity, you might have a claim. No.
Shut up.
Find me an engineer that backs up what you're saying.
Shut the fuck up. Your claim was that engineers always take into account gravitational acceleration because if they don't, the bridge would fall down. I want to see evidence where somebody did not take into account gravitational acceleration in the mathematics, but the bridge fell down. If you don't have evidence to show that, then your claim is dismissed. Your assertion is dismissed.
I do have evidence to show that because my claim is that engineers take the acceleration due to gravity into effect. Stop. There are no bridges. There are no bridges that people
they did not take into account gravitational acceleration. The bridge would fall down and everybody would sue them.
Absolutely.
So let's see that evidence to support that claim then, please.
Every single architect and engineer in the world is my evidence.
So does every single architect and builder build bridges where they don't take into consideration gravitational acceleration and they all fall down?
No, because they don't do it.
Right. Because that was your claim.
No, my claim is that they have to, Riley.
Getting stupid, Craig. This is getting stupid.
No, your claim was that they don't take it into account, right? That was your claim, yeah?
No, your claim was that, not mine. Your claim.
No. Your literal words that engineers don't take gravity into account. That was your words, right?
No, your words were, Craig, every single engineer takes into account acceleration to gravity because if they didn't, the bridges would all fall down.
Absolutely.
That isn't true.
Yes, it is.
Right, so where's the evidence that that's true?
Every engineer taking gravity into account.
Right, show me the evidence show me the engineers that did not take gravitational acceleration into account and the bridges fell down.
There is none because they built the bridges properly.
So you can't do it then, can you?
I can back up my claim that every engineer and architect in the world that builds bridges and buildings, etc., use the force of gravity as a calculation when taking into account the load-bearing properties of things they are building. Your claim, Riley, your claim was that no, they don't take it into account.
Craig, gravity isn't a force. You said every single engineer takes into account gravitational acceleration because if they didn't, the bridges would all fall down. Absolutely. Show me any engineer where they did not take into account gravitational acceleration and the bridge did actually fall down. If you don't have evidence for that, you can scrub the assertion you made.
No, my assertion stands because every engineer in the world uses gravitational acceleration. And again, was the one with you.
Whatever.
Were the one with the claim. You were
Let's
the one
move
with the
on.
claim. Right, Riley.
Let's move on.
No, you were the one with the claim that engineers do not take it into account, right?
Craig, space-time is a concept in the same way that maths and time doesn't exist, Craig. It only exists in maths.
It's been experimentally demonstrated, Riley.
It hasn't been experimented. You don't know what an experiment is, Craig.
Absolutely,
space-time.
Experimentally demonstrated. No matter how many times you bleat about it not being done, it has been done.
It hasn't. You don't know what an experiment is.
Yes,
it requires manipulation of an independent variable. You can't do that with
happens.
anything to do with gravity in terms of either Newtonian or Einsteinian.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Craig, by definition, space-time is conceptual.
No, it's not.
What is it called?
It's been experimentally demonstrated, Riley.
Craig,
It's been experimentally demonstrated, therefore it is not conceptual.
It hasn't.
It has.
It hasn't been. Stop lying about
I'm
experiments.
not lying. You're
do
lying.
not
You're being
have
a fucking retard here. All right, stop it.
No. Experiment means observation and manipulation of the
Charm.
presumed cause, Craig. It doesn't just mean observation. Stop
Incorrect.
lying.
Stop trying to define science with dictionaries. You don't know what you're talking about. I studied physics. You didn't.
Can you prove that you studied physics?
Yes, I absolutely can.
How?
Because I've got a fucking degree in it.
Can you prove it?
Well, you want me to go and get my certificates that are probably with my mum in Bristol?
So that would be a no.
But
Right
it's
now.
irrelevant to the conversation. I understand physics because I've studied it.
But you seem to be denying the need to manipulate the presumed cause, the independent variable.
And again, I'm the one that studied physics, and I'm the one that's done experiments, Riley. When have you ever done a proper science experiment? You haven't. You poured some salt in it into
This
water and
is an egg.
presumed the cause. That's what you did. You practiced
Are you
pseudoscience.
denying? Are you done?
Once
Are
admit
you
that you
denying?
practiced
This is an
pseudoscience,
egg.
Are you denying the need to manipulate the independent variable in an experiment? Yes
No.
or no?
No, I'm not, and I'm saying the independent variable in the experiments around relativity has been manipulated.
Right, so what was manipulated in the Eddington experiment?
I've already told you this.
Nothing was, it was observed. Nothing was manipulated.
And the time that it was observed in was an independent variable.
No, time's not an independent variable, right? So obviously we're
Incorrect.
not...
Find me a no. You can't say time isn't an independent variable unless you can find me a citation to back that up.
You can't manipulate time. We're not going through this again. Craig, space-time, by definition, is a concept.
No,
what
it's
is
been
it
experimentally
called?
demonstrated. End of story.
Craig, no, you say that it hasn't pseudoscience. Craig, what is it
It
called
has
when
been
you...
demonstrated.
It hasn't. You're lying,
has.
Craig.
No,
There
I'm
was
not.
no experiments with a valid manipulation of a valid independent variable with general relativity.
According to
There's
you,
no-
who's never studied science or physics in his life, so it would be understandable that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so space-time is a concept, Craig. It
No, it's
doesn't
not.
actually exist other than in mathematics.
You can keep saying that, but you're wrong.
What is it called when we try and bring into the real world a concept?
Well, you're trying to talk about the reification fallacy, aren't you? But
Correct.
Space-time isn't
So
a concept,
that's
so
what
it's
you're
irrelevant.
trying to do.
And if you are talking about reification fallacy, may I point out that reification fallacy is irrelevant in science?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you want to get up the normal definition? You bring up the Wikipedia definition of reification fallacy, don't you? Can you bring that up?
Well, I just normally just type in, because they're generally all the same, but space-time, right,
No,
so
we're talking about reification fallacy now. And
Reification.
You normally go with the Wikipedia definition of it, right?
I just go to the one of the general... Yeah, okay, we'll go with reification.
Cool, right, so let's go to the Wikipedia page for reification fallacy, shall we? And I'd like you to go down to the section that is titled Use of Constructs in Science.
Hang on. Let's, for the dumb people in your chat, let's read what it says. It's a fallacy of ambiguity when an abstraction, which is an abstract belief or hypothetical construct, that would be space-time, is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. That would be gravity. Where did you want me to go?
So well, you're wrong with your assertions about it being conceptual, but that's irrelevant. I'd like you to go down to the section that says use of constructs in science. And I'm going to read from here.
Hang on, let me first. Yeah, okay, use of constructs in science, yeah.
So the degree to which a construct is useful and accepted as part of the current paradigm in the scientific community depends on empirical research that has demonstrated that a scientific construct has construct validity. Thus, in contrast to Whitehead, many psychologists seem to believe that, if properly understood and empirically collaborated, the reification fallacy applied to scientific constructs is not a fallacy at all. It is one part of the theory creation and evaluation in normal science. Sorry, but in science, the reification fallacy is not.
Hang on. Craig, you seem to have missed the important bit there. See, in the square brackets, what's it say in the square brackets?
Citation needed?
Yeah. So if there's not a citation to support the assertion, what does Hitchens' razor do to that assertion?
Wait, no, Riley, this is from the definition that you keep bringing up.
Yeah, but I don't bring this part up because it hasn't got a supporting citation. But you've now made the citation, is there a citation? Is there a citation that says...
No, if you're using this page as evidence of a reification fallacy,
No,
in
I'm
that
not.
same page, it actually talks about the fact that...
Craig, you told me to come here, and I did. and then you've cited something that needs a citation, and that means that you've then cited it, and I'm asking you for the citation that we know doesn't exist. What does that do to your assertion? Bye-bye.
Not much, because this is the evidence that you normally use. But bear me 1 sec. I remember reading a paper about this. If you just let me get it up. Is that it?
When an abstract belief or hypothetical construct known as space-time is treated as if it were a concrete real event or physical entity, gravity. Craig, gravity is a reification fallacy. It does not exist. It has no experimental
gravity is not a reification fallacy, because a reification fallacy is when you treat a model or something or a mathematical concept as real. We are not saying that gravity is just a mathematical concept. You are the ones that say that. We are saying that gravity is a demonstratable, experimentally evidence-capable part of our universe. All right. Now, bear with me while I get the citation that you need, because I have found it before.
So whilst you're looking for it, by definition, space-time is a concept. And by any definition you wish to go to, if you have an abstract belief or a hypothetical construct, space-time, if it's treated as though it was the real thing called gravity, that is reification. It's logically fallacious, Craig. There's no getting way around it. It's nonsense. There's no science.
It's really not. There is science to support it. You claiming it's not and believing Riley, you are using reification fallacy wrong. And in general, in science, talking about when you're having a discussion about science, citing a bunch of fallacies is in itself a fallacy. But you are using reification fallacy wrong. A reification fallacy is when you treat a model or a mathematical construct as real. We are not doing that, because we are saying we can experimentally demonstrate what we are saying. Therefore, it is not just a mathematical construct.
You can't you don't understand what experimentally demonstrate means.
Riley, you don't have any qualifications to say I don't understand what an experiment is. I've studied physics, but you haven't. I can tell you what an experiment is.
Claim qualifications, and I've asked you for supporting evidence of it, and you haven't got it. So until you do, then you can't claim that either.
You don't get to tell me what an experiment is when I'm the one that has studied physics for most of my life. I'm the one that demonstrated what I know by being a nuclear engineer in the Royal Navy. I'm the one that went to university whilst I was in the Navy and studied and spent a lot of my life studying, okay? You
have evidence to support your assertion that you got a physics degree, yes or no?
Not with me right now, okay? But that is irrelevant to the conversation, right? I understand physics and you don't, Riley. You have never studied physics in your life. Therefore, you are the one that does not know what an experiment is, not me.
So, by virtue of your self-proclaimed status as an undergrad in physics holding a degree, that means that you outrank me academically in physics, therefore you win. Is that the way it's going?
No. What it means is that you aren't allowed to redefine science and tell people that understand science what an experiment is. You and the rest of the flat earthers have no. You and the rest of the flat earthers have no scientific experience. You have none at all. All of your knowledge about science comes from skimming articles and trying to look at definitions of words. And that is not what science is about.
Do you know what an appeal to accomplishment fallacy is, Craig?
Yeah, it doesn't apply here.
Really? Yeah, tell me what an appeal to accomplishment.
Riley, you're starting to go down the fallacy route, and I'm just going to ignore it. Right.
Well, then we're at the end of the conversation, then, aren't we? Because if you're going to say my dick's bigger than your dick,
right. Before you go, I need to ask. Someone has asked me a question for you. Did you buy subs? I'm just asking for people to know. Did you pay a company to give you subs and likes?
No, I didn't. But Craig, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the point of the conversation that we're now at, which is basically you saying that I don't have an opinion in science because I did not study physics. Therefore, you win by default.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you don't get to redefine science when you have never studied science.
I'm demanding that you stick to the definitions of words, and you don't want to do that for some reason. And I would say
I'm actually talking about science, and you are making up stuff like you not knowing what natural means in science is fucking ridiculous.
No matter how you describe it, Eddington does not have an independent variable that was manipulated.
No matter how many times you say that, he did have.
He didn't know. There was no independent variable manipulation in Eddington.
You're just wrong. Just go and look at the experiment. He had an independent variable. No matter how many times you say he didn't, he absolutely did.
Okay, so in the Cartesian clocks and the atomic clocks thing in the planes, what was the independent variable that was manipulated to prove the cause of the time dilation in the planes?
Height and speed of planes.
Right, they're not independent variables to prove the change. You have to manipulate the time to the time was changed.
No. Do you even know what time dilation is and how it happens?
Lorentz
That's a
contraction,
stupid question.
consequent. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you're going to say Lorentz contraction, but you don't know what it means.
There's no evidence anywhere of a physical change in size, the result of a Lorentz contraction. It's completely fallacious. It's another reification fallacy.
Fallacy. Stop doing the fallacy. It's pointless.
Okay. Craig, we're basically done. I'm 4 minutes short of what the time is, but we're at the point where everything that you say that I do is fallacious because I'm pointing out the errors in your science. And
There
at
is
the
no
end of
errors
the
in
day,
my science. That's the thing. There is none. Riley, I have told you the scientific standing. You can ignore it and deny it all you want, but I have explained to you your misconceptions about science, your misconceptions about time being an independent variable, about not being able to do certain things that you certainly can, about not knowing what the word natural means in science. That is your problem. You don't understand what you're talking about. If you went and took a basic physics course, you might understand a tiny little bit of it.
thank you very much for your time, Craig. Have a great day.
See you later.
No.
Well, guys, that was something, wasn't it? And can I fucking say, 1,150 of you watching, wowzers. I wanted Riley to come on so I could just basically get him to say a bunch of stuff that is wrong. He doesn't understand science in the slightest. It's as simple as that. He doesn't understand what the words around science even mean. He tries to use dictionaries to define what science is, and that's not what science is. Science is about having fun. No, it's not. Science is about, I don't know why I said having fun, I was looking at a different thing there. Science is about trying to disprove a hypothesis. Science is about trying to explain the natural world through experimentation and observation. And he just denies so many areas around science. And that's the thing. The conversation with him will go nowhere because he's going to stick to his guns about the things that he's got wrong. Right, apparently Riley didn't get over 100 watching and I had 1,150. Right, now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly read out the members that I got and anything that came in via PayPal. And then we're going to stop this stream and we're going to start up a after show. And we're just going to talk about what's happened. So there's a bunch of new members. Thank you very much. We've got the Shark Father, Outlaw Jer, JL Truth, Otakeji, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, Epic P Funk 95, John Watson upgraded to Destroyers, and then Tim Pryor. Thank you everyone for becoming members. It means the absolute world to me. Now let me go to PayPal and see what's come in here. If it lets me. Okay. Ooh, we've had a few things come in. I don't know if I can read messages with those. I don't know if there is messages. Okay. All right, we've got Crafty Keela for £5 says, "Love you, mate. Have fun playing with Riley." That was fun. That's one of them. Let me just read out the others. We got. I don't want to read out your name in case I'm doxing you, but initials AS. 20 Australian dollars says, "Leaky Warrior is such a little bitch. He wouldn't talk to you until you got a boost from Simon Dan, and only if you don't make money. Well, fuck you, Riley. I want to show my support for your entertainment. Much love, Nerthan." Thank you very much, Nerthan Termson. Do appreciate it. There's a couple more. Again, I don't want to dox you, but initials SA says, "Space-time is cool. LIGO, the double slit experiment. It's all amazing stuff that blows your mind when stoned. Love watching theoretical physics stuff like Brian Greene, Max Tigamat, Michigan Kaku, and all the rest. All the best." Thank you very much. £2. And then we've got one more, I think. Yeah, and we've got, again, I don't want to dox you, initials JE. says, so you get more viewers when you stream at a Europe-friendly time? Well done in the debate. Now opinion, thank you very much. Yeah, I think this was because people have been wanting to see Riley. Honestly, guys, I can't believe there's 1,000 of you watching right now. It's absolutely amazing. But why don't you all, in about 10-15 minutes, come back and join in the after show. I'm going to see if we can get a few people on, have a chat about what's just happened. I had a great time talking to Riley. He stayed decent for most of it, I guess, so fair play to him for that. He is willfully ignorant, though, and ignores what actually science is and tries to add things to science that doesn't need to be added. Premature outro there, dope. Yeah, he adds things that don't need to be added to science. Why have I disappeared? There we go. He adds things that don't need to be added to science and just demands that he's right when he's got no actual knowledge around science. But anyway, come back in about 10-15 minutes. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flatter. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.
What's on your mind?
It's locked. It's locked.
What's your bet?
Noise.
Hello.
What? Why? What?
See you soon.
Oh no, I shouldn't have looked this up. No, I have to do it. I need the trinket really, really bad. I need the weapon really, really bad. Oh no, it's maybe piece of equipment or a weapon. Still. Oh. Pretty sure these three are pretty good upgrades for almost all of my characters. Except the main, like, 3 or 4 ones. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait, what? Now I'm quite confused. I thought I had a lot more. I thought that I had at least like 520 now. What the hell? Okay. So much Nuzjatar stuff. Damn it.
Good day to you.
It's locked.
Hi. Good.
So, what was your thoughts on what just happened?
I think it was a good discussion, great discussion, some great points being brought up, which I want to go over. I think as the debate went on, it just looked like neither of you were going to concede on either points. So I think that's what it was more about the academical world and who can outshine with knowledge and understanding is what I thought. And yeah, I think you did good. I think Anthony did well, did good. But again, I think it's just about who was going to concede, and there wasn't going to be any concessions tonight. It seemed.
No, all right. So, one of my issues with you guys flat earthers in general is that you do try to redefine things, and the way that you do it is by trying to say that this is the definition. Now, I think one of the points there that got Anthony quite annoyed was that I wouldn't concede that natural means not man-made. And I
Right.
really want to get you guys to understand this, that in science, natural means not supernatural, so not God, not ghosts, not something unexplainable. That's, and Riley always goes on
Are
about
you
how
cutting out there,
there's...
Craig? I think you're chopping up. Is that me or you? I'm not sure. Hold on. It might be me.
I don't know, I seem to be good. I think other people are having issues today. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. I can hear you now. Okay.
Yeah, and Riley always says that words have very specific definitions, and in science more so. And that's why I don't like it when you guys try to use like dictionary definitions to redefine what science is.
I think what the problem is that you've got science in the heliocentric model. So I know you're going to say, well, this is reality, but that's where we would say, well, what you're calling science in reality, what we can be is demonstrable, repeatable, and observable. It's not something that you guys do. You guys tend to make calculations, presuppose things, and then obviously you try to go and falsify those things. But the problem with that, you did speak about falsifying. Science did falsify. I was screaming at the screen there saying, Anthony, just let's go through the falsification of what he's asking for. So how I understand, you've got an idea of a globe, you've presupposed, and then you've set out trying to disprove that we
Nobody
live on a globe, a
presupposes
spinning ball, as
it.
it were. So I kind of feel that the Black Swan has done that, because if we're told that the radius is 3959 miles, okay, and for me, that's a radius that was presupposed. So, okay, if we're going to presuppose that radius, we can go with that. But then when we actually go to measure that and try to prove that it's not 3959 there, Craig, we can go out there into the real world with real tools, with real measurements, and find that the horizon is not in a physical...
Spurs, you said measurements there. What measurements do you have that disprove the globe?
So, for example, you can figure out your height and your location. Then you can figure out the size of the Earth, the radius of the Earth. Then you can work out, okay, so if I'm 6 foot, if I'm 1 foot, then objects should start to disappear from this point onwards. Or at least the Earth should start to fall away at this point, regardless of the atmospheric conditions. Physically, the Earth at 1.22 miles should start to fall away. So, obviously, you'd have physical obstructions at this point, Craig, you see. So, that's how we can falsify
But you said
idea.
measurements. You said measurements. What measurements do you have that falsify the globe?
Okay, so if the Earth is 3959,
Yeah.
yes, then obviously every horizon should be no more than 1.225 times the observer foot in
Ignoring
height.
refraction,
Yes?
of course, but
No. We're talking.
My question is, what measurements do you have? You specifically said we've gone out there with our tools and got measurements. What measurement is there? What actual measurement do you have?
All right, I've got it. There's a fantastic way that I've devised. I came up with this. We've spoken about this with the guys as well, but there's a way of discerning or finding out or measuring if the Earth is flat or curving. Now, we all know that a piece of paper, is flat. Put it on a table, it's flat. And if we wanted to know how flat or how level that piece of paper was, we would take two plumb lines at either side and see if they were parallel. And we could say, yeah, they're absolutely parallel. This is completely flat. This is completely level. There is no elevation between the 2 points there, right? So we can extend this now to a pool, a bath, a lake, a sea. And we can have, so let's first go back a little bit. So with that piece of paper, we've got the parallel at either side. We can now call that measurement 0, okay? Because there is 0 elevation, or it's completely level, it's completely flat. So now we have a marker of what we determine as flat with 0. So anything more or less than 0, Craig, would show that there is curvature.
Yep.
Now we know
what measurements is
for
there
example,
though to show that?
Wow, because we can show the Bedford Canal. We can show with any water level.
Except, wait. You can't use the Bedford Canal because when Wallace redid it, he proved there was curve.
No, but like I said,
that's not a measurement, Spurs. I'm asking you for an actual measurement. Your specific words were, we've gone out there with tools and made measurements. What measurement do you have? Like actual physical measurement?
0. 0 is the measurement. That's the number that you come up with for flat. Now, anything more than 0...
when have you measured that? When have you measured that 0?
Oh, I've measured water all the time. You just take 2 plumb lines. Oh, constantly throughout the... I mean, I haven't recorded. Would you like to see it? You want me to record it and show you?
I mean, I can show you plumb lines not being parallel.
Where? How?
Jesse Kwasowski, the Venice Seminary's bridge.
Where? How?
What? So you're saying that he can show on a lake or something, or a canal, where the plumb lines are not parallel?
I've got it here. One sec. Let me get it up for you. That's what she said, Crunch. So... Alright. This is Jesse Kwasowski, surveyor. Let me make sure you get a decent video so you can actually see it. And he uses theodolites to test your claim, right?
But what is it?
This is Jesse Kwasowski. Let me get down to the...
No. We want to see where we've got the 2 plumb lines. Where
I'm getting to that bit. If you just give me a sec to bring it up. I hate the browser in this thing. It doesn't do it very well. Right, so here's one example, right? He's got 2 theodolites, both plumb either side of the lake. You can see...
a theodolite?
Yeah.
Why not an actual plumb line?
Because a theodolite is set up using a plumb line, and then you can actually sight to see if they are different, right?
No, but we just want to see the 2 plumb lines if they're level with one another.
No, you mean parallel, not level.
Parallel, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
parallel
that's what this is doing. The theodolites are both set up with plums, right? That's how they're set up. They're set up to be plumb. Right?
I mean, I don't know how a theodolite works. You're saying they have plums on them. How? Show me where the plum is.
Right, well, that's literally how they set them up. They are set up to be plumb.
I know what you said, Craig. I'm just saying, I don't know how they work. I've never seen a theodolite with a plum inside. Can you show me where the plum is inside the theodolite?
Right, well, let me get the...
I'm not doubting you. I mean, you may be telling me the truth, right? But I've never used one in my entire life.
But this is how you test plumb lines. This is what
I believe you. I believe you at the moment, but I need to see a plum inside that theodolite to know that we're using a plum and not just a man-made device to manipulate the outcome.
A plum is a man-made device.
No, I know, but you can get natural plums, can't you? Right?
Yeah. It's on this page. You can go and look for it yourself. He actually shows you the whole bit to set up.
Find it, but
basically, what
you are under no pressure, Craig.
What this page shows is him actually testing the claim of plums being parallel, right? Now, work with me under the assumption here that the theodolites are parallel.
You can go under the assumption, but don't think that I'm going with it because we're just assuming, right? No. It's hypothetical. Go ahead.
But what he's done is he's put it 2 sides of a lake, 2 different theodolites, different sides of a lake, and looked through the sites to see if they match up, and they didn't.
I'm sure they would, because it's a man-made, rigged device. Of course it would.
Yeah, but it's what surveyors use to check if things are flat, right? I'll send you the page yourself to you.
All right.
on
So did they
Discord.
get more than 0 or
Yes,
something like
they
this?
did. On every
That's iffy,
experiment,
'cause I've got more for you, Craig. Got more proof that the Earth is flat.
every measurement that Jesse did, every
Oh.
single one came up with a greater than 0 on the angles, right? Showing that the Earth is curved. This page has many different examples of him using surveying methods to demonstrate this fact. So
No, I'm not doubting you, but I just mean we need to see the plumb. The plumb would tell you if they're both parallel. And if you get any more than 0, less than 0, more than 0, then yes, the Earth is curving. But we don't have that at the moment, Craig. So let's move on to my next absolute 100% proof the Earth is flat.
Well, come on, let's not use the word
and not
proof.
only that,
First, let's not use the word proof, because as I said to
Oh, yeah.
Anthony,
Oh, yeah.
the word proof exists in maths.
no, but I mean, this is not evidence. This is more than evidence, right? This is
Well,
solid.
no, you can only ever present evidence. That's kind of what science is. Nothing is
No,
ever.
but this is
proven.
remember when we started, I said that your version of science is in the heliocentric model, not actually in reality, right? A bit
Well,
of a
no, but
difference.
I'm talking about real science. In real science,
Yeah.
science doesn't prove things. You have
would
evidence.
call it real science. It's in the heliocentric model, and that's part of the paradigm, right? But if you were to actually test any of your science in the real world, you would find it a problem.
No, you wouldn't. Whenever you test it, it works.
Okay. So,
for instance, right, let's talk more about measurements, right? I can show you page after page of actual measurements of the radius of the Earth, showing that the world is curved, that surveyors have done time and time again. You can go to the page yourself at mctoon.net/r. mctoon has collected a whole bunch of measurements from across time and the world, and it's using proper surveying methods, and they always come up with the angles of the triangles are more than 180.
I'm not going to fall for all of this, Craig. Hold on. So look, I want to get to, because you did this kind of before, where you thought just explaining it away.
No, I'm saying that there's actual measurements that I can show you. That's what I'm saying.
No, because I've got more proof. What I'm about to explain next, or evidence, whatever you want to call it. But this absolutely demonstrates the Earth cannot be a globe, right?
Right.
Now, you may have seen this one around or heard about it. It's been spoken of before, but in order for me to believe what you're saying, we're going to have to agree that on what we're observing. So, for me, we get a direction with this evidence, an up or down. Now, you must have heard about meteorites shooting stars.
Oh, yes.
Now, yeah, so we've never, ever seen a shooting star or a meteorite come up from the horizon. Now, in your model, there is no up or down. So that means the meteorites can shoot in any direction, right? They can go this way, that way, anywhere you like. But we've only ever see shooting stars or meteorites or comets or whatever you want to call them, fall from the sky down, one direction, from top to bottom.
Untrue.
Yeah. So if you can show
wait, Spurs, you're saying
clearly, hold on, not one where it looks like where it, kind of could be. It needs to be clear that it's came up from the horizon. So not one from a mountain. Not interested in the mountain. What we're looking for is when you're at the beach, right, and you look at the horizon and you see stars, you see the sky, it's dark, and then you see stars coming down. You need to be able to prove that there's a real horizon there and the curving around there, that stars can come up from the horizon, vertically, straight up into the sky. Now, Craig, you're going to have to concede tonight, my friend, because you are not going to prove this claim, because there is only one direction, which is up and down and up. No, two directions, down and up. And you say there is no direction. I know that came out wrong.
Spurs,
but
your claim is wrong because I've seen.
Oh, you got proof?
I've
Let's see
literally
it
watched
now.
meteorites come from the horizon and go overhead and not come to
No,
the
no, no,
ground.
no. Let's see a meteorite come up from the horizon up into space, Craig, where there is no direction. Now, remember,
But
in our
they're not
world,
going up into space. When you see the meteorites go overhead, they're like disintegrating in
not
in
over
the
your head,
atmosphere.
Craig, not over your head. So you're looking at the horizon, right? So just like you see a star
The
or
rumpus
a
is coming in, by the
shooting.
way, just so you know.
Who is sorry?
The rumpus.
Oh gosh, here we go.
What
Well, it
he's
probably won't last
asking
long
is
then, because he's going to
absolutely
start,
retarded. He can't think in 3D.
berating here, and it's not going to be a conversation.
Fucking
But
moron.
the points are, you brought a friend in now. You brought back up because I've got you in a corner, Craig. Okay, you have to concede because vertically, not over your head, Craig. When a meteorite comes straight down, like you see it in front of you coming down towards the horizon, it doesn't go over your head. You just see it in front of you. So we need to see a meteorite go straight up, vertically, straight into space, into the sky. Because they're supposed to go in any direction. Not just straight from down, not from the firmament, not from the dome, straight down to the ground, Craig.
I don't understand your claim though, because I can't show you a meteorite going directly up from the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Spurs, that's a ridiculous claim.
That's proof.
It's not proof of anything.
That's absolute 100% proof, because if you're on a ball, Craig, we would see them fly in any which way, any way you want.
Have you ever seen a meteorite shower?
Yeah, so they should go in any direction, not straight from the firmament down to the ground.
But they don't.
Right? Craig, I've got you. But anyway, we can move on if you
They
want.
come up as well.
Craig, you're going to have to concede because I've got you with this one. Nobody will ever show meteorites going
you
straight
really
up.
haven't. Have you ever seen a meteorite shower? They literally go in every direction.
But not up from the horizon. Yeah, in the sky, not up from the horizon. Under
They do
the
come
earth,
up from the horizon.
So, for example, hold on, Rumpus. Hold on, Rumpus, please. So, Craig, just like we see the sun, you say, comes up from below our feet and up into the sky and over our head. I want to see a meteorite go up like the sun, below our feet, but straight up into the sky. Right? Not a big deal, Craig. You've got to concede if you can't find one. I've just proven that all your physics, all your maths,
no, you really haven't.
all of your astronomy, the whole lot.
You are making a
false
large
and a lie,
assumption
Craig.
here. You're making a very large assumption.
Craig, come on, you've got to be a man about this, right?
You're just saying because you haven't seen them, Spurs, therefore they don't exist. That's your that's your whole reasoning.
Nobody's ever seen this ever. Ever has anyone ever seen
It's going to come from. I mean, if you wanted to, it's not behaving like the sun because they move very, very quickly.
But this is for something that people to think about, right? And if they can demonstrate, I mean, when I heard this, I was like, this is really, really strong proof, not just evidence.
Yeah, but you're stupid.
Absolute
You have no
solid.
idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you would. Here we go. You would say that. So anyway, let's get
always
to
so funny when they say this exact sentence. Oh, when I heard that, I was so fucking impressed by that stupid bullshit.
So you haven't found one yet, Craig. You can't
my
say
God,
that. We should see like the sun rise below our feet, like you tell us.
Why should we? You're just making an assumption
Because
about
meteorites should
how
go
we
in
should
any,
see it.
They should go in any direction, not just up, not just from down to bottom.
They
Why are they
They're
just coming
always
down?
impressed by either absolute bullshit or they
from the horizon all around.
discover like
Or
facts
from
that
the firmament.
that normal people have
there's no such
known
thing as
for
firmament, so
sometimes hundreds of years, and they're like,
that's the
"Whoa,
container.
dude!"
You know all this,
we've been through this.
Whoa.
I've told you what the container is, right? Let me break this down on a bit more of a basic level, all right? Imagine you've got a box that's not got a lid on it, right? And you take a big bucket of bouncy balls, right? And you pour those bouncy balls into that container that's got no lid, right? Now, each of those bouncy balls hitting each other is the equivalent of gas pressure, right? Now, there's going to be some of those balls that have more kinetic energy than others and are able to escape the top of the box. There's going to be some that bounce around and settle at the bottom. Now, that's what our atmosphere is. It's the things that have enough kinetic energy to escape the downward acceleration, get outside of that box. That's what the container is. There is a downward acceleration. Nobody can deny there is a downward acceleration.
No. Yeah, I get. Look, this is understood. I mean, like I say, when Anthony was going over this, I was almost pulling my hair out. Okay, so the Einstein-Newtonian problem is, they're almost identical, Craig.
How can I send you a link, Craig? Can I send you a link easily?
Yeah, just
email it.
Yeah, just email it to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're identical almost. So yeah, you can probably make calculations for them that make the same. Time that things take to travel is almost the same from Newtonian to Einstein. But the only difference between the two, the only one fundamental difference between the two, is the mechanism here, Craig. So yeah, Newtonian was a.
Newton never had described the mechanism or tried to explain the mechanism.
No, he didn't have to describe the mechanism, but the fundamental differences between the two, right? Because they are almost identical in everything that they do, and obviously this is where Anthony was, because you were saying to Anthony, look, it's still the same. Everything still is in accordance, and I agree. If you go with this narrative, it is exactly the same. But just one thing has changed, which is in how I understand it, which is the mechanism, the process which causes these things to happen. So with Newton, we had a force which pulled objects, okay? And obviously Einstein looked at that and just changed what caused the apple to fall. So the apple still fell
just to
at
stop you
9.8.
one sec, if you can look at the video I'm showing you, it's showing meteorites literally going every which way, including coming from the horizon and going above and stuff.
Going horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
No. These are all coming. Look, you need to show the proper physical horizon, right? And something like the sun, and something coming up straight
like
into
the sun. You mean
sky.
in daylight, where you can't see them? You mean?
You're seeing,
Craig,
you're literally seeing
into the
things
sky,
from
up,
the horizon.
vertical. Look, you don't need to look for this now. You're not going to find one. I know you're not going to find one, but just
I'm
consider
showing
this.
you it now.
No, you've got to show the horizon like the sun, right? Where the sun would come up. You don't have to show the sun, but where the sun would come up, and then a meteorite.
These things are coming from the horizon, Spurs.
That's the horizon in the distance, and you're seeing things come up above it.
And I've just sent some pictures to Craig, which also demonstrates I'm very close to the horizon. Just because if we can't produce one that's exactly on the horizon for you in our brief search, that's just ridiculous.
Look,
Do you think that's evidence?
Craig, you don't point towards the sky to see the horizon. Now look, they're looking up at the trees. Come on, this is not fair. Let's see a
but
real
the horizon's
horizon.
still visible. The horizon's still visible.
I don't know how to do
So
this.
what? See, you're invalidating this. So you tell me you're invalidating this because we don't have the exact camera angle you want, even though it does include the horizon. Is that your argument?
We're not going to.
You
look,
idiot.
I'm absolutely destroying not you, Craig, but the argument, right? And
No, you're
Romulus
not.
has to come
No,
in now.
we're giving you evidence on screen. You're talking bollocks. It's simple. We've invalidated your argument right now.
Look,
and I've just sent Craig a load of images that also do it. We've invalidated your whole premise. So if you want to accept you're an idiot and we'll carry on to this other argument you took about general relativity, that'd be fine, because we've invalidated you completely on your current position. We'll move on to another one. We'll eviscerate you on another subject if you like.
Right, so back to relative
you gone?
transfers.
Yeah, back to relativity. So, I find what Einstein did quite remarkable. If we're talking about the heliocentric model, the world, and the paradigm, what he's done is quite remarkable, because like I say, all he's done, because the force wasn't able to be found, you see, they would have experimented.
What force wasn't able to be found?
This pulling force.
What force wasn't able to be found?
This pulling force.
Right, you're denying the force of gravity. So you're denying the force of gravity.
Not in the heliocentric model world, I'm not. But obviously in the real
So
world,
are you
there is
denying
no-
the force of gravity or not? Can you please answer the question? Why are you dodging the question? Are you
I'm
denying the
explaining.
force of gravity? Well, I'm just. Well, you simply can't you just say yes or no, or is there some ambiguity? I mean, okay, if you don't know, I mean, but is it not a simple question? Are you denying the force of gravity? Yes or no? So surely it's a very simple answer. I'm not trying to box you in here. I mean, if you want to say you don't know, then fine. But you either got yes, no, or don't know, or I don't want to answer because I'm going to embarrass myself. Which of those 4 options do you want to go for?
From the perspective of the heliocentric model, no. There is
Right. So there is no force of gravity in our model. You're saying there's no force of gravity. Is that correct? Just make absolutely sure. Don't want to misquote you or anything. You're saying there was no force of gravity in our model or in reality, presumably as well. You're claiming.
There's absolutely no force. Because
Right,
of
so there's no
Einstein,
force of gravity. Why are you dithering on this? Why are you being so tentative? And now why didn't you just say at the start? Do you not understand the questions? Let's be absolutely sure again. Do you deny the force of gravity in reality?
So, Craig, the idea is that there was.
So why are you dodging it? So I know you love to dodge questions that are difficult for you, Spurs, but I don't think we're going to let you do that here. Why are you dodging my simple question?
Do you deny that gravity can be calculated as a force, Spurs? Yes or no?
No, not in the heliocentric model. No, not at all. Not how you
We're talking
understand
about reality.
it.
We're talking about reality here. In reality, can we detect a force of gravity? Yes or no?
No, you can time the time it takes for objects to move from one location.
No, we're not talking about time here. I'm just asking
Craig, this
you,
is not
can we
going to
detect
work
the force of
by
gravity or
any
not?
means.
He's
not going to last.
He's asking
Why
a
are you
pretty
dodging
simple
this,
question.
Spurs? Can we detect the force of gravity in reality? Forget about models. In reality, can we detect the force of gravity? Yes or no, or I don't want to answer that question. These are the options you've got.
Gravity is not a force. No. Rumpus.
So therefore we wouldn't be able to detect it then, would we? Why are you dodging this question in such a devious little slippery way?
That's the thing. Here's the thing, Spurs. You're saying
Let him answer, Craig.
Sorry, go on, Spurs, and then I'll
Can we
explain.
detect the force of gravity in reality? Forget about you included this heliocentric model. No, we'll just deal with reality, Spurs. In your life, can we detect the force of gravity? Yes, no, or I don't want to answer, I'm too stupid to answer. Which one of these options do you want to go for?
Rumpus, you have harder hearing, you're getting old.
Well, you keep on giving me. I like to make sure I understand what the person's saying, and you've sort of given us sort of slightly ambiguous.
Is causing you to lose your mind.
I want to Spurs. I want you to be straightforward. I know that's not natural to you, but I want you to be
Nathan has
straightforward.
been giving you a daily thrashing, Rumpus, and you feel like you need to take it out on somebody else.
Again. You see, you're deflecting again. You're deflecting again, aren't you? This is your little trick.
Rumpus,
Can you see how he's deflecting everybody? He will not answer the question. He says, I have answered it, but he won't quite say it. He will. And you sort of said it, but you haven't
on
quite.
Nathan's, Craig. He's rumpusing
Right, so
your show.
you're deflecting again. Why don't you just answer a simple question? It's
He's
a really
rumpusing your
easy,
own
simple
show.
question.
We have a name for this, Craig.
One sec, guys.
So you're deflecting
guys,
again.
Both of you, one sec. Right. It is a simple question, though, Spurs. In reality, ignore heliocentric model or whatever. Is there a detectable force?
No, gravity is not a force.
Right. So why can't we detect it then? Why can we literally measure it?
Because there is the bending of space-time, Craig.
So we can measure it. So
Okay.
now you're saying we can measure it.
And what does that bending of space-time do?
Hold on. Did you say just contradict himself? Now it says you can measure this, the force of gravity from the bending of space-time. So make up your mind, Spurs. Is there a force called gravity that we can measure in reality or not?
No, there's not a force, Rumpus.
Right. So don't then say there is. You just said then 10 seconds ago. You then said there was a force we could measure.
I did not, Rumpus.
Right.
You said in general relativity.
Yeah, I think his argument is the typical flat Earth one of Einstein came along and removed the force. Right now.
Yeah. Okay. So can I just pursue this, Craig?
No, Einstein did. It's not that he removed the force. All he did was come up with the idea.
So it's still there then.
Why the apple?
So you're saying there is a force now? Is there a force or isn't there a force, Chemo? Please answer the question straightforwardly and honestly. I know it's difficult for you because you like to be devious. Please answer the question whether or not there is a force of gravity that we can measure.
Because if you're trying to build a heliocentric model here, Rumpus and Craig,
Forget models. Forget any model. I want to know, in reality, whether or not you think there is a gravitational force that we can measure. In reality. Forget models. We're not going to models here. We're going into reality.
and then you presuppose that the Earth is a globe.
I'm not asking you to presuppose. I'm asking you whether or not there is a force due to gravity that we can measure in reality. Why are you deflecting? I know it's what you naturally do, but just for once, give a straightforward answer. Is that because you know there is a force and you don't want to admit to it? Or is that the position here? You sort of realise there is a force there, but you don't want to say so? Is that correct?
So people ask questions. If you're on a board,
So how about you answering this question? You see, you've sort of answered it before, but you're going back on what you said. Is there a force of gravity we can measure or not? Why won't you answer in an honest way, Spurs? Why won't you be honest?
All right, Rumpus, let him respond.
Sorry.
So if you're trying to build a model...
Oh my God, you see, this is what this guy's like. He's an absolute wanker.
Right, Spurs, right, we're not talking about a model. We're literally just talking about in real life. Right, in everyday life. Is there a force that we can calculate, that we can measure?
Not
There's no
measure.
force. There's no force. There is a rate.
Right.
There's no force.
Do you deny that F equals ma?
No, you've let him get off the hook. I want to just talk about the force first. He hasn't quite said, well, he's still being devious. So, Spurs, are you saying there is definitely no force due to gravity in reality? Is that your position?
Gravity is not a force, as I've said, Rumpus.
So therefore, there's no force we can measure due to it in reality then, isn't there?
There's no force.
You see, again, you're not answering the question. Is there a force due to gravity that we can measure, yes or no? Why can't you be honest, Spurs? Have a straightforward debate. I know you don't like doing this, but try and be honest for once. Be straightforward. I'll answer any questions you ask, and how about me answering this one? Is there a force of gravity that we can measure in reality?
There is no force. Gravity is not a force.
Right, okay, I think you said that sort of about 3 times now, so I think we'll go with that. You've definitely said there is no force of gravity that we can measure in reality. I think hopefully everybody will agree with that.
Yeah.
So, Spurs, when you get on the scales in your bathroom, and I explained to you a few days ago that those things are force measuring devices, what is the force that it measures when you stand on them?
It's not measuring a force.
Right, okay, so we now got a problem again with you not thinking that scales in your bathroom measure force. Okay, let's deal with that. So if I pick up these scales, and I went through this with you before, I don't know whether you've forgotten it because you've got the memory of a goldfish. If you were to compress those scales in your hands and apply a force with your hands, it would register on the scales the force that you applied. Do you recognise, therefore, their force measuring devices?
Demonstrate there is a force.
Well, that's what they do. So but you're applying a force, and it registers what the force you're applying. And I could get I could get something. So you're now so now in the position where you're denying that scales are force measuring devices. Is that your position?
You're measuring.
You don't know what force is, do you? You don't know what force is, do you? And we established the other day you don't know what pressure is. We established you didn't know what acceleration was. We established you didn't know what F is equal to ma, what the A stood for. You didn't understand what momentum was, what force was. What else didn't you understand? Basically, every term that you ever used. So now you're denying that the scales in your bathroom measure force. That is your position, is it?
No, the scales.
Wait, let him answer.
Sorry.
Sorry,
What's the question?
The question is, you denied that scales in your bathroom measuring force, and I demonstrated that if you picked up scales and pressed it between your hands, i.e. applying a force, they then register the force that you've applied. Therefore, they are force measuring devices. They don't know whether they're orientated on the floor or up vertically where you can press against them, or you put them up against the ceiling and apply a force, or you get a clamp on them, for instance, a screw clamp, and you apply a force. There are things that do apply forces, and we can see that those scales agree with the force that you apply. So do you or do not agree now that the scales in your bathroom are force measuring devices?
No, they're not a force. They measure the strength of something, how much pressure can be applied.
That is a force.
So
that force is force and pressure. Tell me the definition of pressure, please.
That force,
So it is a
that
force.
strength.
So it is a
that
force.
Let him answer.
So you're now calling. You've renamed force strength now, have you?
Right, Rumpus. Let him just answer.
Sorry.
That force is the strength that the individual is able to apply to the scales. That's the
So it is
that's
a force,
the
then?
origin. That's the origin of that strength.
Right, you think they measure pressure, don't you? You've demonstrated this. You don't understand what pressure is. So, for instance, if I were to stand on the scales with my feet flat on the thing, I would be exerting a force. If I then stood on my heels, so I exerted a much smaller area onto the scales, do you understand that I'd still be exerting the same force, but the pressure would be different?
If you were to take those scales underwater,
well, no,
you
let's
wouldn't
just
be able
deal.
to generate.
We can deal with the buoyancy issue in a minute. I want to get you to understand about the difference between force and pressure. If I stand on the scales, my feet flat on the scales, and then if I lean back, the scales will show the same weight, i.e. the same force in both circumstances, but I will be applying a different pressure in those two circumstances because I will be on my heels, and therefore the force will be going over a smaller area, and force divided by area is pressure. Now, you only seem to think you understand what pressure is. I don't think you understand what force is, because you always love to substitute the word pressure for force, but you don't understand what pressure means, because I don't think you understand what force means. And because you don't understand what either of them mean, you have no idea what you're talking about. But hopefully you understand from my practical explanation just now the difference between force and pressure, and that scales will still register your weight when you stand on them, however you stand on them, whether you're on tiptoes or on your heels, or if you even lay on them without touching the floor, they would show the same weight in all circumstances, and that's the force of gravity. That's your weight. It will measure your weight in all circumstances. But if you were to go on your heels or stand on your finger, then it would show still the same weight, but but you would be applying a different force, a different pressure, because there's a smaller area over which you're exerting that force. Do you understand what I've just told you?
So, if you were to take your scales underwater.
Well, let's move. You have to do this. You're deflecting again. Can you please deal with the point that I've just made instead of being a devious little wanker and moving on to another subject? Do you understand what I described about pressure and force?
Well, if you were to take your scales underwater.
I'm asking you whether you understand. If you go into your bathroom,
Rumpus, let him respond. Maybe
he was going to go underwater again. He said he was.
Maybe that's part of the point. Just let him respond, and then we can pick it back up. Okay.
All right.
Come on, we all know that
Right,
he's
go on
just
first.
gonna talk bullshit.
Okay, what's the question?
Oh my God, do you understand the difference between force and pressure, and that the scales would measure the same weight no matter how you orientated yourself on the scales, but you would be giving different pressure? And I'm trying to explain to you the difference between force and pressure. Do you understand the difference between force and pressure now?
Oh.
Well, that depends on which paradigm you're working
Oh my
right?
God.
Right, Spurs. Let me try and rephrase this for it. Right. So, imagine that you put your hand and push it down on the scale, right? And it weighs 4 stone, right? Now, do the same thing, but with just your finger, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still going to measure 4 stone, but on that area you're pushing down with just your finger, there's more pressure than your whole hand pushing down to make the same weight. Does that make sense?
No. The only pressure and force is coming from you.
Yeah, okay. But the pressure is different depending on if you use your finger to make the 4 stone or your hand, right?
No, that would depend on them. That would be medium dependent, not
No. Right, okay. You're not understanding. Right, pressure is about force over an area, right? You understand that?
No, he doesn't know that. He doesn't understand that.
Pressure is a continuous physical force exerted on or against.
He doesn't understand.
Right? No, right, okay.
So I'd just like to quickly interrupt Craig, just for a second. I think we're just demonstrating here. I think I pointed out to Spurs the other day, he's got the education level of an 11-year-old, and here Craig and I are basically filling in the education he missed between the years, 10 and 14. And he's so stupid and so ignorant, we're having to fill in stuff that 12-year-olds understand completely in school, and this guy doesn't. Yet he thinks he's capable of talking about the scientific method, general relativity. He doesn't understand what acceleration is. He doesn't understand what force is, pressure, momentum, weight, mass. He understands none of these things. Yet he thinks he's entitled or qualified to discuss these issues. We're dealing with an utter, ill-educated, Dunning-Kruger-afflicted moron here. Go ahead, Craig.
Right, so my point, Spurs, is that you can get the same weight on the scales by pushing your hand down in it or just your finger down on it, right? But now picture the area underneath your hand. The pressure underneath your entire hand pushing down is less than the pressure under just your one finger pushing down to get the same weight. Because pressure is about force and area, right? You're putting the same force on a smaller area, therefore
you concentrate on more.
That's what pressure is. So the pressure underneath your finger is greater than the pressure underneath your whole hand. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Right. Okay. We can move on from there. Rumpus, do you want to carry on from there?
Right. Well, I hope he's now. So now, hopefully, he will now understand why standing on the scales, feet flat on the scales, and will give you the same weight, even if you go on tiptoe. The scales will still register the same thing, but you would be offering a different pressure because the area is smaller. So hopefully, he's learned something 11-year-olds would learn: the difference between force and pressure. I still don't think he's absorbed that fact. I'm just going to assume he has for the moment. It's not actually relevant to the discussion because what we were talking about is whether or not. Well, he gets confused with pressure when I'm talking about the. But anyway, we'll go with this. So. Scales are force measuring devices. So no matter how you orientate yourself, in other words, how much you change your pressure, the weight that they register is the same under all circumstances, no matter how you orientate yourself. So that is a force being measured. So the scales are a force measuring device because when you pick them up and put them between your hands and you press the scales together with your hands, you also are applying a force, and they register the same thing. They have no idea whether they were on the floor and you're standing on them, or whether or not they were being pushed together by your hands. As far as the scale is concerned, there are just springs in a mechanical scale. Just springs are being extended by that operation of you pressing on them, whether you stood on them or you press together with your hands, because that's all they do. Because if you happen to know anything about springs, and this is Hooke's law, which is something you definitely won't know about, I'm going to mention it. A force that a spring is the extension of a spring returned is linearly dependent. The force that a spring returns is linearly dependent on the extension. So inside a mechanical scale, the springs are extending, they resist the force that's being pressed down. So they measure a force. And what would you like to call the name of that force that they register when you stand on them? Would you like to give that a name? Or your understanding of what they're measuring? We've got a name for that force that they register because they're force measuring devices. They measure a force, and we give a name to that force for something. When you put something on it,
do you know what that force is called, Kimo?
It's got a special name.
Kimo, you there? Spurs? He's still connected.
Okay, well, I think he's gone quiet because I don't know. Perhaps it's a little sort of quiet protest or something. That we give that name. We'll save you the working it out. It's called weight. We call the force that scales measure weight, and that's a force. And they're force measuring devices, and they measure the force. And that weight is caused by the gravitational attraction of your body to the centre of the Earth, and we can measure it. Therefore, we can measure gravity. The gravitational force is therefore fully measurable, and it's the force that if you jump off a house and then fall down and hit the ground, that force you will become intimate with at that point, and very demonstrated. It's very big force, can be, depending on and when it's added to your kinetic energy and your momentum. So we can measure a force. We can demonstrate that in our 3D. In reality, there is a thing called gravitational force. If you'd like to give us another explanation to that force, then please go ahead. But we have got a very definite working explanation for it, and it's the force of gravity, because we can also measure that this happens in the Cavendish experiment when two balls also attract with one another, and we can demonstrate from knowing something about your mass what your weight should be on the Earth. And if you take your mass over onto the moon, say, we know that that's 1/6, and you weigh 1/6, and the scales will show 1/6 of the value, because the gravitational attraction between you and the moon is 1/6 of what it is here on Earth. You going to start to talk again, or are we just going to? Or can we just be?
Right,
we're just
Kimo,
pretending
you
we're not there now.
Yes, I'm here.
Right. So you understand that the force a scale measures is weight, right?
In your heliocentric reality, yes, of course.
No, just not in our heliocentric reality, in reality in general.
Oh, you'd like to talk about reality? Okay.
Yes.
So, the idea is that you have Newtonian gravity, which introduced a mechanical force, which suggested that there was a pulling mechanism between the two objects. And so Einstein, he came along.
But no, let's stop going to Einstein yet. We haven't established yet whether or not you understand the scales on measuring people's weight. That is a force. Do you understand that yet?
In Newtonian physics.
Let's not get onto Newtonian just yet. Let's just to make sure we understand that scales measure forces, and we call that force of a body its weight. And that's a reality thing. That's nothing to do, we haven't done anything conceptual yet. We haven't gone into any models. All I'm trying to establish with you is that you've hopefully recognised that scales are force measuring devices, and that when you stand on them, there is a force being exerted on them by your body. And we call that your weight. Do you understand that?
Like I said, yes, in the heliocentric paradigm,
this is radical. There's no model here. Do you understand that they're registering a weight? The only information you need to know is those scales measure a force, and you seem to have sort of accepted that, and whether or not they register a force when you stand on them. That's the only piece of information. We don't need to worry about heliocentric models just yet. We're just dealing with how scales work. That's all I want to involve. I don't want to get into anything else. I just want to go empirically with this basic piece of reality. Do you accept that, therefore, they are measuring some sort of force when you stand on them? Do you accept that?
I've just said numerous times, Rumpus. Yes, in your reality, in your heliocentric world...
No, in your reality, do you... No, I want to know about your reality. Do you, in your reality, accept there is a force being exerted on these scales because they're force-measuring devices?
So, in my reality, how I understood it, Newtonian had a...
No, I don't want to know about Newtonian. I just want him to accept that forces on these scales. I don't want him to start going on 5 rungs up. I just want to get him to understand this basic natural phenomenon. That scales measure forces, number one, and number two, when you get and stand on them, they exert a force, they give you a reading of it.
I think he's going to try and explain his understanding, so just give him a sec, just get it out. Right. Go on, Kimo.
Yeah, so I mean, what we've got, we started with the idea that the Earth is a globe, and then we had to explain, well, why are things attracted to the Earth? So Newton, the story goes, Newton was by the tree, the apple fell, and he came to the conclusion that there was this pulling force here, gravity, objects being pulled towards the center of the core here, this iron molten core here. And so people were asking questions, they were searching, they were researching, seeking for this force. They tested this idea. They couldn't find this attraction. So, in order to keep the heliocentric model... In order to keep this heliocentric...
Tell us about your lunch. I mean, what did you have for lunch, Spurs? I mean, that's just as relevant to what I've been asked. We're discussing whether or not register scales measure force, and now you're telling us a little bedtime story that's not in any way, well, very slightly relevant, because you're trying to dodge the question. Why do you always dodge questions, Spurs? Is that because you know that you're thick and stupid?
Well, Spurs, so in your world, what is causing the scales to register a number? What is your explanation for it?
So, like I said, there is strength being applied to that device.
Can you define strength?
The only strength, yeah. So, if you have energy being applied to that surface, it will give you a reading. That's as far as it goes. That's the physics of it.
I mean, that's not the physics of it.
That is the
strength, isn't it? You say how strong something. So you can say a force is a strong force or a weak force. Strength is an adjective. So we're talking about, you can take a strong force, weak force, or the strength of something. But that's not. We're looking for a noun here. We're looking for a noun here, I suppose. And we want you to explain what this force is. And in physics, the fact that you've used the word strength instead of force, obviously, I mean, we know you don't know anything about physics at all below that of an 11-year-old. But we call something that pushes or pulls a force, and that causes something to move. We call that a force. That's the definition of a force. Something that causes something to change its state, its positional state, and give it a velocity. That's the definition of a force. So when we push down the scales, we cause the springs to move inside. We've caused them to move, and to cause them to move, you have to have applied a force. That's how physics calls things that causes things to move. So we give that name, we call that a force. That's the definition of it. I don't think you understand what a force is. So you've substituted your own little childish word of strength. In physics, we call that a force. So if you're going to say you're claiming you're using physics terms, how about using physics terms? And the physics term that you seem to have a real problem with in all your discussions, because you probably don't understand it, is a force. And a force causes things to accelerate, i.e. change their state from being stationary or to start moving faster than they were. That's what is a force. That's what we call the thing that does that. So there has to be a force that extends the springs inside a mechanical scale. And so therefore there has to be a force applied to those scales. And we would like you to explain to us where that force came from.
Okay, so in physics, a force is any interaction that, when unopposed, will change the motion of an object.
Yeah.
A force can cause an object with a mass to change its velocity, i.e. to accelerate.
Excellent. You're doing really well now. Well done.
So force can be described intuitively as a push or a pull. But the problem with that statement there, is the pull part, because in nature.
Right, but you now understand what a force is. So the next, you've done really well. You've given 3.
That's why I said in your world. That's why I said in your reality. This is a force.
Well, hold on. This is in your reality.
In the
Are
real world.
Hold on. So are you denying those 3 things? You just gave
a pulling force, right?
Right, hold on. But you just those 3 definitions that you just gave to us about what a force is. Are you happy with them?
Rumpus, a pulling
force.
Hold
on. Spurs. Did you just recite the Spurs? I want to know if you believed what you just told us. Spurs, did you believe what you just told us? Those 3 definitions you gave us.
Show me
you
a pulling
believe they're
force.
correct? Sorry, hold on. Do you agree with the 3 definitions? Hold on. Do you agree? Did you believe what you just said to us? Hold on. I want to know if you believe what you just said.
You said in physics.
I will. I'll get on to that. Spurs, I will deal with any question. Spurs, I will deal with any question, but I want to just make sure that
in the real world, you said we do deal in the real world, so show me a pulling
Right, so in the real world, do you believe there's 3 definitions of force?
I believe in the real world. Show me a pulling force.
Right, and I'm asking you, Spurs, you just gave us 3 definitions of force. I want to know if you believe what you said.
So, Rumpus, I'm not responding until you show me a pulling force.
I will. Look, but Spurs, let's not jump onto something else. You've just given us 3 definitions. Before we move on, I'm happy to move on, but I want to know if you believed what you just said. About, your descriptions of a force, you gave us 3 definitions. Do you believe what you said, or do you just say that, I don't know, just to dodge the issue and to just keep us happy and then move on to a new subject? Did you actually believe what you said, or are you being a liar as usual? Why? I mean, Spurs, if you ever asked me a question like that, I would say, yes, I believe what I say, but you're very reluctant to do that. Why?
One sec, Rumpus, let Kimo respond. So, Kimo, the question is, do you agree with the definitions of force that you've just read out? I think you turned your mic off, Kimo.
Like I said, to a degree, I was trying to explain. Some of that sounds, we could work with that, but a lot of that is questionable, right? You see?
Like
so,
what?
for example, the pulling force. Can you demonstrate a pulling force?
Right, okay, I can. Let's suppose I gave you a rope, and then I pulled on that rope. You would then be pulled towards me with a pulling force.
So how did you do that? How did you pull it?
I pulled on the rope, and you were holding on the other rope. So there's a tension in the rope, and then you were holding on the other rope. You're holding onto it hard, and therefore you were pulled in my direction. So you were pulled towards me.
Did you touch the rope?
Yes. Oh my God. Let's try this again.
What?
We imagine a tug of war, you moron. You're one side, I'm the other, and I pull on the rope, and I pull harder than you, and you are pulled towards me.
Why did you touch the rope if you were going to pull?
Jesus Christ.
That's how you pull. How else do you expect to pull, Spurs?
Because you apply pressure when you squeeze the rope.
Yeah, and then you pull it.
So what?
Pull what? How can you pull? You squeeze tighter. Your hand gets tighter and tighter.
But you
press
pull it
tighter
towards
and
you.
tighter.
Right, Spurs, if your arm is outstretched and you grab the rope and then you pull your arm towards you, you are pulling the rope with a pulling force.
Pulling? You're squeezing the rope tighter and tighter.
And pulling it towards you.
No, you're squeezing,
Oh
pushing.
my God.
You're pushing from the other side, depending on your perspective.
No. You realise you can squeeze the rope and pull it, right?
So to the people on the other side, Craig, who are watching you so-called pull, what do they see? Do they see you pull?
Yes.
Yes.
No, they see you push away from them. They're pressing on their hand.
But you are pulled towards them. You feel a pulling force. If I
Pulling's just a description. It's not a reality function. It's not a function that we actually do.
Spurs, I could come in front of you and I could grab your shirt.
Right, Craig, you want to have a discussion? We're going to have to get Rumpus out of this because you want to make sense of this. We're going to have to talk about
He's asking some valid questions.
No, Rumpus knows about this. He's heard about this. Obviously, you haven't. But if you want to get into this pulling idea of anything in nature where we pull a door, we squeeze the door handle, apply pressure to it, and we don't have magical tentacle.
Okay,
in our hand.
Right, Spurs. Let me respond to that.
Yeah.
So, what pulling force is applied if I place a magnet next to another magnet?
How does a magnet work?
That's irrelevant.
Nobody knows how they work, dude. That's
That is
the question.
happening there?
So if you put your finger between two magnets, what do you feel, a pull or a push?
You wouldn't feel anything unless the magnets squish it.
If you put your finger between two magnets,
the magnets are pulling
you
towards
would
one
feel
another.
pressure. I'm asking you, Spurs, what pulling force has pulled that magnet towards the other one?
it hasn't pulled it. What's the mechanism? How did it pull it?
Magnetism.
Yeah, what's the mechanism? How did it grab hold of the other magnet?
No, we don't care about the mechanism. We care about whether or not there's a pulling force. So how this is created is utterly irrelevant. The point is that I can pull you towards me by grabbing your shirt.
So
and
how
giving you
did
a
that
tug while I'm
magnet
pulling.
grab hold
It
of the other
doesn't
magnet?
matter. It is clearly exerting a pulling
Right,
force.
so Craig, we
Doing
can't have
it
this
is
conversation here
irrelevant.
with Rumpus in the house.
Right, okay. My point and Rumpus's point here is that when you put one magnet next to a stronger magnet, it's going to move towards it, right? There's an acceleration and there's a mass, therefore there's a force, right? So what physical force has happened?
You don't know if from the North Pole it's being pushed to the other magnet.
No, I do.
No, you
Because
don't.
it only happens when I... One sec, Rumpus, one sec. It only happens when I...
on the North Pole. He's
Yeah,
trying to
I know. It only happens when you... It only happens when you...
Right, Craig, I'm not doing this. This is nonsense. This could have been a really good discussion, Craig.
Hold on. Kimo, hold on. It only happens when you push the
Not with
magnet
a moron
closer
like
together,
you.
and then all of a sudden there's this big attractive force that, bang, will make the magnet slam together. What is the
You've
physical
got to tell me the
pulling force that's
mechanism.
happening?
You've got to tell me how that works. How does it grab
We don't
the
need
other
to know how it
magnet?
works. We just need to know there's a force involved and it's pulling.
No, just because it looks like that doesn't mean it actually is doing
We don't need to know
it.
the mechanism. We just need to know there's a force and it's pulling. That's the only two
Craig,
points we need to
another
know.
night, my friend.
The
Another night.
mechanism is simple. The mechanism is magnetism. It's an alignment of electrons to allow the connection. I think he's gone.
That guy, I don't accuse this of. I've only accused about 2 or 3 other people. That guy is a compulsive lying wanker, and I really mean he's a liar, a blatant liar. I've only accused. I don't do this lightly. That guy is a devious lying wanker, and he needs to be absolutely kicked. And here he doesn't understand what pulling is. He doesn't know what force is. He doesn't know what acceleration is. He doesn't know what momentum is. He doesn't know what pressure is. He doesn't know what energy is. He doesn't know what mass is. He doesn't know what weight is, and he thinks he's in a position to actually interact with other people and start lecturing them. The guy, and the way he deviously tries to deflect, you've got to be absolutely ruthless, not letting him get away with this devious. And he even has he's even tried to educate other people on how to be this devious. There's been occasions when people have witnessed him giving instructions on how to avoid answering questions.
Yeah.
And we've just seen it here tonight. He's an absolute devious little wanker.
Although it is good to know that I can win a tug of war by squeezing the rope.
Yeah. I mean, people have accused him of being a Poe, but I think he's too stupid to be a Poe. He's religiously engaged with this thing. He's so you can see that he's educationally ignorant. He's not a clever person posing as one of these people. He's genuinely as stupid as he wants, and the only thing he believes in is God. And the Earth is flat, and he's prepared to use any because he's got this issue. I think with any non-Christian, he can lie and cheat as much as is required because he believes he's doing God's work, and he mustn't be allowed to get away with this immoral and wankerish behaviour.
Yeah, I do think that I don't think he's a Poe. I genuinely think he is as dumb as he appears to be, because he can't understand the simplest of things.
Ow.
Like the whole thing about is it a pulling or a pushing force is so dumb because he simply doesn't understand that there's an acceleration. He didn't even understand what an acceleration actually was. Someone just sent me a meme for chemo.
He doesn't know. When you was asked to define acceleration on here a few nights ago,
yeah,
he couldn't. And what's more, he thought F is equal to ma. A was area. We're dealing with someone who has not got an 11-year-old's understanding of physics, and because of that, and because this is the thing. By remaining ignorant and stupid, they're impervious to our reasoning, logic, and science, and they keep themselves ignorant because they use this shield of stupidity. If they can't then understand what you're saying, then they can just indulge their wishful thinking, saying this is true, and I don't understand what this other person's telling me, so I'll just ignore it. By keeping themselves ignorant, they've got that shield of stupidity, and we can't poke through with our sword of truth and science because they've got this massive shield of stupidity that's invulnerable, because our sword won't work through this stupidity, because it can only work using our weapons are only logic and evidence and science, and those won't work on people who don't accept logic, evidence, science, and reason.
Yeah, no, as Riley proved when I debated him earlier, they just have their own version of science, and they will stick to it religiously. You know, I tried explaining, no, that's simply not how it is in science. You're using something like natural, meaning not man-made, as an argument when it's just a misunderstanding of scientific terms, and you can't fix that. But I'm glad that Sleepy came on, because oh my god, that's a lot of material for videos, and not just me. Anybody feel free to take any part of that debate and make videos about how badly Sleeping Warrior did there.
Yeah, I mean, also I think you could have exposed a bit more because you did mention, I think, like a chain of events. So, for instance, what the QE and the Riley line was there, that if I flick a switch or whatever, they also don't. God, I got so many things to say. They can never cope with more than one cause.
Yeah.
They always like to think of just one thing, because they can never cope with a number greater than one. So if you have, for instance, something like the force of gravity, which is dependent on three things: the distance, the two masses. That's too much for them. They only talk about single cause. Whenever QE talks about a cause, he only ever talked about one cause. This is, of course, what Bakeley's picked up, and now idiot, wankerish Chemo's picked up. Is they just talk about one cause. They don't understand about an experiment having multiple variables, controlled variables, and also natural experiments. So possibly is another issue you can conduct what are natural experiments where you don't, for instance, like if you wanted to test Kepler's laws, and then you get someone like Riley or Schema then saying, well, how do you check that that's correct? Why do you have to move the planet? No, we've got 8 proper planets and a number of dwarf planets, and we can test Kepler's laws. That you've effectively got an independent variable in nature providing you with that independent variable variation, and then you can check the dependent variable of the velocity or the orbit or whatever of your planet or this period. And so there are lots of natural experiments you can do, and also observations. For instance, just like measuring how quickly something falls. That's an observation. You just can hold it up, or how long the day is. That's a scientific observation. And of course, they don't understand the meaning of "and" in that definition of science. You'll see that Riley, with you as well, he's of experiment and observation. Now he thinks that means that anything you do has to be an experiment, which includes an observation. Not realizing the word "and" there is a set theory, like saying I've got a zoo with some zebras and some lions. That doesn't mean to say the lions and zebras are together. I can have a zoo with just the lions, or a hospital treats men and women. That doesn't mean to say there's a place where there are men and women being treated. You can have women in one bit of it and men in another.
Yeah.
And so there's a set theory, a union of the two, a union. The "and" is set theory. There is a union of the things of observations, and there's with a union of things that are experiments. And they come together to be science. And that's something, that union idea is also something that Spurs and Riley don't understand. And it's, I mean, it's just what was my original point before I wandered off onto that one? Natural experiments where there are natural variations in your independent variable as well as observations, and that's a very important concept. So that's why we can do effectively natural experiments in cosmology, which is what you were challenged with by Riley, amongst other things. Oh, and of course by saying distance of planets and things, but also I don't know if you caught what I was posting in the chat about as you correctly said, there are lots of experiments that we can do to prove general relativity, including the precession of Mercury. I mean, all these precession of Mercury, gravitational
I wanted to get onto some more
gravitational
with him.
lensing. So, yeah, I mean, he didn't really let you get to the point of, he's starting to abuse you for quite a lot of the time in the end. But there are lots of observations and experiments, the natural experiments that we can conduct. And you're absolutely right about the independent variable with, is it Tony's thing? And something like, for instance, things like you can control the force of gravity, which is the thing that Riley claimed. You can change the mass. So you can have two masses and measure the force between them, and then you can change the mass. So you can change the force of gravity. You can't change the physics. In everything that we do in man-made, that's another point I was trying to get onto. Everything man-made still has to use the laws of physics. We can't change the laws of physics. They're sort of implying that if you make something man-made, you can have your own laws of physics. We can have chips that behave in a particular way. Electrons that behave in a different way if we choose to. No! We have to work with the laws of nature. Just because we can manipulate objects to use them in different ways, that doesn't mean to say we're inventing new laws of physics. We're using the laws of physics and exploiting them. Those laws of physics are not man-made at all.
No. It's just constant trying to redefine stuff. Now, Tony wanted to come in, PhD Tony, and I know Professor Bell wanted to come in as well, so let me get them both a link. One sec. Professor Bell and Tony, I've emailed you both links. Well, when my keyboard starts working for Professor Bell. I think I need new batteries for my keyboard. It keeps stopping.
Oh, and by the way, someone in the chat, I can't remember his name now, pointed out that he'd seen Chemo training up some woman as to how to dodge questions. And he thinks he's terribly clever at doing this. By dodging the question. To us, it's obviously apparent, but I don't think you mustn't let these people get off the hook. I mean, I know you're quite good, actually, Craig, at pinning them down, but Chemo's a particularly slippery character, and you just cannot let him change the subject, because he does that deliberately, and it just makes me. I'm much more sympathetic to other people who are just stupid. I mean, even QE doesn't annoy me as much as Spurs. At least QE, he's not quite as slippery.
No, QE's just straight up stupid. I'm sorry, but I honestly think, and I hope he hears this, I think Quantum Erasure is one of the dumbest that there is. And he is the epitome of Dunning-Kruger, because he thinks he's the fucking authority on stuff. I mean, it's his script they all run with, the whole, the independent variable stuff. And it's him that's come up with all this nonsense. And he is so stupid that he said that the double slit experiment was evidence of God.
Did he?
Yeah.
I think he's more intelligent than Spurs. I mean, at least I think.
I don't know. I honestly think QE's one of the dumbest.
He knows what a force is, I think. And I think he knows what pressure is. Although, of course, he doesn't know what gas pressure is. But at least he knows some of the basic things an 11-year-old. Spurs, as I say, he didn't know what acceleration was. He didn't know F is equal to ma, what the A was in that. He doesn't know what energy is. He doesn't know what mass is. He doesn't know what weight is. Whereas at least QE's actually researched this. And although he claims that mass is not well defined, we know it is, of course. It's just the inertia of something. He at least has researched that and can read stuff, whereas I don't think Spurs can read anything, and he just goes with it. Spurs I think is educationally remedial. So I think he's quite a bit more stupid and certainly a lot less knowledgeable than QE. QE's got just a massive dose of Dunning-Kruger that's just more annoying. And I think actually the thing that most annoys me is when people are slippery and dodge questions. That's the thing that annoys me most. Even if you're stupid, I don't really mind you being stupid, even if you've got Dunning-Kruger, but when you're being dishonest and slippery like Spurs is, that really gets my goat.
I think I've given both Tony and Professor Bell the same link there. Give me Professor Bell, I'm going to send you a new link. I sent you the wrong one. Bear with me. Tony, hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm well, thank you. How are you both?
Oh, I'm I don't know after that, actually.
Agitated.
You should be quite elated, I think. I thought you did. I have to admit, it was early morning here and I slept through most of your debate, but I thought you did an excellent job. against Riley.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, let me just
The
make sure
absurdity of.
Sorry, just give me
That's
one
okay.
sec
The-
while I get this done.
Yep.
All right, go on, yeah.
Tony, while Craig's doing that, say hello. Yeah, what's up?
Hello, how are
Yeah,
you, Rumpus?
Yeah, good. I'm not too bad. I had a bit of a I had a bit of a tummy thing earlier today, but I'm fine now. Yes, I mean you had to deal with Spurs, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You did. Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's right. I mean, you're now aware. I mean, he's one of the most slippery characters you'll meet. So he really is absolutely infuriating. It's very difficult to keep your temper with him. I know you had trouble, and I'm having. Well, I do have trouble keeping my temper with him. He's really odious little slimy creature. So, and he knows absolutely nothing. I mean, by the way, he claimed yesterday in somewhere else. He said, "I speak to PhDs. That's what I do now." And then he was referring to his chat with you. And I thought, hold on,
Right,
you're referring to when Tony was trying to explain to you what science was, and you didn't understand a damn thing. You think that's engaging with the PhD, it's their sort of level. And again, it's the misrepresentation, the lie he does. He's like, I'm talking to PhDs now, as though he's got some trying to pick up some sort of reflected glory from you, reflected qualifications. It's just so odious.
Hey, right, yeah. I've sent both Professor Bell and Tony the same link. Tony, I'm going to send you a new one, and hopefully that won't happen again. Professor Bell, hello.
Yes, hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Hang on,
You've got the watch page on. Professor Phil, you've
That's
got
all right.
the watch page still on.
Yes, yep, I've got it off now.
Right. Oh, Tony's just come back in and... Sorry, Tony. What's happened is I've given you and Professor Bell the same link. I'm going to send you a new one, okay? So...
okay, no problem. I'm going to drop. I'll close this.
Yeah. My bad.
Is that because they're not supposed to speak then? Or have we now just...
No, it's been one at a time. Professor Bell will come back in a sec, and Tony will come back in on the new one that I'm about to give him.
I mean, I think Spurs actually, in terms of educational levels, is probably I can't think of anybody. I mean, even Leaky Brain, Brian Leaky, and Brian's Logic actually, I think, have some vague idea what force and acceleration are. Though I think quite possibly, I think actually Leaky might not. These are the worst of the worst. We're dealing with Spurs is just about the bottom of the barrel. That's a pretty deep barrel.
Oh my god, I totally screwed up giving them the links. Right, Professor Bell, you come back in on the same one, and then Tony, you should have a new one. You should be able to come in on now. I don't know how I mucked this up so bad.
Someone was asking in the chat if I had a channel. Indeed, I do, and I hope in the next month or so to be doing a little curvature test in the real world.
Right, we've got Tony back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. That's Tony, and Professor Bell will come back in.
Okay.
Right.
I think Professor Bell was biting on his desk. I think in the chat he was starting to chew bits of his desk off as with what Spurs and Riley were saying. God.
Professor Bell, if you're in the chat, just come back in on the first link I gave you. Tony, thank you for joining again. Yeah. So you thought I did it right against Sleeping Warrior?
I thought you did. Again, I only caught sort of the last bit of it, but I think you did exactly what needs to be done. You got him into a point where he was arguing absolute absurdities.
Yeah.
So his argument about bridge construction, for instance. The example of this that I like to use is parachutes. So according to flat earthers, we can't say that parachutes save people's lives until we do a controlled experiment where we throw people out of planes without parachutes. It's
That's
utterly
a nice
nonsensical.
experiment.
It makes and no rational person can believe that that's how science needs to be performed in order to be valid. And you got him to commit to that. You got him to commit to that version of reality. And I think that clearly we're not going to educate him. We're not going to educate people like Spurs. The object is to sort of get them in their own words, use their own arguments to make themselves look ridiculous, and I think he did exactly that.
No, notice that when we finally got him to put him on the spot, asking him to explain something, i.e., how does he account for the force the scales show, then he ran away, because that's the point where he had to defend a position. Because of course the classic line along the NATO and the QE thing is that they don't have a model, though QE does have to some extent.
Yeah.
They only attack us. They never have a position that can be attacked. So when they are put on the spot, like, you please explain to me what the force is that's being registered by scales, that's when they depart, and as Spurs demonstrated, he does the same thing. Whenever you get into a corner, and then he can't think of an answer, he just runs away, and then all makes an excuse like he did. It's a classic trick.
Well, I think you make excellent points about his debating technique. He does just try to slide and evade, and it is very frustrating because he will make it. Sort of in my discussion with Spurs, I was trying to remain polite for as long as I could, but he would just keep asking the same questions over and over again, and I would explain it, and he would just ask it again.
Well, the trouble is, what he doesn't understand. I think there's a genuine problem here. When you speak to him, he actually doesn't understand what you're saying because he's so stupid and ignorant. And what you've got to do, unfortunately, with these things, you've got to keep on going lower and lower and lower in the intellectual level that you're using until eventually you hit the level they can work at, and then you've got to build up again. So I think with you're naturally used to talking to intelligent people. You didn't go low enough to engage with him.
Well, I think
you've got to think down to these people. It's really hard work to think how down you've got to go. And when we established he didn't know what acceleration was, F is equal to ma, you suddenly pressure is. Then you realise what you're dealing with, and so they genuinely have no idea what you said. Of course, he tries to cover up this ignorance by just then deflecting. He doesn't understand what you're saying half the time.
Yeah, well, I think they actually will. What you were just describing, they actually willfully use on many occasions, because they insist that you make it simpler and simpler and simpler and simpler until you get to the point where you've actually oversimplified, and then they'll attack you for not having a complete understanding of the topic. And so there's a point. There's a point at which you just have to go, look, this is as simply as I can explain it. And if you don't understand it, then I'm going to suggest that the problem is you, because I have various metrics on my side that suggest that I do understand this, and that I am well qualified to have an opinion on it, whereas you don't. So you can persist in your inability to understand if you prefer, but it's your problem. It kind of. I had a discussion. You were here for my discussion with Mind of God, and I kind of thought I hit that point when I said, look, it's not science's job to make the evidence we have persuasive for you. Either you agree that the evidence, either you agree with scientific evidence and the accumulation of it and the testing of it, or you're disabled. You can't understand it. You can't, and it's sad if you don't. It's sad if you don't.
They don't want to understand. I say that they've got this shield of stupidity. They like to have that shield of stupidity, and they can't understand you, and therefore they think they can dismiss it because they don't understand you. The other thing I want to point out as a debating technique is the hyperskepticism, which is what you were basically talking about. You'll say something like something basically physical. How do you know that? Give me a citation on that thing you just said. Which no. And then you say, give me a citation on thing. Give me the citation on the trigonometry. Give me a citation on the geometry you're using. Give me a citation that 1 + 1 is equal to 1 + 1 is equal to 2. And I also want a citation on that 3 × 4 is equal to 12.
I started using that against Riley. He kept saying things. So I just kept asking him for citations, because if he's going to tell me that time cannot be an independent variable, then he's going to need to give me a citation to prove that. Because I can literally pull up hundreds of citations to show that time can be an independent variable. So
yeah, the duration. Yeah, I mean you got it right there. But you can time is a duration. You can stop and start, for instance, how long you put something in the oven, or how long you allow a chemical experiment to go, or how long you allow something to drop. So there are lots of ways where you can either have time as your dependent variable or independent, because you can say how long does it take, for instance, to produce, I don't know, 2 kilograms of products in your chemical reaction. So there is a time where that's the dependent variable, or you can determine you're going to leave it in your turkey in the oven for a certain length of time, and then it becomes your independent variable. So that's a time duration, of course. And that's also what you're interested in. You don't need to know you don't want to use absolute time. You don't want to have to know what, since the age of the universe, what your turkey's doing. You want to know from when you put it in the oven and when you took it out. And that's your time duration. You have full control over time durations. You do not need to control absolute time or the flow of time. You can chop and have any length of time you want. And of course, you can change time when it passes, the rate of time pass, by going up higher or lower, or going up in a spaceship or on the moon.
I didn't even get
you
to
can also
that.
control that.
Yeah.
That was going to be my next point about relativity. Is that time literally passes different at different, altitudes from the Earth. And this
Yes,
is
exactly.
Well, you can also look at.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, you didn't hammer that home, Craig. You did say it briefly. He asked you for the independent variable with the time dilation. You quickly said altitude. You didn't hammer it home and said, yes, I can control how quickly time passes by changing my altitude. But you said it, but you didn't really hammer it home to us. So you got off the hook on there.
So the decay rates of very fast-moving radioactive atoms or particles or subatomic particles.
Muons is the classic.
Yeah. So the faster they move, the longer they seem to last before they decay. There are just so many examples of this, and I have to say here, I'm a mathematician who moved into geophysics, so my understanding of relativistic effects is not as comprehensive as.
But that's special relativity we're talking about there, whereas we were talking about general relativity.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So it's a good thing that I said that this isn't my speciality. So, and it's why. Okay. Thank you. But there are so many examples of this, and they keep on trying to shoehorn, and they've got a definition of science that is just completely ill-suited to a lot of real-world problems. Understanding Earth's geological past or potential geological future or climate future, you can't do that with experiments, right? Not with physical experiments.
Well, that's why they call it pseudoscience.
Yeah,
that's the point. That's why they keep it being a pseudoscience. All the geology and paleontology and all that stuff, they claim that's pseudoscience because you can't conduct experiments. But I would argue you can do the natural experiment. So, for instance, if you can see other worlds or something, or other suns, you effectively do have an independent variable: the size of the sun, the mass of the sun, the age of the sun, and so effectively it's like having a laboratory in which you can change the age of the sun or the mass of the sun. But you don't need to bother with that. Nature does it for you. So effectively, you do have a natural experiment.
Yeah, that's right. And in the case of Earth, you can look at past conditions and say, okay, what's the difference between now and then, and start getting a grasp. If the Earth was warmer or colder in the past, what was it that made it warmer or colder? Can we get a handle on that? And so you can gain an understanding of the nature of the physical system you're trying to understand by looking at various points in the past and seeing how your hypotheses stack up. But they're perfectly happy to just write off huge sections of science because it doesn't mean anything to them. But it is, as you say, it's just they're prepared to scorch the entire world of engineering and science in order to maintain their fictional belief system.
That's right.
It's really quite
they'll do anything. The classic one I use is if someone says to demonstrate your hyperskepticism, say Craig, what's your name? And then Craig might say, well, it's Craig. And I say, well, prove that. Well, I've got it on my birth certificate. Well, show me your birth certificate. Well, I've got it. I can go and get it. Well, that's a fake one. Prove it's not a fake one. Prove that your parents didn't make it up. Prove that your parents are who they are. Prove you're not fostered. I mean, you can go down this line of debate. It's a debating trick which they use all the time, sort of hyper-skepticism, as I call it. And it's an absolutely disgusting debating trick, and it works with anything. But you've got to recognise that's what they're doing, and then say, "This is the technical it's an odious, devious little thing," and just hit them with it.
Yeah.
Of course,
no.
I'm just saying. So I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with this scene, but yes, when you see this in action, you've got to come down right pretty hard, and particularly someone like Spurs is a super slippery character, whereas you're used to talking to intelligent people with an honest inquiry. I mean, you do meet the odd flat earther. I mean, there was a guy called Mark Doxey, and then there was a guy called Jose, who runs a hangout elsewhere, who was an original flat earther, and they were actually genuinely interested, and they'd been sort of, with the lack of education or whatever, or possibly silly religious issues, and then if you just sort of, but they are interested in exploring the truth, they are engaging honestly, and then it's a completely different experience then. Whereas these people are not interested. They're going to use their shield of stupidity, and they're not interested in this debate. They're only interested in finding some tiny hole in your argument and then exploiting it, and then spending the entire time on that to somehow discredit you.
Yeah. Well, I think there are a couple of points that that we need to concede. And one is that everybody has a right to their religious faith, right? But for me, I was raised in a Catholic household. I grew up Catholic, and I'm no longer religious. But it never seemed to me that that you could use your religion to dictate which portions of science you can accept. Your faith is your faith. If you want to have your faith, that's fine. All science is ever claiming to do is to say this is what we have evidence for or against. Is the evidence consistent with what you're suggesting? That's science's role.
Did you see the Ken Ham debate? I think it was famous about 5 years ago, in which he basically said, if you present me evidence in the real world that says X, and in the Bible it says not X, then he'll go with the Bible every time. So if there's any conflict between science and the Bible, and he literally, something like the arcs, the Great Flood story is a classic case. If the Bible says there was a great flood, the earth, and they measure it out to be 4,000 years from the literal interpretation of the Bible, but I'm afraid they're going to say, if you present evidence against that, I'm just going to say, no, you're wrong. So unfortunately, it can be.
But my question would then become, in what way is the existence or otherwise of the flood relevant to Christ's message? So Christian morality and Christian theology don't seem to be dependent, and there are points in the Bible that we can show are inaccurate. Hell, it logically contradicts itself in two successive passages in Proverbs. It says just.
You can go and look up. There's a website devoted to the contradictions in the Bible, and there are 2,000 ones they cite. But they don't care about that. They don't accept it. They say, well, it's something to do with an interpretation or something. I mean, like, for instance, the number of people that saw Jesus come out of the tomb in the different Gospels, it's 1, 2, or 3. Which one do you accept? So there are these contradictions. But they just say they just believe in the Bible, and they're prepared to ignore those contradictions somehow. I'm not quite sure how. But but you were pointing out as if they were saying, but surely the flood has got nothing to do. Well, if you believe that the Bible's an inerrant, if you challenge that in any way, they're going to defend the flood just as much as they can defend the Christian theology.
Yeah. Again, but you're kind of. I think I'm failing to communicate my point, which is that obviously they're not going to be swayed by any rational argument. So when we're in conversation with them. Our audience is actually anybody who's watching or listening or reading who might be swayed. And if they've got a religious proclivity, I want to make it clear in any discussion that I have that I'm not attacking religiosity. You're free to have your faith if you want. But the role of science is just to tell you what our evidence is consistent with. And what our evidence tells us about the nature of the world. So if you do want to be religious, whichever religion, I might draw the line at, say, Mayan blood sacrifice or something like that.
Damn.
But,
just but I'm... Pride, then, Craig.
one religion I chose.
For
fuck's sake.
But this isn't. They do try to play the victim card sometimes with when the subject does get to religion, and they do like to make it look like they're being persecuted for their religious convictions. And I just think that we should bear in mind that they're doing that to manipulate audience members, and we need to not play into their narrative. We need to sort of be aware of the manipulation games that they're playing. Keeler, unfortunately, is unwell and has had to leave the chat, but she makes extremely good points about the persuasive techniques that these people use, even when they're talking to us, even when we think that they're in discussion with us. What they're trying to do is just create a false impression for people in for the audience members. I think the techniques we use to combat that need to be refined a little bit.
Yeah, I find that talking with flat earthers, it is more about refining your arguments against their points, because it's actually very, very hard to have a scientific conversation with a flat earther because they've got such a twisted version of science. So when I debate a flat earther, I try to just rip apart their points rather than focus on the science, because they don't understand the science, and the debate has become more about learning the flat earth argument than it has the science in refutation of it.
Yeah.
I think one good technique, as I was trying to do with Spurs there, is you keep on going further and further down until you find a point of agreement, and then you try and build up from there and then show the logical progression, and then the evidence that exists to go one way or the other. So, it's only when you get to a point of agreement, like whether or not scales are registering force meters, then if they don't accept that, then you sort of keep on going down and down until finally you do meet together, and then you have to build up from there. If you come from the top, there's such a gulf of their understanding between you and theirs. You can't just tell them, I don't know, bending of space-time, whatever, and then you have to get down to where they agree. And something like gravity, for instance, that Riley used. I mean, we can demonstrate also with the scales that there is a force in this world, so you need to explain that. And of course, it's because in the 3D world that we live in, this manifestation of it's an inertial force from the 4D world, and we know that the 4D world, the generator is right because of all those predictions that it makes. We can't explain just using a 3D model.
Mm-hmm.
I've forgotten my point now, but I'm sure I did have one. Golf anyway.
Yeah, Tony, I'll let you finish your point, and then I'm going to start reading super chats and wrap this up because it's been quite a long night.
Well, I was actually going to go to one of the super chats, but I can wait if you're since we're going to get there anyway. Did Phil eventually get here, or did?
No, he was having technical problems, but we'll get Phil on another time.
Okay. All right, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably chewed half his laptop to pieces while we're listening to Spurs. I think that was the problem.
Yeah,
probably smashed it. Yeah, when you smashed a laptop against the wall and bitten half the keyboard off, then I suspect it has got technical problems.
Yeah. But tonight has been amazing, guys. I smashed my record for live viewers, 1,200 plus. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. I've gained a whole bunch of new members, and obviously I've had loads of super chats and stuff come in. The support constantly blows my mind. I can't say it enough that I'm constantly honestly blown away by the fact that you guys support me so much and you want me to keep doing this, and it means the world. I've had a couple of PayPals. I did read some earlier. I've had another one come in. I don't want to dox you but it's from SA for $10 says, "Great job embarrassing dumb fuck of the year 2019. He was bad for out visiting the same old tired arguments, but exposed himself when you called him on not having citations for time and the architecture stuff." Yeah, that's one of my tricks at the moment, is just demanding they actually back up the shit that they say. Better charge for $5 New Zealand says, "I'm going to have to start calling you Ralph because you wrecked him. Good work. Thank you." IMD Fox, another new member. Thank you. For €5, he says, "How can Riley scramble up science yet can't answer the simple questions I sent him? Good job. Keep it up." Flat Earthers don't answer questions. I think Dr. Purcell and Rumpus were putting it very well there. Their entire stick is about not answering questions. So, yeah. Nathan Thompson for $5 says, Sleeping Warrior saying you can measure the passage of time, but not time, is like saying you can measure meters per second, but not acceleration. So very dumb. And then we've got PhD Tony, who is in the chat with us. $10 Australian says, the absurdity of Riley's position is mind-blowing. In his world, we cannot claim parachutes save lives unless we do a controlled experiment where we throw people out of planes without them. Yeah. Anything else you want to say on that, Tony?
It's just, I think, you guys did a fantastic job of just refusing to allow them to define what science is. And I think, just we need to point out how absurd it would be if everything was done using the standards that they demand. We'd be killing people left and right. We'd be building bridges, driving trucks across them and letting them crash into a ravine, wasting money and lives. It's nonsense.
Just use flurfs.
Garbage.
Just let
Hugh Josh for
them do
$5
it.
says, would Riley make me a judge if I got all I knew of the law from Google? No? Then why on earth does he think he knows anything about science? It's called Dunning-Kruger. And I know we throw around Dunning-Kruger a lot, but the actual story of how they came up with the Dunning-Kruger and everything is really, really fascinating. And I think anybody should go up and look up where Dunning-Kruger came from. JL Truth for $4.99. JL Truth stood in for me the other night on Modern Day Debates. I haven't been that well. I've been taking some new medication at night, and honestly, I couldn't wake up for about 3 days. So JL Truth stood in for me. Thank you very much for that. He says, duration of time is not time. I almost binned my phone. Better Charge for $5 New Zealand dollars says, I'm blaming you for Spurs, Jessica G. You asked for team not to be here when you got back. JB for $5 says, FTFE punched to the nose, scored a takedown, choked Riley until he tapped out with 4 minutes left. Awesome job, except not having your degree at all times. Yeah, shame that I don't have certificates with me. But I have posted them on my community page if you want to go back and have a look.
Can I just comment that analogy requires that Riley has a brain for which oxygen supply is necessary.
Yeah.
So I'm going to reject it outright.
Raven Zero for $2 says, FTFE, I need a new monitor. My gosh, Sleeping Warrior is so stupid. FTFE Incorporated takes no responsibility for damaged equipment or faces that were the result of what you guys have just watched. Heezer for €10 says, I can only think Riley is a Poe. He knows when to ignore certain words and when to attack on another, and he always tries to divert or keep repeating the question when he doesn't have an argument. Yet that is just flat earthers in general. That was, I think, around about my 200th flat earth debate, and they're all pretty much the same. Schrodinger's cat for $2. Spurs Key Poe is here. Yeah, a lot of people think he's a Poe. IMD Fox for €2 says, Spurs, why is there a horizon if the world is flat? Magic, I think. The Sun Express for 5... Sorry, what was that, Ampus?
You would still have a horizon if the Earth was flat. Well, but even if it was infinite. If you had an infinite flat Earth, you would still have a horizon.
It wouldn't be as defined as it is, though.
No, that's right. It'd be blurrier. It would be blurrier, yeah. But it would still be there. It would still be a line. It'd be a slightly blurry line, but nonetheless, you would still have a horizon on a flat Earth.
The Sun Express for $5 says... What, Tony? What are you laughing at?
Just Phil Bell just put into the chat, he is still using ammonium. In reference to Riley's metabolic. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Oh man, I should have asked him if he needed to go to the toilet throughout that debate. The Sun Express for $5 says, a gravitational lens confirms space-time, and wouldn't you know it, it can be directly observed. Yeah, I tried explaining that to him. Glass Monster for $2 Canadian says, NASA is real. Yep, they absolutely are. JL Truth for $4.99 says, Saturday prep. Riley is to frying pan as Spurs is to fire. Sounds about right. Tim Pryor for $12 US says, Craig, they have all the they all have to equate gravity into building bridges or they would fall. Sleeping Warrior, can you show evidence of one time that's happened? Dumbest question ever. Think about it. Yeah, he was literally asking me for a time when someone hasn't done their job properly and people died.
Yeah, well, I'd suggest that you go to any kindergarten and watch kids try and build stuff out of blocks.
Yeah.
They quickly learn you need to get you need to get your model of gravity right. Anyway,
the plot
Yeah,
hole.
I think you've got to be a little bit careful on this gravity thing. You could argue, and I think I myself and Blue have made this case before, there are ways of dodging understanding mg in terms of gravity, the little g, and you can just say, well, this weighs this amount, and there's a force that exists. So it can be a little bit dodgy to use the architecture argument sometimes, I think, and you've got to be a bit careful about whether they have to understand, whether architects, all they need to know is that something weighs a certain amount, and there's a force that goes down, but you could argue that's all they need to know, rather than necessarily... and then there is a force there. They don't necessarily need to know there's gravity. They just know there's beams and things, and there's a stress on them, and you can sort of...
Well, aeronautical engineering, however... Aeronautical engineering is a little bit more sophisticated because then you have to understand how the acceleration varies and the trade-offs with pressure. You need to have some confidence about the degree to which gravitational acceleration due to the Earth changes with altitude.
Really?
You need to understand that. Well,
really?
You need to understand that it's small. You need to understand that it's small, and we have demonstrated that it's small. So there are if you want to actually properly solve for in a fully rigorous sense for terminal velocity, then you have to account the difference in gravity with altitude. Now, this is the difference between that and the uniform gravity is only really important in extreme cases. But my point would be actually, as engineers and as an observational science, we have reassured ourselves about the behaviour of gravity through the atmosphere. And we use it when we're designing various craft.
Actually, that's another point.
Which I get.
Sorry.
No. I guess I'm not really addressing your point.
Actually, one interesting thing about the fact that the value of little g varies with altitude can only happen on something that's not flat. Because if you had a flat thing, then the value of g, I don't know if you can think of it like the gravitational field would be linear going upwards, and that means it would not diverge, which means it wouldn't get any weaker with height. And therefore the value of g, the acceleration, would not change with altitude. The fact that it does, obviously the fact you can see from airplanes, see pictures of the bloody curve, but nonetheless, if you accept that g varies with altitude, assuming they wouldn't, then you could say, oh look, there's proof it can't be flat. So of course, if you've got gravity in a flat Earth, you've got a problem anyway, because it'll all crumple up into a sphere at the slightest provocation.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
Okay.
I mean, there's a certain. I can't remember what the size of bodies are before they become a sphere. It's spherical. It's something like it's a couple of tens of miles or 100 miles or something. I can't remember what it is now. Where the sufficient force to make anything become spherical.
Right, so the plot hole for $2 says for your recovery medicine. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. Stringer News 1 for $5 says Spurs think that plum bobs contain plum fruits. Priceless. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
He did suggest that, yes. We used a lot of Spurs also, when you were being quizzed about how surveying things work, by the way, you were being asked, Spurs was asking whether or not, where's the plumb bob? Of course, it's internal to these auto levels and things. So they do have a little plumb bob inside them, but it's internal. So when he's trying to get on, he said, this is the hyperskeptic route, saying, go on, Craig, prove to me there's a plumb bob inside those theodolites. Go on, prove to me, show me now. But of course, we don't. It's like saying, prove that atoms exist now. I want to see an atom. I want to see an atom in my. Show me the semiconductor in my. There's a semiconductor in my CPU in my computer. Show me now. This is giving you these impossible challenges, and you can't pull apart a bloody auto level in front of them. But you have to know that internally there is a problem. We can't show you in a second demand. Although presumably you could show a deconstruction of one of them. You had to Google that and spend 10 minutes finding this bloody stuff for them. And so they like to give these impossible challenges to us, and then think, he thought he had you there. And he's probably going to go away tomorrow. It says he does. He'll make a video or go into Hangout and say, bloody Craig couldn't tell me it was a plumb bob in an auto level theodolite thingy. It's horrible.
I'm sure that they're going to take a lot of things that I have said and try and make gotchas out of it. I absolutely know that's what's going to happen. Nathan Oakley and QE, they're going to have a field day with that thing, but it's all right because it just gives me more fucking evidence, more ammo to refute. I was very specific with the way that I did that debate. I let Riley, I don't want to say I let him run the conversation, but I let him say the things that he was trying to say. I wanted him to get out these points so that I could say, point out how stupid they were. And it, I didn't want to overrun him by demanding stuff to the start. I wanted him to get his rhetoric out, and I think I did that quite well.
Yeah, I think letting him speak, I think it's a good thing to do, so there's material you can then go back on.
Yeah.
I mean, I must admit, I'm possibly a bit more, if they say something wrong, I tend to come down on them like a hammer straight away, particularly with some devious little git like Spurs. But yeah, you're right to let them develop a certain amount, and then so you can then attack it. And if you do what I do and just go banging them straight away, possibly you don't let them expose themselves to the same extent as perhaps as you hopefully did to Riley.
Someone's just sent me a message in Discord. According to Arwen, who was watching the debate on Sleeping Warriors channel, time falls under supernatural.
What?
Okay. All right.
There we go. That's a good one.
But
when you if you could, they deny time. Yeah, let's not forget these people deny time. Many of them, they claim it's just a concept. It doesn't actually happen. They deny gravity, which is something you can measure in your bathroom or some bathroom scales. They deny things go, they deny sunsets and where the sun goes. I mean, these people are just reality deniers as well as science deniers.
Yeah. So, the concept that air pressure doesn't exist. I like that actually you engineered Spurs into arguing against electromagnetism while using a computer. So we don't understand electromagnetism, but your computer works.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you care to explain how that happens?
Magic is the answer. All right, on with the super chats. Farsight86 for £20. Thank you very much. FTFE, it was such a pleasure to finally catch a debate live, and especially with it being against Mr. DFOTY 2019 himself. Well, thank you very much for joining me for the first time. I'm glad to have you here. Iliamoon for $5 says, I would rather suffer from bone spurs than speak to Spurs Keysmo. Yeah, it's understandable. It is frustrating. Dan Robinson for $6, £6.66, Hail Sagan. Can pressure and gravity denying flurfs explain siphoning fluids from one level to another? That was one thing I was going to get into with Riley if we got there. And I'm actually going to make a video about that. Crafty Keela for €2 says, well done, mate. I don't know how you stayed so calm. Practice is the answer. Ot Kaji for $2 says, check your email for my meme. Yeah, I think I've added all the memes that I've had to the folder. Sun Express.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go on.
SifDK mentioned that Riley had said that I was responsible for the content of Merriam-Webster, and I just because I missed the first half hour, I think I actually went back and actually caught the comment where he was complaining that I somehow was manipulating, or at least seemed to be, the contents of Merriam-Webster. So Sif just reminded me. So that's what you think.
So I'm now going to refer to Merriam-Webster as the Rumpus Dictionary.
Yes.
Sun Express for $5 says, Chemo insists on using a plumb line. Should we start measuring in cubits again? We don't want to measure in cubits because that falsifies the Bible. John Watson for £2 says, I've seen fireballs pass from horizon to horizon. I think many of us have if we spent time looking at the sky.
Oh, that was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That claim, and then being able to refute it.
Fucking idiot. Syed Ahmed for $1.99 says, Rumpus rules. Got a fan there, Rumpus.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, whoever that was.
That was Syed Ahmed.
Syed Ahmed, thanks very much. Hope I didn't. I have seen a number of people who've been complaining I've been too noisy and talking over Tony, so I'm obviously not a fan. I don't have some.
It's alright. Rumpusing the show is what you do, right?
Thanks. I get special license, sorry, Craig. Thanks.
Yeah.
So sorry, Tony, if I've been over talking you.
That's okay.
IMD Fox for €5 says Spurs explain the direction of EURL if there is a container. He couldn't. I can tell you that much. Tim Pryor for $5 says, a flat earther saying we're talking about relativity, about reality always gives me a chuckle. Yeah, they're not really the ones to talk about reality, are they? Crafty Keela for €2 says, chat, let Spurs see you say Poe. I still don't know. I just think he is that stupid, honestly. Badron88 for $5 says we can detect a rate, okay, but what causes that rate? Insert Nathan Thompson Jeopardy theme. The force of gravity. No, I've been told that we're never allowed to play Nathan Thompson singing the Jeopardy theme ever again. Although my video on Simon Dan's channel has had about 250,000 views of people seeing Nathan Thompson sing the Jeopardy theme tune. It is quite painful. Scotty McDougall for £2 says, does he deny a force when he's constipated? Boom. Chris Kilroy for £1.99 says, Rumpus, you're a fucking lead. Wait for it. End.
I'm a lead end.
Leg. Wait for it. End.
Leg end.
I'm a leg end. Oh, right.
Legend. Legend.
Thank you very much. I'm getting about 50 people who are complaining about me and 50 people aren't, so it's quite good.
You're like Marmite, they either love you or hate you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do that, I'm aware of that.
Badron88 for $5 says, flat or globe is irrelevant to this point. Scales measure weight, yes or no? The answer was yes. Bella Charge for two New Zealand dollars says, a magnet, you dummy, that pulls. Yeah, absolutely. Scotty McDougall
the
for
pulling thing. The pulling thing. Oh my God, the pulling thing. Jesus Christ.
So stupid.
Oh.
Scott.
I keep on. Sorry, I'm going to say this is a meme of mine, but I keep on being amazed at the things they come up with because we are restricted to what science restricts us to. Our imagination is restricted, but they don't have these restrictions and constraints in science that we have. Their imagination can run riot. So Spurs was it 6 months ago claimed you can't have gas pressure. Now it's claiming you can't have pulling forces, and that time isn't a thing. And what other things we were talking about? You know, they suddenly these things that you would never consider possible to change, a challenge. They just let their imaginations run riot as though they're in some sort of fantasy world. It's and you can never predict. You can never predict the amazing thing that comes next. I keep on being shocked. Like people say, don't be shocked by the next thing that comes, and then I'm shocked again. I can't help it. I'm never ready for it.
Yeah, and and Riley coming up with the whole, well, you can use maths to calculate anything. I can calculate the force to pull some horns off your head. What fucking horns? I don't have... What?
Heliocentric model horns. Great. Yeah. Heliocentric model horns.
Oh my God. Scotty McDougall for £2 said... Sorry, go on, Tony.
Well, I was just going to comment on Spurs Chemo saying, you know, I want to see this before I believe. Okay, well, you may want that, but science doesn't care what you want.
Yeah, science never cares about feelings and what you want.
No. I was only going to waffle. So
okay. Now I've got another key. Sorry, I think people are boring with my memes here. The other thing I believe that to prove something to a flat earther, he's got to experience it in his bedroom, underneath his bed, where he spends most of his time. And that's the only time if they see something or can feel it underneath their bed. That's the only time they'll accept it. Other than that, everything else is pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying we should send flirts to space. Don't bring them back. Just send them to space.
Like the restaurant at the end of the universe, where they sent off 1/3 of the population, used this 1/3 of the population by claiming the planet was about to be destroyed, and then they send, but we'll send you off the telephone sanitizers and financial consultants. We've got a ship specially for you lot, so it's got 1/3 of the population was sent off.
Captain that spends his time in the bath. That was amazing.
Yeah, that's one.
If anyone has never read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy in 5 parts, what are you doing with your life? It's the best book that's ever been written. I can literally recite the first paragraph of the first book. Deep in the uncharted backwaters of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a completely insignificant yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 92 million miles is a completely unregarded blue and green planet whose 8 descendant life forms are so amazingly primitive they still think digital watches are a pretty good idea.
Well, if you're going to quote that from, I'm going to quote from the 4th book, So Long Thanks for All the Fish. At the start, there is a guy in a lorry driving along at the start, and there's I can't remember. I think it was that. Oh God, what's the name? Main guy in the Earther, Flat Earth, the main Earther guy.
Arthur Dent.
Arthur falling behind the car, and then this guy in the lorry. It's pouring with rain. Wherever he goes, it's always raining. He then he held this car back if Arthur Dent was driving it. He finally managed to get past, and he felt bad. He felt good about feeling. He felt good that he kept this Porsche behind him, but then he felt a bit bad about the fact that he felt good about it, but then he felt good about the fact that he felt bad about feeling good about it, and then he went away happy. I mean, that's that's sort of encompassing a little thing like that as a wit, deep insight into the human condition, and being funny in a paragraph are just hilarious.
No, I think one of my favourite things about the entire 5 series of books is how Arthur Dent learns to fly by jumping off a large building and missing the ground.
He didn't even have to jump off a large building. He used to jump off beds and miss the ground just from I think it was just off a chair.
Yeah, he's just got to get distracted at the last minute and then he forgets to hit the ground. Brilliant.
And miss,
Right, Scotty McDougall for £2 says, Flirfs hurt my head. Please make them stop. Please. Been trying, mate. It's not working. Crafty Keeler for €2 says, chat time again to show Spurs that he is a Poe. Right, chat. Spurs Poe. 1 for yes, 2 for no. IMD Fox for €5 says, using religion like this is like stolen valor. It's stolen faith. Yeah, that makes sense. And we've got... Oh my god, I just jumped. Minus for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, Spurs is pushing himself off before going to sleep. Ooh. Gently's channel for £2 says, have to go now, but it's been epic. Thanks, FTFE. Thank you, Gently. Peep Eater for $4.99 says, make sure you add another 2 ticks on the Rage Quit counter. 1 for Pissing Warrior and 1 for Spurs. Yeah, absolutely. Timestar 78 for €2.29. Pull it, Spursky. You'll feel much better. I don't want that image in my head. Stop it. Macabre Maleficia for $5 says, James took away Nathan's wrench. Could somebody please give me the story? From what I understand, during the debate that I was supposed to be in, that J.L. Warren stood in for me with team against the 2 creationists, towards the end, Nathan went on a blocking rampage. So he's had the wrench taken away from him, which is a good thing.
Just a shout out here, because I think that the person who pointed out Nathan's poor behaviour with the wrench was Anti-Pervensula.
Yes, well done, good job. Absolutely. It looks like I'd say an even mix of 1 and 2s. I don't think people are sure if he's a Poe or not.
There was a string of 1s. I didn't see any 2s. So, okay.
Yeah, there was a string of 1s.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Well, 42. There's some 42s in there now.
Well, 42 is the answer, of course. We just don't know what
42.
the question is. I want to go and read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy again now. I loved that book so much when I was a teenager that I would read through the whole thing, get to the last bit of the 5th book, and then just start again.
Right.
The Philosopher's Answer to the Universe is an excellent piece of sort of unionised. Hold on, we don't want this answer because we want well-defined areas of doubt and uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think they should make a new Hitchhiker's Guide movie about the invasion of cricket.
Yeah.
Right. And the very funniest thing I think actually was the verb formations, where you had it wasn't the biggest problem with time travel wasn't doing it, but actually constructing a sentence that included all the various.
And he was going to have been.
Whether you were going to do something but didn't do it by going backwards in time and undoing it or something, or you were going to do it and didn't do it, but you went back, And then there was a fantastic chapter on that. It was just absolutely brilliant. Dr. Street Mentioner's Grammar Guide to Time Travel. It's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I love Douglas Adams was one of my favourite authors. The Hitchhiker's series and the Dirk Gently series was some of my greatest reading times. Rip Douglas Adams, definitely. Him and Terry Pratchett, and maybe Tom Holt, my favourite authors. Then we got Syed Ahmed for $1.99 says, are Americans allowed to call Spurs a numpty? Yes, everyone has permission to call Spurs a numpty. Macabre Malefica for another $5 says, Professor Bell, Tony, to what extent do you guys see these internet debates as an exercise in rhetoric versus one in education? I think most flirts are pose. Tony?
Yeah, well, I was trying to get to this earlier. I don't think, you can try to explain something to a flirt in these conversations, but they do seem to be willfully trying to avoid learning. So the idea is to sort of try and box them into a ridiculous position, and hopefully people in the chat are seeing this happen and can apply the same arguments when they encounter flirts. So what we're trying to do is sort of propagate as much knowledge as we can, and from you, team, Blue Marble Science, Conspiracy Cats, I learn stuff all the time about how to do this, about how to sort of box in ignorance and make it look as ridiculous as it is. So in that sense, it's about educating the audience, but it's not about educating the flirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's not forget, this is a learning experience for us as well on this side.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to provide better
Yep.
arguments, more concise arguments,
Oh, yeah.
and more direct arguments. And also what the research, I mean, I've had to do, for instance, in terms of refraction and other issues, and doing surveying,
Absolutely.
things that could become interesting. You've learned
Yep.
a hell of a lot in trying to explain your position. So it's educational for us, as well as
Yep.
hopefully educational for people listening, and as well as putting down this sort of anti-science rhetoric, which obviously we want to destroy,
Yeah.
nip it in the bud.
And I think that when I first came into this, I think November 2018 was when I uploaded my first video, which was I want to say a debate, but it really wasn't a debate, with Flat Out Hero, and I didn't understand the arguments, and I was just pissed off with him, and it was angry and horrible. And even though I understood the science, I just didn't know the flat Earth arguments. Whereas now I know the flat Earth arguments, and I can counter them, and I've had to learn to become better at debating. And you know, I don't want to blow my own horn, but I think I'm quite good at debating flat earthers now, because I know their claims, I know how to refute them. I think that's what it is. It's just about learning how.
I think you've improved a lot, actually, Craig.
Thank you. I've worked hard at it, so.
Yeah, it shows.
And Phil Bell was just saying in the chat that he thinks that flirters are willfully ignorant. Yeah,
Sheer stupidity.
that's
They need
exactly
that
it.
stupidity.
Yeah.
The more stupid they are, the more
right.
your arguments can't work on them.
And you know, it winds them up much that I've managed to monetize their stupidity. They hate that. I mean, my debate with Sleeping Warrior, he only agreed to come on if I didn't monetize it, no super chats and stuff. And his reasoning was that he refuses to support me making money off of him. He was saying he thinks there's too much money around in the whole thing. Yet I pointed out to him that he's happy to go on Nathan's show, who is literally all about the super chats. He doesn't shut up about it. And no one ever asks Nathan to turn off his super chats when Globers come in. And I think it's the same with Quantum Eraser, you know. No one asks them to go and turn off their super chats. It was very hypocritical of him. And I only did it because it was time for me and him to have that debate that has been more than a year in the coming. But I won't be doing that again.
Tony, Phil Bell wants you to type in the chat so he can tag you.
Yep, I saw that. Yeah. I just wanted to quickly say that Phil Bell has also in the chat said that you expose Sleeping Warrior's idiocy and ignorance to a new level that he hadn't previously appreciated.
I'm glad I
he
did.
knew that Sleeping Warrior was a foe, but he intends to sort of exploit some of the cracks that you showed in Sleeping Warrior's position. So I would consider that high praise if he said that about me. So I think you should be very proud of the way you handled it yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. GBG Man for 50 secs says how to cook a medium egg if not alter time. Yeah, his argument, my example of the tea bags and stuff is you can't argue against it, but you fucking tried. PP Earth for $4.99. There it is. Says I'll give Riley credit where credit's due. He's somewhat adequate exchanger of oxygen for carbon dioxide. Yeah, I guess he does that all right. Got to do something, right?
Oh. Yeah, but he doesn't earn it, does he?
No, he should apologise to trees.
He's stealing that oxygen from other more worthy life forms.
Yeah, like a slug. Mabasa Richie for £5 says that was painful. Just caught up on the debate and glad I caught the end of the stream. Thank you very much and welcome. Earl of Sandwich for $5 says
he
check
just
the Bible.
talk shit about slugs?
Separate things. A dome is part of a sphere. The spin of rotation essentially separates everything.
Pretty sure
The
slugs
Earth's
are
globe.
more important
Yeah,
than
the Bible doesn't say the Earth's flat.
orbs.
Tim Pryor for $5 says, Craig, going to make me come to Scotland to get my wrench back? No, I've given it back to you. I don't know why it keeps disappearing. For Shanty, my number one, for £2 says, today's debate more than proved why Riley won Dumbfuck of the Year. Yeah, it's a shame he can't win it twice, huh? Godless Scummer for £5 says, sorry, missed Leaky earlier. Was Riley crestfallen when he found out he couldn't win Dumbfuck of the Year 2 years running? Well, don't worry, there is going to be a Dumbfuck of the decade. Carrie Oliver for $33.33, thank you very much, says, had to drink a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster just to watch this. Yeah, even that knocks out even Zaphoid Bibelbrox, so I'd be careful. Godless Scummer for £5 says, "Hi, I'm FTFE, and I'm the Penguin to Team Skeptic's Joker." Oofed. Chris Gilroy for £1.99 says, "Tony, do you have a channel? If not, why not?"
I do have a channel. It's got all of one video on it.
Nice.
There you go.
I think we'd enjoy maybe getting some more explanations of stuff from you.
Okay. Well, I did put together some presentations for some stuff, so I might put some more stuff out there.
It'd be awesome. I'd enjoy it.
A lot of the stuff one of the things that I'm trying to actually one of the things that got me into this is actually climate change science. So climate science, climate physics, and I kind of thought that was being abused with misinformation and disingenuous skepticism, and then I became aware of this, and it just seems like we've got a major problem as far as scientific discourse is concerned. There are a lot of people out there who are willfully manipulating it.
Then we've got IMD Fox for €5 says, "You know who was a great teacher of critical thinking? The late, great James Randi." Yeah, he destroyed a lot of pseudoscience claims. That was always fun. Brian Peck for €2
always
says,
an inspiration.
Yeah. Brian Peck for $2 says, "We need your paper one day, Rumpus."
Yeah, I've got this bloody 250-page website that is almost ready. Trouble is, I keep on getting more and more material now. Now I've got into a bit of surveying. I'm now doing a bit more on the geometry of the Earth and the oblateness and some of the calculations you have to do for great circles and I've got a bit more into the geometry of the Earth, and so unfortunately I've now got more things to do on it. Yeah, it's 250 pages. I really will get it done. I had I think I had COVID and flu or something for the last 2 or 3 months, and I will do it. Unfortunately, I'm getting a bit involved now in dealing with an astrodynamicist I'm trying to do some stuff on, and I'm trying to now get organised to do this real-world surveying of the Bedford levels of the curve of the Earth using calculating the drop, and I'm getting some team of about 5 or 6 people with me. We're all going to go over there, and I found a straight bit of this drainage ditch, which is like a very wide canal. It goes for 6 miles, and I should be able to measure a drop of about 7 metres over that. I've got the auto level gear and stuff, and I'm going to hopefully do a live feed on this, so it'll be like a sort of super duper version of what Sparkane did. So yes, I'm trying to do some stuff, but I will make a big effort to do that.
That'd be awesome.
Thanks for
I just sort of, sorry to interrupt, Phil Bell just made such a great point that I really want to share it, which is to say that because all of us are learning as we're engaging with this subject, we're also better understanding how to teach. Sort of it goes hand in hand. If we're thinking about how stuff can be better communicated to us, we're also thinking about how we can better communicate it to other people. So hopefully everybody who's participating in this as an audience member or a panel member is constantly learning and developing science communication skills.
Yeah.
Don't you find that by trying to explain something to someone else, you actually gain a better understanding of yourself?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think
that's a great way of learning.
Yeah, telling someone else what
exactly
is a great way for educating yourself. So you suddenly realise, hold on, I can make that clear. Or yes, that isn't quite working. Yeah. And then you have to try a new way of
exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Having the knowledge there in your head is not necessarily the same as understanding how to explain it well to somebody else. So, yeah.
I've got a question in the chat. JH says, "FTFE, could you please elaborate on why you always repeat that a pressure gradient is evidence against the dome? I think you're wrong. The effect of gravity still works inside a container." Absolutely, you're right. But the standard flat Earth argument is that gravity doesn't exist and a dome is the thing that keeps the atmosphere in. Now, assuming that gravity doesn't exist, then there is no reason why the gas pressure within the dome would not be equal at every point. The reason that there is a gradient is because of gravity. And if there is gravity, we don't need a dome.
Yeah, that's right. The thing is, if there was a dome, it would be completely redundant because there's no pressure for it to hold in. By the time you go up to 60-odd miles or something, 100 miles, you'd have nothing to do.
No, exactly. Right, P. Peter for $4.99 says, "Pissing Warrior wanted the super chats off because he didn't want the chat ripping his foolishness to pieces. He had a hard enough time with just you." Thank you very much. IMD Fox for €5 says, thanks God the Scummer for correcting me. He's still great though. I'm not really sure what that's about, but awesome. And then God the Scummer for £2 says, have this super chat just to add to Riley's tears. Thank you very much. That is everything for tonight, guys. It has been an amazing stream. I've had an absolute blast, the debate and this after show. Rumpus and Tony, thank you for coming on and hanging out with me in the after show. Always appreciated.
Thanks, Craig.
No worries.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Always welcome. Your expertise is amazing. Remember, guys, the support that you give me is the reason I can keep doing this. Like I said, it blows my mind. But I do know not everyone can support financially. And if you want to support me and annoy Sleeping Warrior, please share the debate that I had with him everywhere that you can share it. Possibly on any social media he happens to have, which would be great. I'm going to get out of here for tonight. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Thank you for all the support. It's been amazing. I will have a new video out in the next day or so that is about Riley, that's not to do with this debate. I was writing it before this debate happened. Now let me find my outro. And remember, stupidity is not right. Fight the flatter. 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 Fight the flatter.
Periodically, my channel will go through a surge in views as well as a surge in followers, and I have this strange, almost like self-destructive instinct whenever that happens to make polarizing content to make sure that the people that I think are they have more deplorable beliefs make their way back out. In other words, I see a surge of subscribers and I go, why don't I just shave off a percentage of those? And today is such an episode, and as usual, it's because I'm going to be showing solidarity with my trans siblings. Welcome back. I'm Jimmy Snow. Let's do this. Oh, y'all, this one's not going to take long, but we're going to get to it because we're talking about J.K. Rowling, an individual who was a hero once upon a time for me. Now, I want to start with this because comments are going to get angry in the direction of J.K. Rowling. I'm just going to say outright, I think J.K. Rowling is wrong and that she is contributing to harmful narratives that do active harm to trans people. I, however, do not believe she is irredeemable. Right now, we are going through a quick succession of incredible amounts of cancellations. Big time cancellations. Some of them, I see the individuals as completely deserving what's happening. Some of them, less. And more than anything, what I don't like about a lot of these cancellations is the concept that the person can't be redeemed, that the person can't improve. Because if that is where we are beginning, I am extremely open about what a piece of garbage I used to be. not just through my sense of humor, though that was bad too, but just in a day-to-day. I was a sexist. I'm queer and I used to be a homophobe. I was a racist. Couldn't really help it with the religion I was raised in. And I hit pretty much all of the bad marks. The version of me, not only would I hate the old version of me, like if I met the old version of me, I'd probably like pick a fight, like a physical fight. That's how much I'm not a fighter. Not anymore. I'm not a fighter. But I'd like to kick past Jimmy's ass. And I do believe in being less vitriolic than I see people being. Because it seems like when we get to these cancellations, the language gets harsh, the language gets terrible, and it's all about a lot of just tearing people down. And it's interesting because we do things that we recognize are bigoted when they are toward people from oppressed minorities, but we forget why that is when it's not. So for example, the Elizabeth Warren thing that happened, everybody was really mad because they felt that she was lying about what Bernie Sanders said. I'm not going to litigate that. But then the popular meme was to call her a snake. But when it comes to oppressed minorities, so obviously black people have been called certain animals. As a queer, we're called dogs all of the time, or just animals in general, and we call that dehumanizing language, and we say that's hate speech. And I understand if they don't come from an oppressed minority, it's not as though we're pointing to a behavior or in certain racist connotations where people, and I mean, this gets really bad in other parts of the world too. I don't know if you've seen what happens with European soccer, but when certain countries like Spain play a country like from Africa, the things that happen, I mean, ultimately incredibly and terribly offensive and disgusting things. I do understand there's a difference, just like there's a difference between whiteface with where that isn't offensive like they did in the movie White Chicks versus blackface. I totally get the difference and the nuances there. However, using dehumanizing language to me is just using dehumanizing language. And I think we should be better. I'm always about having a better dialogue and being open to educating people. And I don't think J.K. Rowling is irredeemable, even though she has some really horrible takes right now. I definitely believe her mind changing will actually be a net benefit greater than her being completely canceled and told to remove herself from everything, just needing to be ruined and live in a closet or whatever. And I think I'm proof of that. I have never had anywhere close to the platform or resources she has, and my mind changing has done much more good, I hope, than the bad I did when my mind was awful. All right, so let's talk about where we are. Today was delightful and cathartic and made me feel good because this happened. J.K. Rowling wrote this tweet, which hopefully you're seeing on the screen right now, that basically was praising Stephen King. So here's the tweet. I've always revered at Stephen King, but today my love reached maybe not Annie Wilkes level, but new heights. It's so much easier for men to ignore women's concerns or to battle them, but I won't ever forget the men who stood up when they didn't need to. Thank you, Stephen. A beautiful sentiment. A wonderful sentiment. It almost makes you forget about, the transphobia, which I'm going to talk about that here in a moment. That's going to be the main thing. This isn't just about the tweet. So Stephen King replies, yes, granted, to another individual underneath asking for him to reply to the TERF tweet that he believes women are women. And Stephen King says, yes, trans women are women, which led to the tweet pointed at J.K. Rowling, or from J.K. Rowling rather, pointed at Stephen King to be deleted. Which is funny, because in her little article she wrote about why she has the position she has, she seems to acknowledge that some trans people do exist. She just thinks, apparently, that 60 to 90% of people with dysphoria will grow out of their dysphoria. And one of the interesting things, so this is where we get to the heart of everything. One of the interesting things about J.K. Rowling and this article she wrote was she does like to point to some data and statistics, but noticeably, screamingly, loudly missing are the actual sources for those statistics. Reason number 2, which I suspect, is that you don't want people to scrutinize the sources. Is that you know that it comes from organizations that were funded by organizations like Focus on the Family, that sort of thing. I suspect that that's what happened here, especially when you're talking about writing out something, this sort of thesis you've prepared, and you're not going to include the sources, but you want people to be compelled by that data. Yeah, I kind of suspect it was the second model, but I'm open to being wrong. So listen, I understand part of my bias is going to be a hope she will redeem herself one day, and an aching for her to redeem herself. But the problem is she's really digging in deep, and she's using the same kind of talking points that not only you see current day with these doctors or scientists that go on programs like Joe Rogan's, but you also see it being just a recycling of what we already did. We already did these same stupid arguments for being queer orientationed, which probably isn't the right phrasing, to have a queer sexual identity, sexual orientation. We already did these same arguments because her arguments basically boil down, there's a couple. The main one is, won't somebody think of the children? And listen, it seems like being motivated to take care of children when you are the author that she is, I would hope that you are motivated to, because that will also inform your writings in the future. Harry Potter was a ginormous part of my childhood, and so this is where some of my bias and hoping she gets better comes out. But Harry Potter was huge to me. I loved Harry Potter. The movies came out at the same years of, like, Harry was the same age as me until there was spaces put in between, but I was 11 when the first one came out, and I was 12 in the second, and then I think around the fifth movie they started being some space in, but and then the books were also like the first set of fiction books I enjoyed. In fact, they're still kind of isolated. There's only a few fiction series I ever enjoyed. I like to read, but I read almost exclusively nonfiction now. But it's funny because when I think back on Harry Potter, and you think about the things that she's claimed to be an ally for since the books have come out, you realize she never showed that allyship before. Like, what diversity was actually represented in Harry Potter? Dumbledore was gay? Show me where it said that in Harry Potter. That seemed to have come out later during a time where, and it's funny because she talks about a popularity sort of thing here, but where it was more popular to be an ally, and it shook things up, and it put her in the headlines. I'd have been real impressed if that had shown up on, maybe not the first page, even though Dumbledore, I think, is on the first page. He shows up in the first couple because he's delivering Harry the baby. If it had shown up in the first book, yeah, I'd have been real impressed. It's almost like you weren't speaking up for people when you didn't need to.
It's almost
even if
like
I'm alluding to her
Dumbledore is
tweet,
not
how
fucking gay.
Stephen King stood up for women even though he didn't
Well,
have
he's
to.
now because
Almost
of
seems
the,
like you didn't until it was appropriately timed. And then if you just think about like the racial diversity, you leave the fact that there's no queer identities anywhere in the thing, and except for added later, amended. And you look at the racial diversity, it's somehow less racially diverse than the UK. Like, you have a couple of mentions every now and then of, I remember Dean was explicitly said to be black. There were people who in the movies, they added that to. And then you had her later going, oh yes, why couldn't Hermione be black? Of course. And you're doing it again. Like, I would have been happy with that in the same way that I'm glad that we're amending current day characters where they came from a comic book era where being white was going to sell more. I'm glad that we are amending that, and we are replacing certain characters with people of color where it doesn't matter. And I would have been glad for that too, but you're sitting and going like, you're looking for credit for being a progressive because you were progressive after the fact, which defeats the point. And not to mention, and there was I can't remember what her name was, but there was an Asian woman who wrote this article about how the only Asian representation was a person called Cho Chang. Like, if this was America, would you have called her Ching Chong? Because it was supposed to, basically it was the British equivalent of that. So some of this is on me for not recognizing that this is not a person who's represented diversity well from the onset. But her arguments really annoy me, because they come down to, what about the children? They come down to uncited statistics about children who are going to quote unquote grow out of it. They go with the really frustrating one. She calls it social contagion. The idea of they're just trans because that's the popular thing to be right now, which is what we as queers have heard for sexual identity forever. And a thing I fell for too when I was going through phases of really being attracted to a man and going like, oh, okay, but you know, this comes in and out. And the reason it comes in and out is because you're attracting to people you don't end up engaging with, comes in and out. So then there's this other argument that really gets under my skin, because we also saw this one in denying people gay marriage. And it's essentially that she doesn't want trans women to really feel like actual women, because that somehow violates and impedes upon the status of being a woman, that it disrespects the common experience of biological women. Yeah, you're probably already hearing it in your mind like, oh, right, we did this. Gay marriage, that impedes on the experience of straight people. That impedes on the rights of straight marriage. That makes straight marriage have less value if we allow gay marriage to happen. Yeah, they are similar. You're right. I'm the one who said it, so I'm projecting it onto you. But I'm right. And so at the end of the day, she has all these things. She has these numbers that I'm positive if she actually cited them, being a person myself who is well researched in this, and if I was going to throw any statistics at you, I would actually cite my sources in this case, especially since I made such a big deal and I would not want to look like a hypocrite. I suspect her numbers are crap. And the biggest problem I have here is she seems to take comfort, and this is my opinion, but when you read the article, read it if you decide to read her article, she seems to be of the opinion that the numbers that she has makes her more comfortable with the absolute exacerbation of dysphoria that a trans individual may have if they go through the wrong puberty and certain physical characteristics become committed to their body and much harder to change. She seems to be much more comfortable with that distress if it prevents a person from not accidentally transitioning. Where if that is even something that is a reasonable worry, and we're talking about puberty blockers, we're talking about things that delay puberty, not necessarily trying to full on commit them to a transition. But even if that does happen by accident or wrong or on bad information, the thing a person should be going for, should be supporting, should be yelling for, is better education and better mental health resources for people in those situations, especially better trans mental health services where they're going with a person who this isn't their first time, but they're the only therapist in the area, and where a person can educate someone and say, hey, listen, these are all of your options, but you don't have to decide right now. You don't have to decide how thorough, that's not the best word for it, but how far a transition you want to take. We just have to think about stage 1 right now. And so do I think she cares? I do. I think she cares, but I think she also had this inherent bias and this inherent thing and this frankly inherent, I'm not going to use the word hatred, but I think she is disgusted by, maybe a milder version of that word. I think she is repulsed by trans women. I think that she believes, as she liked the person who had described it as this before, I think she believes that trans women are men in dresses, and I think that she is holding on to that bias and seeking out the information that tells you she's right, or that makes her feel like she's right. And that's a hard thing to break out of, because it's something I had to break out of too. I also did not believe in trans identities. Then I thought, okay, maybe they exist, but they're much rarer than they're possibly coming up. So people are doing it for attention or social pressure or because it's cool. And then when the whole non-binary thing came to my attention, that was something that I just thought was actually a joke and was a huge douche about. And much like how I stopped believing in God, I stopped being a douche about those things as I went to look for the reasons why I'm right. So eloquently displayed with such irrefutable evidence. But because I was a skeptic and I was already at least engaging as a skeptic, honestly, I didn't just stop at the numbers that supported my side. I went and I read what the challenges to those types of numbers, not just the experiences of people, which is important, but also this information, this data, and the challenges to those data. And that's where I came down as an ally to trans people and to people with any sort of gender identity that is, if you will, atypical. And I'm not perfect. I still say things wrong. There might be people who are going to point out, actually, atypical is super offensive, Jimmy. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't think it is, though, thinking of the context in which I am using it and how we use words. But I'm not perfect either, and I'm constantly trying to grow. If she at least showed a desire to grow, I think I would give more, like, leeway here. But it's kind of like, JK, it's time for you to go away and think for a while. I don't think you're irredeemable. I don't think you should die in a ditch or whatever else, but I think you should start listening. And I noticed this as we were talking about black issues with the Black Lives Matter stuff, how many white creators I lost respect for because they had clearly already dug their heels in where they were and just wanted to talk and not listen. That was something I noticed there and something I think I noticed here. So those are my thoughts on it. I don't know if anybody cares. I don't know if this is the kind of stuff people want to cover. Like, obviously there's been the stuff recently about the cancellations of Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star and people like that. I don't know if people want to hear my inputs on those things. I do have thoughts, but I don't know. This is I'm very much trying to tell you something that matters to me here, and I guess we'll see whether or not it seems like people want more from me. Anyway, happy end of Pride Month. Trans people, I just friggin' love you so gosh dang much, and I wish I could just get you in a little ball and protect you. JK, if somehow you watch this, don't call me. I was gonna say call me, but don't. It's one of those things where you're like, ugh, you were my hero. I don't think I'm the one to one-on-one correct you. I do my best, but you're not gonna watch this. Nobody watches this show anyway. Thank you all so much for watching. Check out all the ways to support the channel down below. And let's end today's episode by thanking the wonderful patrons and the people who keep this channel alive and going. A special thank you to my orbital cosmic pumpkin gods, Mabbity Babbity Ariel, Cat Cynthia YCK, Caleb Vidano Lilith, Creepy Vintage Things, and Dr. M. Toboggan. With love, I've been Jimmy Snow, and I am now all of your fathers. Every one of you. Do not call me daddy. That was not an invite.
Is impressing the children. Look at their little eyes light up.
mind your business, and I'll mind mine. May blight fall upon the coven.
Tiny crabs need help. I hate to see any living thing suffer. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Have you come to speak to old Nova? Another turtle made it to the water. The cycle of life can be cruel. Another turtle made it to the water. But aren't you a spry young thing? Another turtle made it to the water. Another turtle made it to the water. You look like you can appreciate a good story. The cycle of life can be cruel. Another turtle made it to the water. Another turtle made it to the water. Another turtle made it to the water. not a turtle made it to the water. All creatures in nature must live together in balance. But I can't.